Almost there. Come on, we're almost there. You can do it. You've done it before. What makes this time any different? Don't give up. Just get in and out. It's not that difficult. Do the job you were made to do. My breathing quickens as I give myself a pep talk and focus on the end goal. I've already started, so it's just a matter of finishing what I came here to do. I've been thinking about this for a while. I had it all planned out. This is the last time I'll ever have this opportunity, so I need it to work. Just relax, close your eyes, and think. I take a deep breath and visualize the scene. There she is. On the day we first met. Sexy dress, modest cut, until bending down to pick something up from the floor. Strapless bra, ample cleavage. It moves. Okay, I think I've got this. A familiar squeaking sound fills the room. I push my hips forward, then back, eyes still closed. I see her in my mind. There are her seductive eyes, peering up at me with a full mouth below my belt. It jumps. Yes, it's working now. I open my eyes, bringing my mind down from the clouds, then glance down. And there she is. I expect to bring her to life as she bites her bottom lip and moans. But that's not the reality in the room with me right now. She's not looking at me in the same way she did when we first met. I've seen this look before. She's dissociating. Her eyes are glossy, but there's a fire inside them. She's looking me directly in the eyes, and without saying a word, she's telling me how, once again, she is not satisfied. No. Not again. Don't you dare give up on me. Now is not the time to give up. Get up, you son of a bitch. But it's too late. Like a gluten-free breadstick left out in the rain. I'm not going to be able to stiffen up again. I was almost there, but I can't do it now. There's no coming back from this. I had the chance and I let her get to me. I wasn't always this way. She did this to me. She is the reason I stopped being able to perform. All I wanted was to prove to her that I could satisfy her one last time before she dies. But I guess it doesn't matter now, because in less than 24 hours, I'll be on Earth, and she'll be burning in the depths of hell.
Part 1. 8 months before that day. Chapter 1. Addie. They don't make sunglasses dark enough for days like these. I bought the darkest tint available. No one can see my eyes. Well, I'm almost certain they can't. It's odd wearing dark shades inside, especially when the overhead lighting is already soft and there isn't light reflecting off the wood-paneled backdrop. I should take them off, at least for this part. I lift my hand to the corner of my dark specs, ready to lower them, but freeze when I hear footsteps approaching from down the hall. Immediate family and a select few friends were the only people invited to join this part of what will be an eventful day. I assume the footsteps belong to someone I know, and I see that I'm right when Emma and Anya enter the room. It's official. The dark glasses are staying on my face. Without turning my head in their direction, I shift my eyes beneath my shades to take a closer look at them. You would think that 12 years after marrying into their family, I wouldn't be surprised to see the twins in their completely coordinated outfits. They're influencers, so perhaps it comes with the job, but still, they never cease to amaze me. They've been matching every day for 29 years. Why would today be any different? Confidence radiates from the twins, and that's something I've admired about them since the first day I met them. Let's see. Today's ensembles include matching black dresses, spiked heels, and flawlessly straightened blonde hair draping over their shoulders, stretching down the length of their backs. Classy, elegant, and radiant. Each sister grips tightly to their phone in one hand and a folded black handkerchief tucked away in the palms of their other hand. The perfect look to attend their big brother's funeral. Addie, oh my God, Addie! Emma softly cries out for me with arms open. She wraps her arms around my front, and Anya comes and wraps her arms around me from the back. Naturally, my body stiffens at first, as I wasn't expected to be sandwiched between these two women right now. But ultimately, I give in and embrace the hug. It's so unfortunate that your mom couldn't make it out here to support you during this time, Emma says when she pulls away. Anya and I were talking about it, and blood-related or not, we want you to know we are on your side, regardless of everything that happened. Yeah, Anya adds. You are our family, and we love you no matter what. I drop my gaze to the floor when I reply, thank you. That means a lot to me right now, especially since... Pick for the supporters? Anya interrupts. I raise a brow. Don't worry, we'll make sure we don't show your scar, Anya adds. I have just enough time to glance down at the relatively fresh scar on my arm before each twin has squished their face against mine and a selfie is snapped. Immediately, the picture is uploaded to the twins' social media accounts with the caption, "Celebrating Glenn's life with our honorary sister. We love you, Addie. We're in this together." Thank God I left my shades on. The twins offer a few more kind words of sympathy before snapping photos in front of the flower arrangement and disappearing from the viewing room without looking into the casket where their brother lies. Alone with Glenn once again. I stand in the back of the small room, hesitant to get any closer to the display laid out at the front. I understand that taking one last look at a deceased loved one helps some people gain closure, but do I need to see my husband like this to know he's not coming back? Before I can decide, I hear more footsteps tapping toward the doorway behind me. I know exactly who it is without turning around. I keep my body facing the front as the slow click of heels approaches beside me. Without acknowledging me, Trisha Stevens marches toward the casket. Her footsteps pound harder on the floor as she passes me. Her already overpowering floral perfume blends seamlessly with the fragrant flowers, burning candles, and old carpet, and the combined scent of everything together burns when it hits my nostrils. As if the sight of Trisha doesn't make me want to gag already. From what I hear, it's common not to get along with your in-laws. But how common is it to have an outright raging bitch for a mother-in-law? If looks could kill, I would have died on day one from Trisha's sharp daggers. As Glenn's mother peers into his casket, she stares at him for just a moment before kissing two of her fingers, then touching his forehead. She gently strokes the side of his face and wipes the single tear trickling down her cheek. She turns abruptly toward the exit and marches past me out of the room without ever having batted an eye in my direction. Leave it to Trisha to make an already difficult day even harder. This is going to be a long day. I remain in the viewing room for several more minutes, and the moment I exit, I hear someone calling out to me. "Excuse me." I look over my shoulder to see Ben Williams, the funeral director, waving at me. "Mrs. Stevens?" I bring my hand toward my chest and give the automatic response I've given so many times when people get it wrong. It's Fox Stevens. From the day I told Glenn I was going to hyphenate my last name after we married, it's been a problem. Not only do people constantly leave the Fox off my last name, but this last name debacle was one of the million issues Glenn's mother took up with me. Trisha would lecture me over and over about how hyphenated last names are for women who are in it for the wrong reasons. She would repeatedly tell me to my face that she knew I was already 1 foot out the door in my marriage, when she never took the time to get to know me at all. The nerve of some people. "Oh," Ben says, completely taken aback. "My apologies, Mrs. Fox Stevens." By the stunned look that has washed over his face, I think my reply was a bit snappy. This poor man didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who is feeling scrambled. As quickly as I can, I try to recover. "Please, call me Addie." "Okay," he says with an upward inflection. "Addie, may I have a word with you?" I nod. "Again, my condolences. I know what it feels like to lose a spouse. It's tough at first, but stay strong, and you'll see things get easier over time. Pressing my lips together tightly, I force a half smile. Thank you. We are preparing for transport to the cemetery now. I'll be riding in the hearse with the casket. I wanted to ask if you would prefer to ride in the front of the hearse with me and the driver. I know it can be difficult to stay focused on the road when times are grim. That's very kind of you to offer, but I'm going to drive myself. I'll follow you. Actually, the hearse will be at the start of the procession, but we have a designated lead car to guide everyone else. The black 2020 Chrysler 300 is sitting idle at the parking lot's exit right now, waiting to lead everyone. Follow that car, and you'll be one of the first people to arrive at the cemetery. Okay, I will. Thank you, Ben. You've been very helpful throughout this entire process. He nods twice. My pleasure. Then he disappears through the glass double doors toward the parking lot. Are you sure you won't ride with us, Addie? Anya calls out from behind me, obviously eavesdropping on my conversation with the funeral director. You shouldn't be driving in such an emotional state. I flash her a convincing smile. Thank you, but I promise I'll be okay. I feel like I could use some alone time to gather myself and prepare for the burial. I swallow hard. You know, as in getting some time alone so I can... I look left, then right, lean in and whisper, so I can talk to him. She tosses her hands up. Say no more. I totally understand, babe. Connecting spiritually is such a beautiful thing. I would never take that special time away from you. Emma comes trotting over. Hey, Addie, do you want to ride with... She's driving herself, Anya boldly interjects. Get off her back about it. Emma looks at me, then her sister with wide eyes and shrugs. Okay, jeez. I was just trying to be nice. The two of them banter back and forth, but I tune them out. A few more friends come up to offer me their deepest sympathies, and each one holds me tightly when we hug. This is a lot. I need to get in my car. Without saying anything, I remove myself from the talky twins and everyone else as I head toward the exit. The glass double doors slide open, and I'm surprised to see the hearse parked right outside. Ben is chatting with the hearse driver, and for a brief moment, I observe the two. I've never seen a hearse driver before, but this man isn't who I expected to see driving such an important vehicle. He appears professional, of course, but there's something about him that draws attention. I can't quite place what it is. Maybe it's the dark driving cap he's wearing that makes him stand out. It's similar to what I'd imagine a paperboy from the 1950s would wear on his bike route. The cap is pulled so low that I can't see the driver's face from where I'm standing. Or perhaps it's the rest of his outfit that's making me stare. Matching in black from head to toe, the outfit is smooth. I don't think I've ever seen someone look so confident and strong, yet so nurturing at the same time. Ben hands the driver some paperwork, and when the driver bends his neck to look down at the paper in his hands, I see the smallest hint of a neck tattoo peeking out from his slightly droopy collar. The driver signs the papers, and when he hands them back to Ben, he casts his gaze in my direction. For a split second, our eyes meet, and a surge of adrenaline rushes through me. Like the world's fastest game of chicken, I look away first. What the hell was that? Shaking it off, I continue toward my car and slide into my front seat. I want to be the last one to arrive at the cemetery because I need time alone. As the other cars pass mine on their way out of the parking lot, each person gazes into my car with their heads tilted sympathetically, with a hand on their chest and lips tucked inward. I rest my forehead on the steering wheel to hide my face until the last car has left the lot. It's only now that I can finally take off my shades. Flipping the visor down, I look at myself in the small mirror. My eyes are completely dry. My makeup is flawless, not a smudge of mascara anywhere. I look better than I have in the past decade. Oh, Glenn, I say aloud to my dead husband. How can I ever be sad that you're gone when your death has set me free? With a sharp smile curving its way onto my lips, I fire up the engine and drive out of the parking lot. Chapter 2. Addie. I would rather be living the life of a character from one of A.G. Mock's thriller novels than have to sit in the front row of this service right now. Ben thought he was doing me a solid when he saved me a seat closest to the casket, just a few feet from the wide-open hole in the ground. This specific seat makes sense, seeing that I'm the wife of the deceased. Anyone else in this situation might feel that the seating placement is appropriate. But that's because they're naive to what this seat represents. No one else understands the significance of being seated in a spot where I'm facing my mother-in-law. I would have been just fine had that bitch not been placed in the seat opposite mine. Trisha Stevens is in the row of chairs set up on the other side of the casket, and I hate it. Trisha dabs the corners of her eyes with a tissue as the crowd of funeral attendees files into their seats around her. When the funeral director calls everyone's attention, Trisha uses the moment to launch the most snarling look she's ever given in my direction. Childish. Once again, I'm thankful people can't see my eyes through my dark glasses. Otherwise, they might see me glaring right back at Trisha. This isn't new. Trisha and I have never once gotten along. At the beginning of my relationship with Glenn, I never understood what I did that made her so angry. Over time, I chalked it up to me simply shifting Glenn's time and energy from her to me. After all, she seemed like the type who craved attention. As time went on, however, the reason she hated me became clear. I gave her reasons to hate me. 1 month ago, immediately after Glenn's passing, I made sure to call Trisha first with the news, but not because she was his mother. I wanted her to hear the news from me. She loved being the keeper and sharer of information, and I knew damn well that if I were the one to call her with this news, it would not only get under her skin, but it might break her. As predicted, Trisha's first reaction to the news of the death of her son wasn't sadness. It was anger, jealousy, and rage, because I knew first. Then again, I suppose I would be angry too if I were in her shoes. Imagine a daughter-in-law calling her mother-in-law to bear the news that not only is her son dead, but that she, the daughter-in-law, was the one who killed him. I never really thought of what it would be like to be on the receiving end of a call so tragic. If I let myself, I could open my heart and feel bad about what I did. But why would I do that? I stare at the casket and my eyes catch Trisha's just through the flowers lying on top, and the witch is staring me down. There's that hardened expression on her face, which only confirms the choices I made. Killing Glenn and my plan to cut my connection to the Stevens family are the best things I could have ever done for myself. I'm not a killer. Well, actually, I am, though I never intended to be. I don't think any person in their right mind wakes up hoping they will enter into an abusive relationship. Maybe the abusers have these thoughts, but no sane person thinks about this. I'm not really sure how it works on the other side. I, for one, never thought I would be a victim of domestic violence. I was a strong, independent woman when I met Glenn. There was no way to predict that things would get as bad as they did. If I had known 12 years ago that I would be attending the funeral of the man I once loved but killed in self-defense, I would have never said I do. As the funeral director drones on with formalities and kind words about Glenn, I don't care to pay attention to this part. Instead, I permit myself to let my mind wander. Thinking back to everything I've been through in the past month, it's amazing that I'm here, alive. being taken away in handcuffs after the cops arrived, then investigated by the police, rounds of questioning, having to prove Glenn attacked me for the last time, having to prove that I acted in self-defense rather than malice or hostility, all while I was the victim and had been the victim for almost a decade. It's sad. This past month has been the toughest of my life, and there were moments I felt sorry for myself. I debated whether or not to attend the funeral, knowing the looks I'd get from Trisha and other wandering eyes who might not believe my actions were warranted. But I decided that I needed to come today to give myself closure. I needed to see Glenn's body being lowered into the ground and buried to reassure myself that after 12 grueling years with him, he is never going to be able to hurt me again. And I won't leave here until I get what I came for. The minister steps in front of Ben and begins speaking loudly over my thoughts. We now commit Glenn Stevens to the earth, to be remembered and honored in our hearts and lives forever. May he rest in peace. And may the son of a bitch be treated in hell the same way he treated me on earth. May he be abused by the devil himself for eternal damnation. The casket is slowly being prepared to be lowered into the ground. I lift my dark glasses just high enough to wipe away all the fake tears with the tissue I snatched from the center console of my car. Tissue, McDonald's napkin. Does it really matter when wiping tears that aren't there for a horrible man? Each of the pallbearers helps to lift and guide the casket onto the lowering device. I recognize the men as friends of Glenn's and a couple of his coworkers. The men have all rolled up their long sleeves, and I see sweat peeking through some of their matching white shirts. Wait, one of the men is wearing a black shirt. Odd. I would have expected them all to be in uniform. That's when I notice the familiar black hat I saw earlier. The hearse driver, the one wearing the driving cap, is there among the pallbearers assisting with the burial. Is it customary for a hearse driver to do more than transport the body? I can't help letting my eyes get lost on him. Again, I'm reminded of how thankful I am for wearing dark shades. My eyes trail from his black shoes, up his straight leg pants bulging at the calves, to the way those pants make his ass look overwhelmingly nice. The fitted black button-down clings tight to his 6, more like 8-pack abs. I remember seeing the hint of a neck tattoo popping out from his collar, but as he rolls up his sleeves like the other pallbearers, he reveals more tattoos. His forearms are covered in tattoos that only accentuate how strong this man must be, toting around muscles that large. Am I actually yearning for a stranger at my husband's funeral? Has it really been that long since I felt attracted to someone? Oh God, I need to stop. I can't fall back into the one-nighter habits I used to have before I got married and tied myself to one man. Glenn is not even in the ground yet. Jesus, Addie, get a hold of yourself. While peeling my eyes away from the man in all black, I stop when I notice his eyes. All the other pallbearers are looking 6 feet down, but the driver cap guy is looking at me. His gaze feels respectful, yet I know that look. He didn't invent those come fuck me glances. In my early 20s, that's the only look I knew. Yes, by the end, I hated my husband. But this man doesn't know that. Who does he think he is, hitting on a new widow? I should look away. Well, there's no denying his sex appeal. He has to be a walking red flag, and everything inside me knows it's true. Nothing good can come from interacting with a man who picks up women at funerals, right? But I don't look away. Pulling my dark shades to the tip of my nose, I wink at him while letting a quick smile tug at the corner of my mouth before covering my eyes once again and letting the smile fade. Of all the unknowns about my future, one thing is certain. With Glenn dead, I have my freedom back. 12 years of pent-up emotion itching to be scratched. And I know exactly what, or rather who, I'll be doing tonight.
Chapter 3. Heath. Squeak. Shit. I whisper aloud, then cast my eyes over to Addie in the bed beside me. Phew, she's still out. I don't want to wake her after the long day and even longer night she had yesterday. Doing everything I can to make myself lighter, I carefully and slowly slide my naked body off the bed, while trying to avoid causing the mattress to squeak again. Using my hands to push myself up, my finger gets caught in a small rip in the mattress. I tug to get my finger out of the hole, but my nail hooks against the fabric, ripping the once small hole into a slightly larger hole. Damn, this chick seriously needs a new bed. Once on my feet, I look down at her again. Eyes are still shut tightly, and breathing is rhythmic. Definitely still asleep. Success. As quiet as a horny teen deleting his browser history, I tiptoe toward the master bathroom and leave the lights off until I've completely shut the door. I turn on the shower, letting it run for a minute to warm up, and then hop in to rinse off. 2 loofahs hang on hooks in the shower, one black, one pink. Assuming her late husband won't be needing his loofah anymore, I choose black and begin to soap up as thoughts of last night replay in my mind. Last night was more than I ever dreamed it would be. She was the best I've had in years, by a landslide. Yesterday wasn't my first time with a widow on the day they buried their spouse. It's not that I aim for or prey on vulnerable women, but as a 38-year-old single man who's nearing the end of my bar scene life, where else am I supposed to meet women but at work? It's the same every time. The women find comfort in me, and I show them that they still have it. I please them in a way that lets them know their life isn't over, because their spouse's life is. After my part, they all want to do their best to thank me. I give my best performance of moans and groans to boost their confidence. Most women do an okay job, but more often they are nothing to write home about. Then I leave the next morning without ever having to feel guilty for my actions because I know I've helped them. However, this time, something feels different. This time, for some reason, I don't want to leave. One last rinse under the water and I turn it off, wrapping a nearby towel around my waist. I look at myself in the mirror over the bathroom sink. I probably spend more time looking at myself in the mirror than most men my age. And sometimes my buddies give me grief for it, but I don't care. At least I pretend not to care. I have goals and dreams and maybe some underlying body image issues from childhood, but I'll never reach them if I don't start bettering myself. I would like to get out of the hearse driving business someday. It was the right job for me for years, but I'm ready for a fresh start. I flex for myself one time in the mirror, then turn the handle on the door and quietly step back into the room. Addie's not where I left her. Light footsteps get louder as they approach from down the hall. Addie peeks her head into the room, and her lips curl into a warm grin when she sees me. I let the quiet joy tug at my mouth in return. But when I part my lips to say something, nothing comes out. This is usually the part of the date where I insert a cheesy line, just to give the women surges of adrenaline and leave tingles tracing through their bodies one last time before departing. But I'm drawing a blank, and now I'm just standing here with my mouth open like a jackass. Say something, idiot. I say, fumbling for words. What is wrong with me right now? You've done this many times before. Tell her she was amazing last night. Tell her how beautiful she looks in the morning. Clearing my throat, gently I speak, confidently. I like your soap. Shit, that's not what I meant to say. She folds her arms over her chest and shifts her weight to one leg. You like my soap? She repeats, then laughs. Okay. I can't say I've ever gotten that before. I try to recover, but she's already moved on. Listen, I never really did things like this in the past. But I've taken the week off from work to grieve my dead husband, and... Her eyes drop to the floor, touching a single toe to the carpet. She moves it back and forth in a crescent moon arc before her. Let me just say it. Did you want to come back later and, help me grieve? She flicks her eyes back up at me, and there's a raw desire behind her gaze. Absolutely. I answer, too eagerly, then retreat. I have some errands to do, and let me check my calendar, but I'm pretty sure I'll be able to make it back by dinner time. Did you want to eat dinner together? I lift my brows slowly, awaiting her response. That works. People have been dropping off pre-made meals every day since the, incident. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Addie's like a present waiting to be unwrapped. Appealing on the outside, yet I know there's something even more special on the inside. She comes off as a confident woman, though I'm sensing some underlying insecurities. I'm not sure why she would have any. The woman is gorgeous, and from our brief conversations, she seems intelligent. I must get to know her better. Anyway, she continues, I have all this food in my freezer, but honestly, I'd rather just order a pizza tonight. Lucky for her, today is cheat day from my strict diet. Sounds great. Awesome. So, do you have time for one more round before you leave? I have a lot of displaced emotions to work out. My ears perk, and something else below my waist twitches. I guess I'm not used to widowed women being so forward. I never imagined being so transfixed by a woman I thought would be a casual encounter, but I am. Addie is captivating. All I can manage to do right now is nod rapidly. Great, she says, then sits on the bed. Drop the towel, she commands. Oh my God, I'm in love.
Chapter 4. Addie. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? It feels like my head is floating among the clouds, but the clouds aren't all white and fluffy. Instead, they're dark and dim. I reach for the dark shades on my face, but they're not there. Weird. I thought I was wearing them. Seriously, why is it so dark in here? I could get lost. Wait a minute. Where is Heath? Wasn't I here with him? What is going on right now? In the distance, I hear a familiar sound. A squeak. The same sound I hear when I get out of bed every morning. Suddenly, everything makes sense. You're asleep, Addie. This is a dream. Open your eyes before you get hurt. Open your eyes. My eyelids flutter as I peel them open, immediately checking the bed beside me. Heath isn't here. Swiveling my head in the opposite direction, I check the time on my phone sitting on the nightstand. 2 p.m? I struggle against my worn old mattress as I sit up, slightly dazed and confused. I must have fallen asleep after our last session. Heath probably let himself out hours ago. What time did he say he was coming back? 5? I should probably get out of bed, shower, and freshen up before he gets back, but I don't want to move. His scent is in my sheets, and for some reason, I can't stop inhaling. I'm actually a little sad that he's not back already. He was a lot of fun last night and this morning. Just what I needed. A non-committal way to jump back on the path to finding myself now that Glenn is gone. I'm looking forward to a few more sessions with Heath before I let him go and life moves on. 1 20-minute shower is all it takes for me to feel prepared for Heath to come back. Just 2.5 hours to go. What to do? I suppose even though I took the week off, I could check my email to make sure I'm not missing anything vital. Picking up my laptop from the seat before I sit down, I nestle into the wide reading chair in the corner of my room and turn on the device. Oh, the irony of feeling so alive in the chair that the dead forbade me to use. This chair is to comfort the people in this house who actually deserve to be comforted, Glenn would say before dragging me off the seat by my auburn hair. It's not for lazy asses who mooch off their husbands. That statement itself was also ironic, seeing how Glenn decided which jobs I was allowed to work and which ones I wasn't. You don't deserve me. Remote jobs, only working from home, so no one would see the bruises. Minimum wage, never enough to support myself or become independent. No fancy positions or titles, a generic label not to upstage him and simple enough to be breezed over during conversations with friends so they don't ask questions. That's how I ended up a remote customer service representative for a bank headquartered 5 states away. No chance of being asked to come into the branch at any time. I wasn't always submissive. It happened so gradually, I never saw it coming. I always felt like I was in control until one day, I wasn't. I wasn't able to uncover how bad it was until the end. Every once in a while, the person I was before I was married would come out to sit on my shoulder and yell into my ear. "What are you doing? You have a master's degree in graphic design with a minor in communication. You are a catch. Ditch this loser and use your skills to pursue the job of your dreams." I'd build up the courage to leave, but Glenn would do something to draw me back in, and I would stay. It's easy to judge if you haven't experienced mental abuse, but anyone who has might know exactly how easy it is to go back. One night about a year ago, Glenn came home drunk and left me with a black eye and a dislocated shoulder. He had taken and hidden my phone, and his phone's battery was completely drained, so I couldn't use it to call for help. I waited for Glenn to sober up, and when he came to, he refused to take me to the hospital. The pain was excruciating, and I was forced to slam my shoulder against the wall to pop it back into place. I'm ashamed it took experiencing all that for the little voice in my ear to finally get through to me, but eventually I got there mentally. You've had enough. End this and get out. I spent the next week lying in bed healing and plotting my escape. I couldn't just leave. He would find me, torment me, make my life a living hell. I would never feel safe or free. There was only one way out. Glenn had to die. My dream has always been to own and operate my own business. I truly believed I would use my degree in a way that could help the world in some way, though I've never been sure of what that would look like. Regardless, the industry tools change so quickly. Everything I knew from school was becoming vastly outdated as I remained stagnant under Glenn's control. I needed a way to stay relevant, so when I was free of him, I could step into the life I deserve without skipping a beat. I was playing the long game with Glenn. As a part of my plan, I needed to set my dreams in action as soon as possible, and do it without Glenn finding out. I began secretly taking on freelance gigs under a false name and profile just in case Glenn ever found out. Regina Phalange, the borrowed name I took from one of my favorite fictional characters' alter egos, offered online services for graphic and website design, social media work, and other related services. Because my clients were all online, I could do my secret work simultaneously while working the online, Glenn-approved customer service rep job. And I did it all with the same plastered-on fake smile I had been wearing for Glenn for years. It only took about a month for my Regina profile to take off, and clients started pouring in. The demand was surprisingly high, and over the last year, I've continued to take on as many clients as possible. As money came in, I opened a secret bank account, also online, and let every dollar I made trickle into that account. I was getting a little nervous about what I would do at tax time since Glenn controlled our finances, but here I am 3 weeks out from tax day, and fortunately, this is no longer an issue as I will be filing a single tax return this year. I stare at the screen of my laptop and open up my email in search of any new messages or requests from clients. 2 requests for a website overhaul and 6 requests for social media help. Accept. I'm taking every gig that comes my way until I square away my health insurance. I wish I had some life insurance to collect from Glenn's death. It might have helped to provide some buffer time until I could get fully settled into my independence, but I never could convince Glenn to sign up. He'd argue, "Why would I get life insurance? So you can kill me for the money and use it all to start a new life with another man? Yeah, right. I worked hard for what I have. You need to learn the value of working too. So when I die, if I die before you for some reason, you will get nothing." It's amazing how Glenn managed to intertwine himself into every aspect of my life. I'll forever wonder how I didn't see the signs sooner. Perhaps I saw them but chose not to pay attention. Regardless, I think I've spent enough energy thinking about my late husband for the day. I finished responding to the requests and set up my schedule to begin next week. So, for now, I need something to pass the time until Heath comes back. 1 more hour. Not enough time to binge watch a show. Not enough time to read an entire book end to end by my newest favorite author, Lisa Jewell. I still don't know how she's written more than 20-something books, and I've only just found her now. Getting up from the chair, I go back into the bathroom and open the medicine cabinet. I reach for the rather large pill case on the second shelf. I've always felt too young to own one of these. My grandparents used to have pill cases like these piled up on the counter, but they are helpful for people who take a lot of pills, like me. Labeled with the corresponding letter of the day of the week, I pop open the M representing today, Monday, and pour the 5 pills into my palm. Grandma always took the time to examine each pill to make sure she and Grandpa didn't get their pills mixed up. Glenn used to inspect the pills for me, albeit his purpose for doing so wasn't as sweet as Grandma's. Glenn insisted I would forget to take them on my own. Like I was being watched in some sort of psych ward, he made me swallow the pills in front of him and open my mouth after, sticking out my tongue to prove they were gone. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it is. What kind of person would forget to take the meds they need? I take 5 pills every day. A multivitamin for general wellness, Prilosec for my hereditary acid reflux, Buspar for the constant anxiety I've felt for years now, Ritalin for the diagnosis I was given in my teens. While they weren't 100% certain, doctors told me my occasional forgetfulness was most likely caused by ADHD or trauma. I was told to pay attention to it to see if my memory gaps carried into adulthood or worsened later in life. I don't feel like my memory has gotten worse, but then again, how would I know about the things I've forgotten? And the last pill, of course, is my birth control. "Watch this, Glenn," I say aloud, hoping the spirit of my dead husband is listening. I lift the pills toward my mouth. "I'm taking my meds without you here to check them or remind me." "Oh dear, however am I able to do this without you?" The sarcasm in my tone is evident. Tossing the pills to the back of my throat, I swallow them all in one gulp without water. Cheers to never having to count pills again. "Fuck you, Glenn," I whisper afterward. When I close the medicine cabinet, I hear a sound coming from the kitchen. Shuffling. Movement. A little on edge already, having been thinking about Glenn, I'm not sure what to make of the noise. I'm alone for the first time in over 12 years, and I need to feel safe in my own home. Tiptoeing lightly down the hall, I peek around the corner into the kitchen. It's Heath. My shoulders relax when I see him. Did he come back early and let himself in because I never locked the door after he left? Or did he never leave? How long has he been here? I'm about to confront him, but I stay hidden when I see that he's on the phone. He's whispering, which only makes me more curious. "So we're good then?" He whispers into the phone. "Is there anything else I can do? It's just that I feel terrible." "Uh-huh. Okay. Rain check then?" He mutters something I can't make out, then ends the call. I don't want him thinking I care enough about him to snoop on his rightfully owed private phone calls. I wait another minute, then boldly enter the kitchen. "Let me guess, you're married?" I say, playfully pointing to his phone. He nearly jumps, looking even more suspicious than he was when he was whispering. "Why are you acting so suspicious, Heath?" He grins, but it feels forced. "Oh, that? Don't worry about that." He laughs awkwardly, blowing it off. "That was nothing." Wasting no time, he pulls me in for a kiss. "I couldn't wait until 5 to see you again," he adds, then winks. He catches me off guard when he reaches down and literally sweeps me off my feet to carry me to the bedroom. I laugh, and happiness flickers across my lips as he carries me like a prized trophy down the hall. We do what most new couples do best, but after it's over and I'm left lying in bed while he showers, I still can't shake the weird feeling I got earlier when he was on the phone. Who was he talking to?
Chapter 5. Heath. Never in my life has anyone distracted me in this way. 2 days have gone by since I left her house, and the only reason I left is to go to work. I've been assigned as the driver for today's services at Franklin Cemetery, one of the nicest cemeteries on the outskirts of town. On any given day, I might appreciate the break from the crowded local cemetery I'm often driving back and forth from. But I have other things I want to do with my time today. I'd give anything to be back in bed with her right now. My eyes take in the familiar road as I near the Franklin Cemetery. Strictly, in my opinion, the number of trees they've managed to plant in this space is what makes this cemetery the most desirable. When I'm working a funeral here, my mind usually wanders. I fantasize about the dreams I have of starting a new job someday. If I had it my way, I would own a business, work for myself, and have the time freedom that everyone desires. But, as the priest speaks today, Addison is the only thing on my mind. It's odd for a man like me to crave a woman so badly. I have an appearance I'm trying to keep up for the majority. I want people to think I'm confident and charismatic, but mostly I want them to assume that I'll never get tied down. Characteristics like these are what make people successful. At least, that's what society tells me. A reputation like this means never putting myself in a position to get hurt as badly as I once did in my childhood. I'll never say it aloud, but getting married and having a family of my own has always been my deepest desire. But after all the scarring events that took place in my childhood, and everything I witnessed in my early youth, I don't see how I'll ever be able to accomplish that dream. It's too bad, though, because I'm certain that Addie is the one. We've only known each other for less than a week, but I know it's her. We've spent hours together doing more than just each other. In between sessions and sleep, we've been talking a lot. We've learned so much about each other in such a short amount of time. It started as surface-level chit-chat about favorite colors, music, TV shows. But then the conversations morphed into something much deeper. Unfortunately, our strongest connection so far is how we were both victims of abuse at different times in our lives. I can't imagine how Addie felt when she confided in me about the domestic abuse she endured throughout her relationship with her husband, who just died. She only teared up once when she told me the story of how she acted in self-defense the last time he attacked her. When she got out of the shower, she revealed the marks on her neck from where Glenn blocked her airway. The marks that she's covered with makeup every day for an entire month, because the bruising has only changed colors and still hasn't completely gone away. I felt so much rage toward her late husband when Addie confessed her deepest wounds to me. Just thinking about it now makes me tense up and clench my fists. Men like that don't deserve to be with anyone, but they especially don't deserve a good woman like Addie. I wish I could have been there or known her sooner, so I could have saved her before he got to her. However, she took care of it. She's a strong woman, and that's another reason she's drawing me in. Still, I wish there was something I could do, though I did just lower the man into the ground, piling 6 feet of dirt on top of him. Maybe in some way this means I helped when she needed me. The night she shared her troubles, we sat in silence for a while afterward. I was processing the stories she shared with me. Every detail she told me about her years of suffering domestic violence only made me admire her more for doing what she did to get out. It is incredible that a woman I hardly know has been so willing to open up and be vulnerable with a man she has spent only a few nights with. That night, Addie thanked me for letting her get some weight off her chest without judgment for what she had done. She said she wanted to repay me for listening to her vent. That's when I felt it was safe to share my tragedy with her.
Chapter 6. Addie.
Addie, is that you?
Heath calls out before using his hand to wipe a circle, clearing the fog from the steamy shower glass wall.
Really?
After 2 months of practically living in my house, you're going to ask who is in the bathroom while you're showering? I laugh at the ridiculous question.
Who else would it be?
I shake my head playfully as I open the medicine cabinet and remove my pill box. He squints through the clearing with a smirk on his lips.
I just meant that I thought you left already. Didn't you tell me you wanted to get your hair done today?
I did, I respond, lifting my brows, completely surprised and impressed by Heath's attentiveness to everything I say and do. Over the past couple of months, life couldn't be any better hanging around Heath. He has proven multiple times and in several different ways how much he cares for me. He does chores and fixes things around the house without me ever having to say anything. He leaves me sweet and sexy little notes all over. He calls or texts when he's out, just to check in and make sure I don't need anything. He's everything that Glenn was not. Heath is everything I want in a partner, should the day come when I'm ready for one. I never planned on keeping Heath around this long, or even for a week if I'm being totally honest with myself, but he has been the breath of fresh air I needed after taking a life. I honestly wasn't sure anyone would want to be around me after knowing what I did to Glenn, but Heath opened his arms wider when I told him I acted in self-defense that night. He praised me for being strong and doing what I had to do to survive, relating it to some of his darkest secrets that he had so willingly shared with me. Heath, too, has been through so much, and after everything he told me about his past, I don't think anything I do will ever be enough to faze him. I asked him if he was scared of me. He answered right away.
If I ever put you in a position to feel the way you felt when you killed Glenn, you have my permission to kill me.
In the weirdest way, those were the most comforting words I've heard in a long time, so I decided to keep Heath around a little longer than expected.
Let's be clear. Heath and I are not in a relationship. We call it being in a situationship. We're both at a point in our lives where getting into a relationship would complicate things. However, we're both in situations where we wouldn't mind someone else being around, hence the origin of situationship. I have no plans on jumping into a full-on relationship right now, but I'm enjoying our time together while it lasts. Something came up, and unfortunately, Erica had to reschedule, I respond to Heath. Looks like my Auburn split ends will have to stick with me for another week. I pour today's pills into my palm, then toss them back, once again without a liquid to wash them down. The shower turns off, and Heath wraps a towel around his waist as he steps out. I look up at him and flirtatiously bat my lashes. I was thinking that you might have some free time today to help me with my website.
He finishes my thought and I chuckle. Actually, yes. That is what I was going to say. He flashes me a crooked smile.
Look at us already finishing each other's sentences.
Yeah. I tease as I lightly push his shoulder. Get your pants on and meet me downstairs. Let's get to work. I'm downstairs firing up my laptop before Heath even leaves the bathroom. I don't know what he does in there that takes him longer than me to get dressed. I have time to answer a few emails and check on some of the projects I've been working on. After getting my insurance squared away, I was able to quit my job as an online customer service rep to go full-time with the freelance work, and I've never been happier. There's enough work available to pay me a more than reasonable wage. I set my own schedule, so if I need more money, I take on more jobs. If I don't, I give myself time to enjoy life. I'm finally using my graphic design degree and doing the job I knew I would always excel at. And I can't overlook the fact that Heath loves my line of work and supports me in my new career. Heath thinks I'm so good at what I do that he has asked me to create the website and set up the socials that will help launch his new business as an online life coach. He is using the trauma in his past to focus on helping people get their minds and bodies into a good place. He wants to quit his current job when this business takes off, and I'm confident that it will. I'm living proof that anything is possible if you set your mind to it. Heath helped me set my mind in the right direction. Setting up his website and social media accounts is the least I can do to repay him for what he's done for me. I finished catching up on all my emails, and Heath still isn't downstairs. He can't possibly still be in the bathroom, can he? I mutter aloud. Headed back up the stairs, ready to crack some sort of joke about his overtime in the bathroom, I hear him talking. He has lowered his voice to just above a whisper. Through the crack in the bathroom door, I see that he's pacing around on the phone. Suspicion consumes me. Anyone hiding in the bathroom to take a call is automatically iffy. This is the second time I've caught Heath secretly talking to someone on the phone in the couple of months I've known him, so now I'm both suspicious and curious. When I heard him whispering to someone the first time, it was in my kitchen right after he stayed over. I didn't know anything about him at that time other than his scent on my bed sheets. There were too many variables at play, so I was quick to let it go. But now, we've been around each other for 2 months, and this feels different. He takes calls in front of me all the time. What makes this call so different that he feels the need to hide it? There's only one way to find out. I march toward the bathroom door and push it all the way open. Hello? I'm quick to speak when I enter the room. In a swift move, I watch as Heath slides his thumb over the end call button and taps it before placing his phone face down on the sink behind him. Who was finished? He says, loudly cutting me off mid-question. I'm ready to go downstairs and watch you work your magic on my website. Okay. I draw out the word and tilt my head, looking around his body at the phone on the sink. Seriously, why so secretive? Who were you talking to? And as if he didn't hear me ask him a question, he carries the conversation forward without ever confessing to who was on the line or what the call was about. I've got my branding colors all picked out, he beams. I even wrote down the hex codes like you told me to, so you can match up the color schemes. He brings a hand to his chin and rubs. I think I jotted them on a scratch paper downstairs. I should go get them. Before I can ask again, he's brushing past me and heading downstairs. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. I'm sure it's nothing. But I didn't survive the last guy without learning from my mistakes and picking up a few skills. I'll trust Heath until he gives me a reason not to, but I'll be keeping my eyes and ears open.
Chapter 7. Heath. 2 months in, and we're doing the grocery shopping together. This is really happening. We still haven't put an official label on things. But what else do you call two people who exclusively see each other, spend every minute they can together, and do the grocery shopping together? She can call it a situationship, if that makes her feel better. But like it or not, we are in a full-blown relationship. Addie is my girlfriend. Shit! Frustration leaves her lips. Here we are, almost at checkout, and I forgot the black beans. They're all the way on the other side of the store. She lets her head roll back on her shoulders as she lets out a long sigh. No big deal, I'll go back and grab them. Her gaze reaches mine, and a slow smile curls on her lips. Guess we should shop together more often, she laughs. I do this all the time. I'm willing to bet you'll be annoyed with me after our 3rd shopping trip. Annoyed? With you? Never. Planting a kiss on her lips, I begin my backtracking excursion through the store. I love how easy it is to love and be loved by Addie. I can be myself around her, and she appreciates everything I do. It's like a win-win situation, only it happens every single day. She's consistently consistent, and I'm the luckiest man in the world. Scanning aisle 3 for canned black beans, I snap and point when I find them. Taking 4 cans off the shelf, I tuck them into my arms and trek back to aisle 21, where I left Addie. I'm nearly at aisle 19 when I'm blocked by a crowd of people hovering around something. These people who are locked into whatever they're looking at must be the same type of people who slow down to stare at a car crash. It's rude, and that's not the type of person I am. Frankly, all I care about is bringing these beans back to my girlfriend to make her happy. So if these people would just fuck off and get out of my way, I'd be grateful. Excuse me, I start, kindly tapping the person in front of me. But when they don't budge, I take to shoving my way through. Pardon me, coming through. When I finally make my way to the clearing at the front of the 3 people deep line, I can't help but become one of them when I stop and stare. 2 women are in a heated argument, and store security has gotten involved. One of those women is Addie. Fuck you! Addie screams at the woman, tapping her aggressively in the chest. The woman almost loses her balance. Addie leans in to push her shoulder this time, and that's when security wraps his arms around Addie from behind and tugs her backward. Damn it, let me go! Addie shouts, flailing her arms and legs, struggling to get free. I watch as the other woman smooths out her clothing while glaring at Addie. Just before she turns on her heel to leave, she grits her teeth and says, "Watch yourself, Addison. Remember who you are dealing with." Like a leaf caught in a tornado, the woman is gone, leaving only a trail of chaos behind her as she marches away. I couldn't care less about the unknown woman. I'm fixated on Addie, caught in shock from Addie's behavior for a minute longer than I should be. I eventually snap out of my daze and rush to her side. She's still struggling to free herself from security. Hair is misplaced over her eyes. I'm not sure she knows I'm here with her. Addie, it's me. Almost instantaneously, Addie's body loosens and she stops trying to break free. I take her arm and the security guard shoots me a look that says everything without saying a word. "If I let her go, she's your responsibility." I respond with a firm head nod and he lets her go. Lifting a hand to her face, I gently sweep the hair from over her eyes, and she looks up at me. Her expression isn't hardened or furious as I expect it to be. Instead, I see hurt and pain in her glossy eyes. I have questions, so many questions that I want to ask her right now. What happened? Who was that lady? What did she do to make you this upset? Would this altercation have turned physical if the security guard hadn't stopped you? But the closer I examine Addie, I don't think that's what my girlfriend needs right now. I opt for, "Are you okay?" She scans the faces of the crowd that has formed around us and her cheeks turn a shade of pink. In a soft tone, she says, "Can we get out of here?" I wrap an arm around her shoulder, flicking my hand back and forth at the crowd. "The show's over, move along." Some say we're moving too fast down this road together and we should allow time to reveal who each of us really is. Not once in the past few months has this thought ever crossed my mind, until I witnessed whatever that was in the store. This is the first time I've ever seen that side of Addie. I'll admit, I was completely surprised by what I saw in there. I had no idea that she could have such a temper. The way Addie never gave up until she heard my voice made me a little hesitant, yet simultaneously proud of her perseverance. I don't really know what to think right now. It's not until we're inside the truck with the doors shut that I finally muster up the courage to ask, "So, what was that in there? Who was the woman you were yelling at?" Addie turns her head to me, and her mouth opens as if she's going to explain everything, but her throat is caught. She gets choked up, and for the first time since we've been hanging out together, she sobs. When I see her tears, there's nothing else I want to do but comfort her. Each tear trickling down her cheek sends my heart pounding against my chest. I hate how devastated Addie is right now. I hate how this unknown woman left my girlfriend beaten down and vulnerable. I hate everything about the person who made Addie feel this way. And the question remains, who the hell was that?
Chapter 8. Addie. Pouring myself a large glass of wine, I'm seething inside. I can't believe I let that woman get under my skin again. Trisha Stevens is the spoiled leftovers from my oversalted marriage. One look at her and I'm sick to my stomach with aggravation. When my own mother decided to become distant from me, she demonstrated firsthand how easy it was to cut and be cut from a person's life. I lived it. I still live it. Mom and I have had zero contact with each other in the past 10 years. But in choosing no contact, my mother, Frida Fox, unknowingly gave me the tools I'd need in my future to remove my mother-in-law from my life. And boy, did I try hard to get rid of Trisha. Trisha is the pimple that won't just pop and go away. I was equipped with everything I needed to force her from my life. So, to this day, why won't the mother of my late husband just leave me alone? Trisha and I knew how to play nicely in front of people when we were at the same place at the same time, especially in front of Glenn. But we didn't hesitate to sharpen our nails and take the gloves off when we were alone. That's how she found me in the store. Alone for 1 minute, and she pounced. "You murderer!" Trisha shouted when she approached behind me in the store. I whirled around, as did the few other people standing nearby. "You're out of line, Trisha. You're not seriously going to do this here, are you?" I motioned to the public space around us.
but it was as if she didn't hear me or chose to ignore me. "Self-defense, my ass," she stated boldly with sarcasm in her tone. "You did this on purpose." "Oh, okay then. I guess you are going to do this here. Well, come on, lady. Give it your best shot." I taunted her by curling my fingers toward me, acutely aware of the crowd forming around us. "You plotted to kill my son," she shrieks. "Then you executed your plan, and now my innocent son is dead." "Innocent? Are you still in denial, Trisha?" Trisha never believed a word I said about Glenn's abuse toward me. She either couldn't fathom the idea that her little boy was a monster, or she knew what he did and vowed to turn a blind eye for the sake of her son's protection. "Liar!" she yelled with her pointed brows turned inward. It was at this point that I noticed a few people taking out their phones to record, and I suspect Trisha did too. She turned toward the crowd to address them while pointing an accusatory finger at me. "This woman is fake. She manipulated my son into marrying her so she could lie, cheat, and then kill him for his money. I can prove it." I should have walked away right then when I saw that she was taking it to a bad place, and I almost did. Almost. "Stop. That's not true, and you know it, Trisha." It was getting out of hand. "I'm sorry your son is gone, but it's time to move on and stop harassing me. You're embarrassing yourself." Trisha looked at the crowd again. "You see how she treats her own mother-in-law in public? Imagine how she treated my son behind closed doors. She claims to be a victim of domestic abuse by my son, the college graduate, the provider for his wife, while she lies around every day not lifting a finger. But I know the truth. You were the problem in his life." She gives sympathetic looks to the crowd. "Don't believe her. This woman is nothing but a lying, manipulative bitch." Unable to sit back while being publicly slandered and shamed, I stepped closer to her, shouting loud enough that security felt the need to step in and help. I'll admit, I lost control, but this wasn't an isolated incident. Trisha always seems to appear out of the blue wherever I am, ready to cause a scene, ready to shower me with threats that have thus far been empty. Not to say she won't follow through on them someday. Thank goodness Heath was there. I don't know how far I would have taken things had I not heard his calming voice. Heath is everything I didn't know I needed. I don't want to be in a real relationship yet, and I'm doing everything I can to resist completely falling for him. But when he steps in and protects me without question, I want to surrender to him. No one has ever cared for me so effortlessly. He has already proven more than once that I can trust him, and I think I do trust him. I've considered telling him my deepest secrets, secrets I assumed I'd take to the grave, but for some reason want him to know. With Heath around, I doubt my ex-mother-in-law will want to continue popping up. I wouldn't miss her, or would I? Mother-in-laws are tricky. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy. I'd like to think of Trisha as my best enemy. She knows exactly what to do to get under my skin, but in doing so, she makes me step up my game. I become sharper when she is around. She keeps me on my toes. I've learned over time how to deal with people like her. In a way, maybe I should be thanking her for all the skills I've had to acquire to get where I am today. Thanking Trisha would be the right thing to do, so yes, maybe I will show her my gratitude someday. I'll walk right up to her and thank her for being the mother-in-law from hell. It's that much easier to walk away from the Stevens family when the matriarch hates everything about you. Part 2. 5 months before that day. Chapter 9. Addie. "Let's make a toast," Heath says, raising his glass to mine. "Cheers to 3 eventful, yet beautiful months of being in our He stops himself before the full word leaves his tongue, then gently clears his throat and continues. I meant our situationship." He winks from across the table. "A toast to getting to spend time with a woman who will never fully give in and make it official, even though we both know what this is."
Through the flicker of candlelight, I playfully roll my eyes. Ha ha! My blatant sarcasm is clear. I'm only raising my glass because I want an excuse to down the rest of this wine. We share lots of laughs over our never-ending 4-course meal. My cheeks actually hurt from smiling by the time dessert is being brought out. A scrumptious, decadent, house-made from-scratch cheesecake with a raspberry coulis drizzled into the shape of a heart on top. My all-time favorite dessert paired with good wine and the best company I could ever ask for. For one moment, this picture-perfect outing with my picture-perfect guy actually pains me. I missed so much during my years trapped with Glenn and that dreadful mother of his. So much time wasted being controlled by someone, brought down, and dragged through rock bottom when I could have been enjoying every single day of my life. Hello, Addie? Heath's voice rings in my ears, and I blink myself back to reality. What's that now? I was saying how thankful I was for you. Not only are you intelligent, motivated, and drop-dead gorgeous, but you helped me kick off my new career in just a month. He quickly takes a sip and puts the glass down to pull out his phone. Just look at these results. He opens up his recently launched social media page for his life coaching business. 2 weeks live, and I'm booked solid, with over 2,000 people following my page. Those results are unbelievable. At this rate, I'll be able to leave my driving job in no time. All thanks to you. Oh, but your driver's cap is so cute on you. He laughs off the comment, but he can't hide the pink tint momentarily flaring in his cheeks. Look at him. He's so happy. Heath's positive energy is infectious. I'm genuinely happy for him, like I'm deeply, truly overjoyed to see him succeed. Not once in my relationship with Glenn did I ever feel this way about him. Glenn constantly revealed his get-rich-quick schemes, but nothing about them made my heart race like Heath's journey. Glenn was like clockwork. He'd have an idea, put lots of money into it without thinking things through, and when it didn't take off overnight, he would burn it all to the ground. Glenn and Heath are nothing alike, but I think the biggest difference in all of this is that I never wanted Glenn to succeed. You are the one running your life coaching business. I toss my hands up in a way that tells him I'm hands off when it comes to his work. I just helped shape you to get your online persona out there. You're doing all the work. He tilts his head when he gazes into my eyes. We both know you did more than that. I shrug with a smirk on my face. Let's not forget to celebrate how well you're doing too, he adds. Bobbing my head casually, I agree. Freelancing is going well, yes. He shakes his head quickly. I'm happy all that is going well for you, but I'm not talking about your graphic design work. I'm talking about your latest passion project. You just had to bring it up, didn't you? Brows lifted on the edge of his seat, he asks, have you heard back from any of the nonprofit organizations yet? Bringing my glass to my lips, I give a quick shake of my head before taking a long sip. About a month ago, shortly after my very public altercation with my ex-mother-in-law, I started thinking about what I wanted to do next in life. For about 3 days, my face was circling the internet. Someone leaked a video of my argument with Trisha and somehow edited the clip, taking everything out of context, making me look like the person in the wrong. It showed me yelling at Trisha, cursing at her, then swinging my arms while being detained by security. The viral hashtags were so hateful. Hashtag in-law driller husband killer. Hashtag man down. Hashtag elder abuse. Hashtag no body, no crime this time. Hashtag granny for the win. Luckily and unfortunately, videos like mine are a dime a dozen on the internet and the hype died down quickly. But I hated the feeling of not being able to tell my side of the story or defend myself. That's when I got the idea. Maybe there was a way I could share my story. If I could work with nonprofits to share my story of surviving domestic abuse, I might save others from having to go through all the things I had to. Also, the thought of publicly shaming Glenn and his mother just as Trisha had done to me, only fueled my desire to see this through. I realized publicly embarrassing her wouldn't make me any better of a person than she is, but I simply don't care. Trisha Stevens deserves to be knocked down a peg or two. I reached out to several nonprofits that specialize in the support of victims of domestic violence and abuse to pitch my idea, but I haven't had any responses yet. I assumed I'd be on the schedule to speak for some of these organizations by now, finally being able to use my minor degree in communications to help the world. It's a little surprising and discouraging that no one has contacted me yet. Heath's eyes dart from side to side, as if he feels bad for bringing up a sore subject. My phone chimes in my purse, followed by my ringtone. Heath exhales an obvious sigh of relief at the interruption in this slightly uncomfortable moment. "If you need to take that, please do." He waves a hand out in front of him, motioning for me to pick up my phone. I glance down at the screen. Unknown caller. Lately, I haven't felt the need to take calls when Heath and I are hanging out, but something is telling me I should answer this one. We're in a nice restaurant and I don't want to be rude. Okay, I'm going to step outside. Be right back. Quickly making my way to the front door, I tug the door open and take the call. Addison Rose Fox? The person on the phone says my correct name after having had the Stevens hyphenated portion removed a month ago. Yes, speaking. It's an honor, Ms. Fox. I'm sorry, who's this? Oh, my apologies for the lack of introduction. My name is Rebecca Ware. I'm the CEO of Stop It, the nonprofit that provides support to victims of domestic violence. Is now a good time to talk? Chapter 10. Addie. I read your email and received your follow-up voicemail about wanting to speak at our next event. Rebecca's voice remains neutral. I personally vet each and every individual contractor with our organization. We pride ourselves on protection, and that starts with who we let into our sacred space. Okay, where is she going with this? She continues. I have to say, I was curious about your story, so I did a little more research on you. I would offer you my condolences for the loss you suffered this year, but based on what I read, my condolences are not necessary. Am I correct in saying that it was your abusive husband who passed? Swallowing hard, I give her a quick, uh-huh. There's a short stint of dead air, and I'm almost unsure if Rebecca is still on the call until she says, well, it's quite a miracle you weren't the one in the ground. It's a shame you were forced into self-defense. No one should ever be put in that position. I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. Pacing back and forth in front of the restaurant doors with the phone glued to one ear, I plug my other ear to drown out the passing cars. Thank you, I reply softly. That means a lot. That being said, let's get down to business. There is usually a long wait list and protocol to follow to become a speaker for us, but your story touched my heart, and we just so happen to have a cancellation in our lineup for our next event. So, she draws out the word. Oh shit, is she going to say what I think she is? Stop It is the largest nonprofit for this cause. Of all the organizations I reached out to, I never truly expected to hear back from them, let alone have the CEO read my story. If I get in with this organization, I can only imagine how wide the connections are. Rebecca continues. I know you will have had less time to prepare than the other speakers, but I'm calling to ask you to join Stop It as one of the speakers at our biggest event of the year. Hot damn, she actually said it. Oh my god, are you serious? I mean, yes, of course. I would be absolutely honored to speak at the event, I reply, nearly out of breath. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Sometimes bad things happen to good people, and in the moment, it can be difficult to see the reason why you had to go through something so terrible. This might be your reason. Think of all the people you will inspire. Her words are pure. On behalf of the victims of abuse, we thank you for sharing your story of survival and inspiring others to take a stand. We will be in touch.
The call ends, and I'm rushing inside the restaurant, nearly tripping over the half step inside the door when I bolt in Heath's direction. His eyes are already on me, as if they never stopped looking out for me, and I shoot him a wide grin. It's finally happening. I'm doing what I want to do, right where I want to do it. If there really is a reason for bad things to happen to good people, then this must be the reason I went through everything I did.
Chapter 11. Heath. I'm sorry to hear you'll be leaving us. A genuine sadness has fallen over Ben's face. I never expected to hand over my 2-week notice to the funeral director so soon, but the way clients are rolling in for my life coaching business, I'm already making 2 times what I make as a driver. I'd be stupid not to jump at the opportunity to quit my day job in exchange for taking on more clients. I can't imagine how much money I'll be making in a few more weeks. I wanted to be angry when you handed me this resignation letter. But how can I? Ben says, you're leaving to run a life coaching business that specializes in supporting wellness and positive mental health. Who could be mad at that? Lord knows we need more mental health advocates in the world right now. Ben puts a hand over his heart. Originally, I planned on building a business to help people shift their minds towards positivity and overall cultivate a healthy lifestyle. I imagine listening to what my clients' struggles are and helping them set attainable goals, then helping them reach those goals. Adding on mental health advocate services was Addie's idea. She knows the truth about my past and suggested I use my trauma to help others experiencing something similar. As it turns out, the mental health services are by far my most requested and most profitable services. And it's all thanks to my stunning Addie. She takes an interest in what I do and supports me as I bring my ideas to life. Just another reason that I know she's the one. A person wouldn't go through all the trouble to help me succeed unless they're in it for the long game. Right? The funeral director extends a hand to shake mine. Well, it's been a great run having you here. You're the best driver we've ever had. We'll miss you. But I'm proud to say I'm happy for you. Thank you, sir. That means a lot. But don't write me off yet, I add. You still have a couple of weeks left of dealing with me. We share a laugh. I give his hand a firm squeeze. Checking the time, I quickly make my way to my truck and get on the route to my appointment. I had to schedule this appointment a month in advance just to get a spot. I can't risk being late now. It's a 25-minute drive from the funeral home when I leave the parking lot of my job for one of the last times. Usually I focus on nothing but the road when I drive. But right now, everything passing is just a blur to me. Life is literally passing me by and it gets me thinking. My life was so gloomy before I met Addie. One might say I never really knew what love was before her. It sounds so cliche, but it's true. Moving from foster home to foster home doesn't exactly allow many opportunities to observe what a long-term healthy relationship is supposed to look like. I knew inside that human beings are supposed to love, but I honestly had no idea how. My life from age 7 to 17 was riddled with lies, manipulation, abuse, and violence. Sure, I had a long-term stint with one foster family who provided a little stability in my life. I shared a room with one other kid like me, and it was nice not to have to bounce around. But at 16, it was easy to figure out that foster mom, Jean, wasn't the best example of what love is. Her longest relationship was with George. Her smile was infectious on the days she and George were together. She would practically sing, "I love George," around the house, but it was obviously a one-sided relationship. George was the name she gave her vibrator. I can say whatever I want about my long-term foster family. However, I won't overlook how Jean and George had a healthier relationship than my biological parents had. Based on what I've witnessed thus far in life, I'm 99% sure you're not supposed to kill the person you love, correct? Maybe my biological mother was the 1%, and that's why she killed my father. Perhaps she didn't love him. I was 7 when Bio Mom pulled the trigger. I could only process what I witnessed according to how my little immature brain saw it. Dad was dead. Mom got a life sentence. I was left an only child. thrown into the foster care system. I was at an age where I had memories of my life before the system. That was tough. Navigating life as a hormonal teen after witnessing your mom kill your dad without much support from anyone, that was tougher. Trying to find someone to love you, then love them in return as an adult. This has been my toughest challenge yet. Society says I should have a wife by now. The search has proven to be a true struggle for me. It's embarrassing. So instead of being vulnerable and putting myself out there, I keep myself guarded, not wanting to risk getting hurt and publicly humiliated. That is my worst fear. I've been putting on the mask of a player and pretending that I don't want any of it. No commitment, no real relationship, no marriage, no kids. Promiscuity isn't always fun for me, and while I'll never admit it to anyone, I'm ashamed. But now that I have Addie, I've finally found it. Real love. A person to spend life with who accepts me for who I am and doesn't laugh or mock my dreams. A person I want to start a family with, so I can give my kids the family I never had and the unconditional love I never received. Addie took me from a life quite literally surrounded by death and destruction to a life worth living. I love her. I park the truck and march quickly through the parking lot toward the door. I'm right on time for my appointment. A man with white gloves greets me at the front and opens the glass door upon my approach. "Mr. Kennedy." The man charms me with a warm smile. "We've been waiting for you. Please, come in, have a seat. I'll have my associates bring out your selection right away. But in the meantime, can I get you a beverage? Wine, beer, champagne?" I slightly lift my hands in front of me to politely decline. No, I'm okay. I just came to make my final payment and pick it up." "Very good, sir. I'll go check on things in the back." It doesn't take long before he returns carrying a silver tray with a small box on top. "Here we are," he says, lowering the tray onto the table in front of me. Emerald cut, 2-carat, flawless stone, set in a custom platinum high dome cathedral lift mount with twin sapphire accent stones. The ring sparkles in the light as the man holds it out before me with his white gloves. I almost have to turn away when the reflection of the shiny, flawless diamond shines brightly in my eyes. It's been 3 months, but I knew it in 1 week. Addie is the one. The name Addison Rose Kennedy rolls off the tongue. We are meant to be. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I whisper. There's no way she'll say no to this when the time is right.
Chapter 12. Addie. Where is it? I mumble to myself as I flip a cushion on the couch. When it's not there, I flip the remaining cushions, desperately hoping that it got wedged into the crack when I was sitting here the other day. But no, there's nothing underneath the cushions except for an old hard French fry from maybe a year ago. I clench my jaw and mutter to myself, "Come on, where did I put you?" It's not in between the cushions on the couch, so I continue my full sweep of the room. I scatter the stack of books on the coffee table, picking up each one and flipping its pages. Perhaps my very important paper somehow made its way inside one of these when I unknowingly used it as a bookmark. But no, it didn't. I dig through the basket of lounging couch blankets, tossing each one out until I reach the bottom. Nope, not there. Crawling on my hands and knees, I search under every piece of furniture, thinking maybe, just maybe, it slid off the surface and floated to the floor, sliding underneath something. When it's not there, I sit back on my heels and sigh with frustration. Heath clears his throat and the sound makes me jump. I look over my shoulder and there he is, casually leaning against the door frame, snacking on an apple. His eyes quietly scan the trail of utter mess I've made in this room. Looking for something? Or are you so bored that you've resorted to disorganizing things just so you can organize them later? The smirk plastered on his face tells me he's joking, but frankly, I'm not in the mood right now. I shoot him a serious look and his smirk quickly fades. I'm looking for the napkin from the restaurant we went to a few days ago. The one I used to jot down the private cell phone number of the CEO of that nonprofit who called me back. Oh, right. The lady who asked you to speak at their event. He looks around. You lost her number? Why didn't you just save it in your phone? Wait, she called you, right? Can't you just scroll back to her number in your call history? I scoff and glare at him in a way that says,
How is making a comment like that helpful right now? I'm not an idiot. Of course, I would have just redialed the number if Rebecca Ware called me from her private cell when we spoke that day, but she didn't. She had called me from a generic line at the nonprofit and verbally given me her private cell number. I hand wrote that number on the napkin I was still holding when I stepped outside to take the call. I tried calling the generic line today but ended up with a robot on the other end. I spent 15 minutes listening to prompts and punching in numbers, selecting the correct menu options. When I got to the last prompt, the robotic voice said, "The selection you made is unavailable. Please hang up and try again," before it automatically ended the call. It was frustrating. I need to speak with Rebecca immediately. I need to find that napkin. Without having to say a word, Heath senses my urgency in this matter. That's when he sets the apple on top of a nearby shelf and starts helping me search. After 20 more minutes of scouring the house, Heath calls out to me from the kitchen. "Found it!" Thank goodness. He enters the room, waving it around. He dangles the napkin over me as I get up from the floor, and as quickly as I can, I snatch it from him and pull out my cell phone. You're welcome," he says playfully. I can tell he is only trying to lighten the mood, but I don't have time for his games. This is an emergency. I dial Rebecca Ware's number and tap my foot impatiently until she answers. "This is Rebecca." "Rebecca," I eagerly repeat as I exhale, temporarily relieved when I speak that I'm actually hearing her voice on the other end. "This is Addison Rose Fox. You sent me an email this morning, and I was hoping we could discuss its contents." I'm fully aware that Heath is still in the room with me, listening to what I'm saying. Even though I intended to, I haven't gotten around to sharing the email with Heath yet. I was shocked by it and felt the next step was to call Rebecca immediately. I suppose he's going to hear everything now. At least I won't have to repeat my side of the story to him. I could be mistaken, but I'm almost positive I hear Rebecca let out a sigh of annoyance. "Addison," she repeats. "Which part of my email was not clear to you?" "You rescinded your offer to let me speak at the event?" I say, hoping she won't confirm this to be true. "Yes," Rebecca responds firmly. My heart sinks when the truth hits. "It's just that you never really explained why. I mean, you personally vetted me. I thought we were good to go for the event in 3 weeks. Please tell me what I did. What changed your mind?" There's a long pause before I hear Rebecca draw in a breath. "Listen, Addison, I'm going to be upfront with you. I didn't want to write the reason in an email because I didn't want the paper trail, but I think you and I both know the reason I can't let you speak at the event." No, I don't know the reason, and to be blunt, I was caught off guard and completely shattered by the news. Speaking out to support other victims like me is everything I want to do. If you didn't want to write it down, fine, but please tell me. I need to know what happened. Another long pause, as if Rebecca's debating on whether or not she should say anything. "Let's just say it was brought to my attention that you are a bit, what's the word? Hypocritical." "Hypocritical? How so?" She lets out a short sigh. "Your history is preceding you, Addison, and I just can't, with a good conscience, let someone like you take the stage and spread a false message of encouragement." False encouragement? Someone like me? What is she talking about? She's giving me nothing here. I don't understand. "Rebecca, please, let's just talk through this. I'm sure we can work something out." "No." Her reply is flat and stern. "We can't. Goodbye, Addison. Please don't call this number again. Wait, if we could just..." Click. The call ends. Heath stares at me with concern written all over his face. He opens his mouth as if he is going to say something, but a pounding on the front door catches both of our attention. I'm physically closer to the door than Heath, so I march over and twist the handle, ready to lecture the person on the other side for knocking so hard. But when I open the door, I raise my brows and inhale sharply. "Addison Rose Fox," the police officer says boldly. "You are under arrest for suspicion of murder in connection with the incident that took place at your residence on March 18th.
Chapter 13. Addie. Bars and concrete surround me. It's cold, but familiar. How could this be so familiar? I've never been arrested before. At least, not that I can remember. Lately, it's been happening more frequently. I'll get the feeling that I recognize a person, a place, a situation. Yet for some reason, I can't quite remember any of the details or why they might be familiar. 2 weeks ago, I finally decided to pick up the phone and schedule an appointment to see a therapist because I know I can't unravel all the baggage piled up in my brain by myself. We only had 2 sessions before the therapist diagnosed me with selective dissociative amnesia, which she explained to me as a mental disorder related to trauma, abuse, and/or stress. And that made perfect sense to me after everything I went through with Glenn. My brain is constantly in overdrive, deleting and hiding some recollections of traumatic events as a way of protecting me from formidable memories and distress. Hence, the familiar yet unfamiliar events in my life. Perhaps the ADHD diagnosis I was given as a teen was wrong. In the next few sessions, my therapist promised to give me some tips and tools to process some of those memories. But before I can attend those sessions, I'm going to need to get the hell out of this jail cell first. Hello? I call out through the bars to the nearest officer outside my cell. Can I get my phone call now? The officer doesn't look in my direction. Surely Heath is here. Maybe he can talk to these guys. Can I see my boyfriend? I stop myself before I accidentally make it official. Heath and I aren't quite there yet. We're close, but not quite there. My friend, I finish my sentence. The man who drove behind the police car all the way here? When can I see him? The officer finally turns to acknowledge me. Listen, lady, I know as much as you do, okay? He tilts his head and shrugs. I don't say or do anything until they give the orders. So why don't you just pipe down and wait patiently like the rest of these people? He motions toward the other cells. I stare at him with my mouth slightly open. I have a lot of things I'd love to say right now, but I bite my tongue. It wouldn't do me any good to argue with the law right now from inside this cage. So, I reluctantly plop down on the cool metal bench and think deeply as I wait. This police officer is not the person I should be taking my anger out on. My life was just starting to shape up. It seemed obvious when everything started crashing down at me at the same time that it was too coincidental. The email I received that rescinded my invitation to be a speaker at the Stop It event. The phone call I had with an annoyed Rebecca Ware. The police that appeared on my doorstep to arrest me for suspicion of intentionally murdering my late husband months after the case had been closed. There is only one person who would be able to pull off something this grand. The more time I have to think behind these bars, the clearer it gets. My ex-mother-in-law had something to do with this. I just know she did. Once again, Trisha Stevens is trying to ruin my life. After she threatened me almost 2 months ago and nothing ever came of it, I knew she was cooking up something big in the background. I just can't believe it was something this extravagant. So, how did she do it? Did she know I was set to speak at the event for victims of domestic abuse? Was she terrified I would embarrass her when I discussed the gruesome truths about her son? Or maybe this is some horrendous form of how she's grieving? Or is Trisha Stevens, once again, trying to pin her son's death on me? Trisha never believed that Glenn had abusive tendencies, and I agree that Glenn acted differently around her. In front of Trisha, he wasn't the snappy, violent man he was when the doors closed. Instead, he played the part of the strong, smart, successful, handsome son. And he played it well. Trisha ate it up every single time. If I ever so much as disagreed with Glenn in front of her, she would take his side even if she knew Glenn was wrong in the matter. I don't have kids, so I can't exactly put myself in her position. What would I do if my daughter-in-law claimed that she killed my son in an act of self-defense? Would I point fingers of blame and make sure she got what was coming to her, even though the police investigated and confirmed the self-defense story? Or would I understand and have to come to terms that my son was a horrible excuse for a human being? I can't say for sure, but I'd like to assume I would choose the latter. Trying desperately to see this situation through Trisha's eyes, I ask myself, what would I do if I were absolutely certain that my son's death was intentional and not self-defense? Sounds absurd to even think something like that after the police used all the evidence to prove that self-defense was at play here. But this strikes a new question, a more critical question. What if Trisha ever found out that her suspicions were correct and the truth was revealed? I shake my head to ward off the thought. No, that will never happen. Trisha just needs to keep her damn mouth shut and let things go before she winds up buried 6 feet under in a hole beside her son.
Chapter 14. Heath. What's up, man? Robert pats my back when he approaches the restaurant bar and plops onto the bar stool beside me. A smirk tugs at my lips, and I give my best friend a quick nod as I finish off my vodka soda with lime. One of the few low-calorie drinks you can get at a bar without drinking straight liquor. Robert peers around me at the empty bar stool on the other side. No Addie today? His eyes fall to my empty glass, then the clock. Day drinking at 2 p.m. without the woman you've been glued to since you met? Something terrible must have happened. Tell me you two didn't break up. My world is about to come crashing down, he says with a laugh, then orders a beer. I hesitate. Where's Addie? Such an easy question to answer, so why can't I bring myself to tell my best friend what happened? She's, at her house, resting. Technically not a lie. I drove my future fiancée to her house right after bailing her out from a 24-hour hold in jail. It shouldn't matter what happens to your significant other in life, because you love the person no matter what. And I do love Addie more than anything in the world. But now that my business is starting to take off and I'm all over social media, the last thing I want to do is show my clients that their life coach's life is a mess. My future fiancé arrested for the revelation of new evidence that supposedly links her to the killing of her late husband? I mean, what the fuck? This all came out of nowhere. She was exhausted right after her night in jail, and she has a meeting with her court-appointed lawyer tomorrow. So I took her home and did what any sane boyfriend would do. I gave her space, called my buddy, and drove straight to the bar inside my favorite restaurant. Now I'm glad I didn't bring Steph, Robert chimes in. She would have been bored as hell without Addie here to hang out with. It feels like Robert has been my best friend forever. So when he got married, I knew whoever I ended up with had to get along with his wife for the relationship to work out. We were thrilled that Stephanie and Addie really hit it off when they met. I motioned to the bartender for one more round as he slides Robert's beer across the bar. Oh yeah? I add, itching to switch topics. The wife wanted to come out, huh? I thought Stephanie was on some sort of anti-drinking tirade. It's brief, but I see Robert cringe when I say those words. Sore subject, I guess. Robert recovers quickly, and the moment passes. Yeah, he laughs awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. He never really finishes his thought before he lifts his beer from the paper coaster and proceeds to chug the entire pint. Wow, I exclaim. You still got it, just like when we were young. He grins and proudly pats his beer belly, which I never noticed until just now. My jaw drops. Buddy, you've got to switch to vodka soda. I hold up the fresh drink just set down in front of me. Less than 100 calories, no sugar, no extras that cause bloating. Get the effects of drinking without all that fluffy stuff you don't need. A healthy body helps a healthy mind. He holds his hands out, palms facing me. Slow down there, mister. I'm making a killing as a life coach. I'm not your client, okay? Don't go and get all serious on me now. I worked hard for this belly, and I'm doing everything I can to keep it. He laughs, and I can't help but chuckle along. It's fine. You got me, I concede. I used to be able to leave my work at work, but now I work everywhere. I'm learning how to balance it all. I let my smile fade and briefly close my eyes before focusing my gaze back on my drink. Balancing life? I only have the life I do now because of Addie. She's all I can think about. Before this incident with her arrest, I wanted to propose to her as soon as possible. That's why I bought the ring early, so I could keep it with me and pop the question whenever the time felt right. but now I don't know what to do. Robert must sense something is wrong. You all right, man? You don't seem like yourself today. He rambles on without giving me any time to respond. Was it the Addie jokes? Did I come in too strong today? What? No, you're fine. I'm just tired, that's all. I thought I wanted to chat over a drink, but I'm thinking I should probably head home soon. I'm sorry I made you come all the way down here. Robert looks at the time again. Actually, I should be getting home soon too. Stephanie is making her famous chicken parm, and I told her I wouldn't miss it. He snaps his fingers when a thought pops into his head. Which reminds me, Stephanie wanted me to invite you and Addie to the next game night we're hosting. Same as before, just a few friends, nothing big, but drinks, games, stuff like that. You'll come, right? Have we missed one of your parties yet? Text me the date and time. We'll be there. Great. Robert pops up from his chair and his lightweight black jacket catches on a sharp corner of wood, splintering out from the back. He lifts his right elbow and inspects the jacket. Oh man, tore a small hole in my lucky jacket. He laughs it off. Guess it's not so lucky after all, huh? He pats my shoulder, and I join him in standing. I pay the tab for both our drinks, then together we walk out the door and head to our cars. Just before we part to go our separate ways, Robert turns to me and lowers his voice when he says, I know this isn't my place to say anything, but as your best friend, I think I should. I furrow my brows. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I suspect it's something to do with Addie. She's made a big impact on your life, Heath, and it's only been, 3 months or so? You keep saying you know her so well and that she's like your best friend. But how well do you actually know her? His words sit idle in the thick air for a moment. How well do I know her? He continues, I'm here to be your conscience, so you don't rush into anything. He looks at me and it makes me wonder if he knows me so well that he somehow picked up on how I want to propose soon. Time is your best friend, not women you've only known for a few months. He pats me on the back one more time, then heads in the direction of his car. Am I rushing into this proposal?
Chapter 15. Addie. As your lawyer, I want you to know that I'll be doing everything in my power to win this case. You can trust me. We'll walk through everything today, expectations, timelines, dates, and I'll answer any questions you have along the way. Jessica Goslin stares at me from behind her desk. When the court said they were going to appoint a lawyer for me, I don't know why I assumed it would be some older, grouchy white male with a stick up his ass who would never really be on my side. I never expected an eager and confident woman who I would guess is my age. We might actually be able to pull this off. To win the case, you will need to be completely honest with me about everything that happened on the night of the incident. She shuffles through the paperwork before her. After reading through the reports and catching myself up, I see that the evidence was all there. Her eyes meet mine once again. Self-defense, every way you look at it. Her expression is both confident and confused. Her eyes bore into mine, and suddenly, I feel like she sees right through me. I'm the first to look away, then I shift around in my seat. My mind wanders, and I think of Heath. He's been so great through all of this. He has been doing all the things a good boyfriend would do, offering me every kind of support I need. Which is why Heath was devastated that he couldn't be here to support me today. A medium-grade celebrity reached out to Heath through his business social media page. Heath wouldn't say who it was, but I'm guessing it is someone from the television industry. That celebrity signed up for 6 life coaching sessions with Heath, and they have their first session today. Heath promptly told me he was going to cancel his session, but I encouraged him not to cancel on this client. I didn't want him to miss out on his big opportunity with a high-end client because of my problems. Well, that, and because I didn't know how I would politely tell him he couldn't come. I was slightly relieved when Heath told me about his meeting. Despite his thinking he was letting me down by not being here, Heath was never going to be allowed to come with me today. I haven't decided how much I'm going to share with this lawyer, and I definitely can't have Heath in the room with me if I decide to move forward and share the full truth.
However, as much as I didn't want Heath here, there is a small part of me wishing that he were here right now. It's funny, you know, Jessica says, interrupting my deep thoughts. For a case this consistent and obvious to be reopened, they must have found some damn good new evidence. Her eyes widen slightly and she leans forward just a little. It's extremely critical that you tell me every single detail so I can do my job. I lift my brows and nod rapidly. Of course, I understand. She tilts her head and looks at me without blinking until finally she says, "So, Addison, the first thing I need to know..." There's a slight pause as she takes a deep breath. "Did you truly kill Glenn in self-defense?"
Chapter 16. Heath. One word. Movie. Lies. Deception. Stephanie snaps her fingers as she rattles off her guesses, but her last guess gets caught on her tongue. Oh, hell, what's the name of that one movie? Oh yeah, I know. Gone Girl. The answer is Gone Girl. The movie released in 2014 based on the book by Gillian Flynn. Robert holds up two hands and Stephanie reaches up to meet his proud and congratulatory high five. Yes, babe. That's why I love you, right there, Robert belts out. And with that correct answer, the Parkers take the lead. A night out at Robert and Stephanie's might be sickeningly sweet to watch as these high school sweethearts gush over each other in front of us. But it is exactly what Addie and I needed. Things have been tense since Addie's arrest, and I feel she's been more distant ever since she started meeting with her lawyer. One night of friends, food, and drinks feels good. I didn't know her smile was missing until I saw it just now. There it is, out in the open for all to see. Addie laughs, and for a moment, everything feels normal. I don't know why I ever doubted my gut feelings about her. She is in an incredibly difficult situation. Anyone in her shoes would have some emotional ups and downs while this gets sorted out. Seeing her happy right now tells me we will be okay. She will get over this hurdle, and I will be right there beside her, supporting her along the way. We're fine. I don't need to worry. Proposal is back on. There are 8 of us here tonight. Robert and Stephanie, obviously, since they are the ones hosting. Then there's me, Addison, and 2 other couples. Drinks are flowing, friendly competition is filling the room, and everyone appears to be getting along. Robert suddenly leaps up from his seat and glances down at the stream of margaritas trickling from the crotch of his pants and down his leg. I didn't piss myself, I swear. He laughs when he spills his drink. Looks like I'm taking a break to change into some new clothes. Anyone want a refill when I come back? Robert shouts, pausing the game. Almost everyone holds up their empty glasses, and those who haven't quite finished their drinks yet toss the remaining liquid back and join the others in holding up their empty glasses. Robert chuckles. Okay, a fresh pitcher of margaritas it is. I can help. Stephanie calls out to her husband. Do these 2 ever fight about anything? The way they are all over each other after all these years is overwhelmingly admirable. I'm a little jealous, but it's only been a few months for me and mine. Addie and I will get to this point someday, and when we do, we will be the couple everyone is jealous of. Robert insists Stephanie stay with their friends and enjoys herself while he does the work. Then he disappears into the kitchen. The group breaks into several side conversations during the intermission. Well, perfect time for a break. Addie whispers in my ear. My bladder is about to explode. We share a quiet laugh before she slightly stumbles down the hall to the bathroom. She's not drunk, but her wobbly legs suggest she's getting there. I'm glad she's enjoying herself. Stress-free Addie is lighter, happier. My eyes follow Addie until I can't see her anymore. Then I feel a hand tapping my arm. Heath? Gwen gets my attention, and I turn to see her and Vinny's eyes on me. Vin and I were just talking about Addie, Gwen says in a low tone as she scoots closer to me. I know everyone else here has already had a chance to meet her, but since this is our first time, we wanted to tell you that we love her. My face lights up with a smile. Is that right? She raises her brows and looks to Vinny. Tell him, babe. Vinny chimes up. Yep, Addie's great, dude. You did a good job. Don't let go of that one. See? Gwen bobs her head up and down. Told you everyone loves her, except... Her voice trails off, but she mutters one last thing under her breath. Well, Thank you. I imagine Addie will be around for a while. I give a sly smirk, thinking of the engagement ring I've been carrying with me. I'm actually going to... I stop, mid-sentence, when I process what I think I heard Gwen mutter. Wait a minute. What was that last thing you said? She straightens her posture. Nothing. She smiles politely and waves a hand casually. I didn't mean it. No. I stare at her curiously. I think you did mean it. You said everyone loves Addie except... I let my question go stale in the air. I don't need anyone else to like Addie, because I like her, and that's all that matters. But I'm curious who you were referring to. Who doesn't like her? Vinny gives Gwen the, see, you shouldn't have said anything, glance. Gwen lets out a short burst of air before checking her surroundings and whispering, well, Stephanie, of course. My face contorts. Steph? I glance around until I land on Stephanie sitting on the opposite side of the room, then look back at Gwen. What makes you say that? Steph and Addie get along great. Forget I mentioned it. Gwen tries to blow it off as a mistake. No, really, I insist. Where did you get that information? Did Stephanie say something to you or something? Gwen swallows hard. Well, actually, yes. This is news to me. Here I am thinking my best friend and his wife are the perfect couple to hang out with, only to find out his wife hates my future fiancé. This isn't ideal. It doesn't make sense. What doesn't Stephanie like about Addie? I press Gwen for the details. I feel like I need to know why she's been acting like she's my my girlfriend's confidant. Vinny rubs his hands on the tops of his thighs. He's uncomfortable, as am I. All I know is that Steph mentioned noticing some interesting interactions between Addie and her husband. Robert? I snap. Robert and Addie talk all the time. That's not new. Gwen shakes her head and shrugs. I don't know. She just thought it was worth mentioning. But you know Steph, she's always been the jealous type. And Addie is very pretty. Maybe she just feels threatened by her or something. I don't see Robert and Addie's interactions as flirty. They're just as friendly as you are with me, and we're not flirting. What is Stephanie talking about? I say through clenched teeth. Robert is all over Steph. Both Robert and Addie would never do that to me. Exactly what I told her. Gwen agrees. Nothing is going on between them. I insist. Totally agree. Gwen nods. Like I said, I shouldn't have even brought it up. I should be laughing this off. I should simply let Stephanie be jealous of Addie if she wants, because it's not true. Nothing is going on between Robert and Addie, but instead the seed has been planted and the information has formed a slow, growing knot in my stomach. Before I began sleeping around, women cheated on me. But Addie is different. She would never cheat on me, especially not with my best friend. I can't let this go. What interactions did Stephanie tell you she saw? Gwen hesitates, and at first I'm not sure she's going to tell me. However, Gwen loves to gossip. She can't hold a secret if her life depended on it, so eventually she caves in. Well, Steph told me that... Robert bursts into the room with pitchers of margaritas in hand, directing all the attention to himself. Drinks! He shouts over all the side conversations. The moment passes, but I won't forget. The games continue, and after several hours, the party comes to an end. By the time we get back to Addie's place, she's practically stumbling over herself on her way to the bedroom. She's had a good time tonight. And though my mind is still obsessing over Gwen's words, I'm glad Addie was able to let go and have a good time. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun, Addie says, and her words are slurred. She bends down to kick off her shoes and nearly falls over. But I'm right there to catch her. Why don't you lie down? I laugh. Good idea. She plops onto the bed and I remove her shoes. Just before she closes her eyes, she says, Isn't it weird? Isn't what weird? Her, Stephanie, isn't there something weird about her? The conversation with Gwen's still at the forefront of my mind. I hold back what I know about Stephanie's feelings toward Addie when I ask, What do you mean? Trying to sound as breezy as possible, I pull the sheets up to Addie's chin. Addie looks up at me with a semi-glazed-over smile, and the sight of her warms my heart. Chuckling when she says it, she responds, It's just that when I got out of the bathroom, Stephanie was just standing there, waiting for me. She looks up as if retracing the memory. I thought she needed to use the bathroom, so I stepped out of the way. but she didn't go inside. She was just there, waiting for me. Knowing what I do about Stephanie, something definitely feels off about that scenario. Addie laughs softly, then closes her eyes. She yawns and, in a sleepy tone, says, "Weird, right?" And then she falls into a deep sleep. Chapter 17. Heath. My palms are damp as I pace Addie's living room, leaving trails of matted carpet behind me with each step. I've thought about it long enough. I'm tired of other people getting in the way and making me doubt how I feel. It took me a while to feel as confident as I do. I don't care what anyone else thinks. This is happening today. I hear Addie's footsteps, and it's only a matter of time before she starts looking for me. Reaching into my pocket, I pull out the small black box and crack it open. And there it is, just as shiny as it was on the day I picked it up. She's gonna love the ring. There's no doubt about that. I'm more worried about her answer to my monumental question. Here we are, not technically labeling our relationship as official, and I'm about to ask Addie to jump 50 feet ahead of boyfriend to fiancé after just a few months? Traditional? No. Not from what I've seen in movies hundreds of times. But how important is tradition these days? Addie has said she wasn't looking for any sort of commitment yet. She told me that she may or may not want kids in the future, but once she sees how married life is, she'll change her mind and want to start trying immediately. All she has to do is say yes when I propose, and life will only get better for us. Addie is everything to me. The timing might be shitty with her court case still ongoing, but when is a better time to prove my love to her than standing by her while she goes to court for suspicion of intentional murder? Addie fills the empty void in my life. She is the person I've been searching for. "Heath?" Her voice rings like sweet music from down the hall. "Where are you at?" Here goes nothing. "In the living room," I call out to her, then lower myself to one knee, holding out the box, exposing the ring. I wait for her to round the corner.
Chapter 18. Addie. It's like my body has seized up. I'm trying to move and breathe, but I physically can't. He's just kneeling there in the middle of the living room, holding out this absolutely stunning diamond ring, and I'm at a loss for words. "All my life, I wore a mask to hide who I truly am inside," he begins. "In one day, you took me. In 1 week, you unmasked me. In 1 month, you had me." His words are genuine, and he doesn't hold back. I know it's only been a short time, but I wouldn't ask unless I was certain. You can say you need more time, but why would you? Deep down, you know we are better together than apart. I'll spend my lifetime doing everything I can to make you happy. He smiles widely and takes a deep breath before asking the question I never dreamed of hearing in the same year I killed my husband. "Addison Rose Fox, will you marry me?" My lips part and my jaw drops. I'm completely numb. I have no idea what to say. Honestly, if I didn't just kill my late husband, my gut reaction would be to say yes to Heath. Why wouldn't I jump at the chance to spend a life with a man who is head over heels for me? Isn't that what everyone wants from their partners? To be loved and adored over everyone and everything else? Who cares how long I've known him if he is the one? We both know this is something deeper than the situationship we've been calling it, but I've been tainted by bad love and the baggage that won't go away. How can I jump into another marriage after being stuck in an abusive one for over a decade? Damn it, why didn't I meet Heath first? The decision would have been a no-brainer. I argue with the thoughts in my head. But seriously, how long am I going to let my late husband and his mother guide the decisions I make in life? Is Glenn actually controlling me from the grave right now? Look at Heath. He is just kneeling there, gazing up at me like a puppy who was once lost and somehow made it home again. I have to say something. I can't just let him stay there on one knee. Make a decision, Addison. Quick, pros and cons. Pro. Heath is infatuated with me.
I would never have to worry about him straying. Con. He can be insecure at times. The man gets down on himself when not enough people put likes or comments on his social media posts for his business. Pro. The sex is great, like the best I've ever had. Con. Sometimes he talks with his mouth full. Pro. He literally buried my late abusive spouse in the ground and never batted an eye about it. Pro. He has not just said he would be supportive, but he's proved it time and time again through his actions. Pro. He actually believes in me and my dreams. Pro. He's not mentally or physically abusive in any way. Pro. He cooks and cleans. Pro. Easy to talk to. Pro. He has neck and full arm sleeve tattoos, which I can't resist. Pro. He's hot. When I break it down, this proposal isn't as crazy as I initially thought. Oh my god, am I actually considering this? Can I get married again? If I say yes, it doesn't mean we have to get married tomorrow. I could say yes, and we could have a decade-long engagement, and that doesn't sound so bad. Heath, I reply softly, and his body straightens up. I bite my bottom lip. Fuck it. I've already been to hell and managed to climb out. What's the worst that can happen with this angel? A smile blooms across my face, and in a breathy whisper, I answer the question. Yes. Part 3. 3 months before that day. Chapter 19. Addie. Robert picks up a fork and taps it lightly against his champagne glass. Attention, please. He shouts over the excited chattering in the room. I'd like to make a toast to the bride and groom. The noise in the room slowly comes to a stop, and everyone's eyes are on Robert as he stands before the table at the front of the room, where Heath and I are sitting. Smiling widely at the crowd, I lean toward Heath and subtly whisper through my teeth, I thought you told Robert we had agreed on no speeches today. I did. He replies in the same way. He didn't listen. With the permanent grins on our faces, we wait with the room to hear Robert deliver his most likely planned presentation. I've known Heath a long time now, buddies since high school, so you can say I've seen him go through it all. But no one has ever shaken up his world as much as Addison did when she entered his life just 5 short months ago. Robert firmly nods his head up and down several times. Now, some of you are internally judging this pair right now for tying the knot so soon, but I can honestly say these two are made for each other. A light wave of awe washes through the guests. As Robert continues, his voice gets lost behind my loud thoughts. All I can think about is how Heath and I had our wedding at the courthouse on purpose. I didn't want a big wedding the second time around. Actually, I wasn't even close to wanting a wedding until Heath proposed just a couple of months ago. I thought I had bought myself some time by saying yes. People have long engagements all the time. That's what I expected. If anyone asks me how it happened, I'd answer truthfully. I'm not quite sure. But somehow, here we are officially married after only a 2-month engagement. Heath swears that I was the one to push for the wedding to be sooner, and to be honest, I can't remember if I did or not. It doesn't sound like something I would do. That's not what I wanted. However, with my recently diagnosed selective dissociative amnesia, my therapist believes it could be true. However, even if I didn't want to, it seems I eventually gave in. Though he never pushed me for it, Heath shared that he wanted a big wedding. Memory gaps or not, I knew deep down that I did not want a big wedding. All those eyes on me as I walk down the aisle and get married less than 1 year after I killed my last husband? No thank you. So, I compromised with Heath. Intimate courthouse wedding for me, big blowout reception at my house, our house, a few days later for him. It was the best decision. This reception party is everything I hoped it would be. Once Robert's toast is over, the hired DJ spins the tracks, pumping the music both inside the house and out into the backyard. Drinks are flowing, people are dancing, and life feels right. Is it at every wedding that the bride and groom hardly see each other? Heath and I have been pulled away from each other multiple times throughout the night for one-on-one congratulatory words of married life wisdom and photo ops. At the moment, we are near each other, backs almost touching, yet we're both engaged in separate conversations with different people. A few of Heath's high school friends have cornered him, and Heath's Aunt Gladys has pinned me. "So, sweetie," Gladys says, batting her eyelashes. "Are you ready for the wedding night?" Kill me now. As I speak to Gladys on a surface level, she's eager to pump me full of all kinds of advice I never asked for. Happy wife, happy life. Two can live as cheaply as one if one of you chooses not to eat. For my sugar and me, a separate bathroom was key to our long marriage. Just as I begin tuning her out, I overhear Heath's conversation with his friends. I know Heath has known these friends for most of his life, but I can't help notice how extremely personal their questions are. "The wedding sure happened fast," one of them says. "Does that mean there's a bun in the oven already?" Heath laughs off the question with a quick, "Not yet." That's exactly the response I expect from him when asked about kids. We've talked about kids. It's a table topic. The idea is there, but we agreed that it is best to hold off on starting a family for a while. A long while. Heath eventually wants kids, but I'm hesitant. I don't want to bring someone into the world if I can't control every single aspect of that child's life. I don't want the kid to make poor decisions like I did in the past and wind up experiencing a life of abuse. How could I trust a kid to make the correct decision when the time comes if I'm still working on making good decisions myself? Suddenly, Heath continues, and I listen closely to every word. "Not yet," he repeats, "but soon." Soon? He adds, "We are excited to get started as soon as possible. Big family with lots of traditions." He lets out a happy sigh. "That is the dream. That is the goal." No, it's not. That is not at all what we agreed to. "I'm only this vulnerable because it's my wedding day and I've had a few drinks," he says. "But if we don't get pregnant right away, I'm going to be devastated." We never talked about getting pregnant right away. Why is he lying? Maybe he's just saying what they want to hear to appease them. Hello? Gladys snaps her fingers in front of my face. "Are you okay, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost." I mutter under my breath, more like a dead man walking. "What's that now?" Gladys turns to show me her hearing aid. "You gotta speak into my good ear, dear." I gently clear my throat. I said, I hear the cake stand talking. I motion toward the 3-tiered cake sitting on a table across the lawn. "Thanks for the advice, Gladys, but I'm going to cut the cake now." Marching quickly toward the cake, I hear Gladys call out to me, "You were supposed to wait for your groom." It's not like he would wait for me to eat the cake, or wait until I'm ready for kids. I'm eating the damn cake. Picking up a fork, I stab the center of the second tier and shove it in my mouth as I peer at Heath in the distance. I sincerely hope I do not regret getting involved with Heath.
Chapter 20. Heath. It takes every ounce of my strength to roll my body from my back to my side, and I can't help letting out a loud groan as I do. I try to sit up, but the pounding in my head is far too strong and restricts me from doing so. It's been a long time since I allowed myself a cheat day from diets and exercise, and now I remember why I rarely let myself out of my routine. Hangovers suck. Of course, I have a good excuse for giving in to temptation yesterday. Our wedding reception didn't go exactly how I planned, but it felt exactly how I hoped it would. Every single person had a good time. At least, I think they did from what I remember. I know for sure that Addie did. Addie. I extend my hand to her side of the bed, expecting to wrap my arm around her and pull her body close to mine. But when I do, all I feel is cool sheets. Just as I'm starting to wonder where she might be, I hear noises coming from downstairs. I can't imagine her cleaning up from the reception this early. She's just not the type. I guess that she's either cooking up something good for us to eat in bed, or maybe she's looking for something. I intend to join her eventually, but I use the moment to close my eyes and think about all the fun that was had yesterday. While I can remember a few specific moments, dancing, eating cake, kissing my blushing bride, there's a huge fog clouding my brain. I'm having trouble remembering every detail. Footsteps approach from down the hall, and Addie pops her head into the room. I thought I heard some movement. She gives me a pleased smile. A spark ignites inside me. I toss the sheet off me and motion for her to join me under the covers. I wish I could, she says, but I'm heading out. I deflate. Out? The morning after our reception? Her lips squish into a flat line and she nods. Somehow, your Aunt Gladys thought it would be a good idea to corner me and ask if I would pick her up from her hotel to drive her to the airport today? You're kidding. No. What the hell, Aunt Gladys? Of all people, why would you ask the bride to do something like this on the day after celebrating her wedding? Why didn't you just say no? Addie shifts her weight from one hip to the other. How could I say no to an old, endearing face like hers? But if we have to point fingers, I blame the alcohol. I close my eyes and I'm suddenly dizzy. I blame the alcohol too. Anyway, I'm headed out now. She walks over to me and lowers herself to plant a kiss on my forehead. When she gets to the doorway, she turns around. Oh yeah, I forgot. I put a breakfast casserole in the oven. It takes an hour. I should be back before the timer goes off, but if I'm not, please take it out and turn off the oven, okay? I nod and she disappears down the hall. Eventually, I hear her car engine fire up in the driveway and then she's gone. However, something she said is stuck in my mind. Oven. In the oven. Why does that sound so familiar? Flashes of last night pop into my mind, and I suddenly recall a conversation I had at my reception. A few high school friends were asking if Addie and I had a bun in the oven, to which I told them the truth. I told them my side of the truth. Addie hasn't officially said no to having kids, but she has made it clear that she does not want them right now. As her husband, I fully understand why she thinks she isn't ready. Mostly stability. She has already buried one man this year and then married another. I understand that getting pregnant this year would be a trifecta of monumental life changes that people usually make one at a time, over several years. But I want a family, and I want to start one as soon as possible. Maybe that's not exactly what Addie wants right now, but one of us is going to have to compromise now that we're married. Lucky for Addie, I already know her better than she knows herself. Addie wants to start a family. I know it, even if she doesn't see it. I can tell by the way she avoids or changes the topic whenever kids are brought up. It's not because she doesn't want kids, it's because she thinks she is too broken by her past to deserve unconditional love from our future kids. That's the only valid reason for acting the way she does. I can tell that Addie has a hard time seeing that what didn't kill her made her stronger, and I fully intend to open her eyes to this. She's a strong woman. She can handle raising a baby. I know deep down, adding a child to our lives would make everything better. Addie would be too focused on the baby to worry about anything else. All her stress would melt away. She wants it, I want it, so I'm going to help give her the boost she needs. I've been waiting for the right day to set it all up. Today is the day. Hopping out of bed, I make my way into our now shared bathroom. Bending down, I open the cabinet underneath the sink and reach past Addie's extra shampoo bottles towards the back until I feel a smaller plastic bottle. Taking it out, I look down at the bottle of folic acid I purchased from the drugstore a month ago, just in case it ever had to come to this. After a little research, I learned that folic acid is a common vitamin that women can take during any stage of pregnancy. You can get folic acid in pill form, powder, or gummies. I opted to purchase this particular brand of folic acid in pill form because the tiny orange pills just so happen to look exactly like Addie's birth control pills. I open up the medicine cabinet and take out Addie's sorted pill box and lay it on the counter. Opening every square compartment, I remove the single birth control pill from every daily compartment until I've collected them all, then replace each birth control pill with a folic acid pill. I close all the compartments and stare down at the pile of birth control pills in my hand. Walking over to the toilet, I hold out the pills over the bowl. Slowly, I turn my hand and let each one fall into the water. and then I flush.
Chapter 21. Addie. I want to apologize again and thank you so much for agreeing to meet with me today. Rebecca Ware steps back and holds the door open for me. Oh, it's not your fault, I say as I step into her office. If I were you, I probably would have rescinded my offer to speak too. Who knew a video that made me look like a violent person and was taken completely out of context would suddenly go viral after it had already fizzled out weeks ago? We share a polite laugh, and I take my seat across from her. Rebecca's desk is just as grand as I imagined it would be. Large, solid oak, no scratches in the wood. This office represents everything I want to be someday. Successful, standing up for a good cause, in charge and in control. It took a lot to get to the point of being here today. As it turns out, I wasn't losing my mind. Trisha Stevens actually was behind everything negative that happened to me in the past couple of months. From losing my spot as speaker for this nonprofit organization to having Glenn's case reopened and getting arrested on suspicion of murder, that was all Trisha. Trisha herself had concocted all the new evidence that was supposedly found in the case against her son. What a sneaky little bitch. Somehow, she's always one step ahead. When the police discovered that Trisha had tampered with the evidence, they immediately dropped the charges against me, and the court was dismissed only days before trial. I'm not sure what happened to Trisha afterward, and I don't care. It took until about a week ago to find out that Trisha was the one who leaked the video of the argument we had at the store that day. She paid a stranger $20 to film the interaction between us. Then she paid another person to edit the video to portray me as the person in the wrong. Eventually, Trisha leaked the edited version to social media sites. When Rebecca Ware called me last week, we had a long chat on the phone. She confirmed that the viral video had gotten back to her, and whether the video was altered or not, she explained why she couldn't, in good conscience, let me speak to victims of abuse when I looked like the abuser in that video. She apologized many times, then insisted on reinstating her original offer of letting me speak at the upcoming event for the Stop It organization. It took me all of about 2 seconds to respond with a big fat yes. And that's what brought me to right now. I have to be honest with you. Rebecca's confident expression has been replaced by a chewing her bottom lip nervous expression. Okay. I asked you to meet me in person for more than one reason. Oh? I slightly lift my brows. Are we not discussing the details of the upcoming event at today's meeting? We are, she adds quickly. But I need to let you know. She pauses, and I feel a twinge of tension in the air. I did a little bit more research on you before deciding to call you back, and saw that you recently married a man named Heath Kennedy. Yes, that's right. She lets out a short burst of air while keeping just enough inside to keep her body tense. A small world, but, I used to be a client of his. Wow, what a small world. Heath's business hasn't even been up that long, maybe a few months. What are the chances you are a client of his? She holds up a finger to interject. Just to clarify, was is the correct term. I was a client. I'm definitely not a client of Heath Kennedy anymore, and in no way will I ever be again. Was or is, what does it matter? Rebecca holds my gaze for a moment. Is it just me, or was there some aggression in her tone when she mentioned Heath's name? Why did she make a point to let me know that she is no longer connected to my husband in any way? Such a strange reaction. But another thought enters my mind. Heath's coaching business isn't a one-session style of business. He meets with clients monthly, sometimes weekly, and that alone helps establish trust and creates a good working relationship between him and his clients. If Heath's business has only been open for a few months, I wouldn't imagine there would be anyone leaving his services yet. I could see if, after 6 months to a year of applying Heath's strategies, you decide that his services are not for you, but 3-ish months? Seems too soon. I'm not trying to pry or make you feel uncomfortable.
But can I ask why you stopped working with Heath? I ask. I promise I won't say anything to him. It's not like he sent me here to ask you or anything like that. I laugh, uncomfortably rambling on. I'm just curious. Rebecca pushes her shoulders back and sits tall in her chair. Let's just say I didn't feel like Heath and I were a good match as far as him being my life coach. I see. A little disappointed with her vague response, I'm ready to switch topics when she continues. I was looking forward to working with a true coach who would spend time listening to me in my personal battles, then help me design a life plan to overcome those battles to get the healthy life I wanted. But that was not Heath. She scoffs and shakes her head slowly in disgust. I paid a lot of money only to have Heath spend most of the sessions talking about himself. I furrow my brows and lean forward in the chair. She elaborates without me asking her to. It was always, my future wife this and my future kids that, she says, using her hand to mimic the babbling that Heath did during their sessions. He wouldn't shut up about finally being able to have kids of his own. I think at least twice every session, he told me how eager you two were to start trying. Any other time, I might have been happy for the guy, for you, but I could only take so much during my paid sessions. It doesn't make any sense. I can't believe what I'm hearing. How long has Heath been planning a family, and why is he speaking to clients about our personal lives? She continues. Then one day, he jumped on our virtual call session, and I saw a book in the background titled Best Positions for Conceiving, and that was it. I had to stop meeting him after that day. I'm so sorry he did that to you. Yup. She cuts me off without hearing my attempt at an apology on Heath's behalf. I canceled with Heath for all those reasons, but the main reason I canceled was because... She bites her tongue and tilts her head slightly as she looks at me. Listen, I can see I've said too much. I shouldn't have said anything at all. That wasn't very professional of me. Because? The main reason you canceled with Heath was because... Why? Rebecca tucks a strand of hair behind her ear. Hey, on the bright side, I guess I should be congratulating you on your marriage. Her awkward words of encouragement settle, and I suddenly feel hot, as if the room just got smaller. She smiles at me, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Let me know when the baby arrives, and I'll get you something nice for the shower.
Chapter 22. Heath. An alarm goes off as I enter the drugstore. I freeze in the doorway between the metal detectors as the red lights on them blink rapidly to the beat of the obnoxiously loud sound. Customers are glaring at me with accusatory eyes. What do they think I did? Stole something, then re-entered the store with it? Avert your eyes, people. Worry about yourself. Tossing my hands up in frustration, I slap them down at my sides and stare at the cashier nearest to the entrance. Hello? I say, completely annoyed. Is he going to do something about this? Sorry about that, the cashier shouts over the sharp alarm. He takes out a key ring with about 60 keys on it and flips through quickly until he finds the one he needs, inserting it into a small electronic box beneath the register. He gives the key a quarter turn, and the alarm stops. Stupid thing has been randomly going off all day, he adds, shaking his head. We're getting it looked at. I'm a little on edge today, and it's not because of this drugstore cashier or the faulty alarm. Anything could set me off right now. Just take a deep breath and relax. Get what you need and try to calm down. Stress isn't good for your mind or body, and you know that firsthand. Get back in control. Focus. Forcing a quick, forgiving smile to the cashier, I proceed to the vitamin aisle. Scanning the bottles, it doesn't take me long to see it. Ah, here it is, I mutter quietly to myself. Folic acid. It's been 1 month since switching out Addie's birth control, and I have to admit I was absolutely shocked when she told me she was heading out to grab feminine products a few days ago. With how often we were under the sheets last month, I would have bet anything that she wouldn't need those products again for at least 9 months. How is it that she's not pregnant yet? When she went to the store, I did some research. As it turns out, it can take up to a few months after a woman stops taking birth control for it to fully leave her system. I've read about women getting pregnant while on birth control, So this news about possibly having to wait longer for a baby was not only shocking to me, but devastating. Who knows how long this might take? I'm trying to be patient, but it's difficult. I'm ready to start my family now. However, since it appears that this may take a little longer than expected, I decide to pick up a few more bottles of the folic acid I'm using to swap Addie's birth control with. I don't want to run out and have to start this process all over again. Bending down, I scoop up 2 bottles of folic acid from the lowest shelf. When I stand up, someone bumps into me from behind, and the bottles in my hand drop to the floor. I'm already treading the line of irritation today, and now this. Luckily, the bottles are plastic and don't spill out everywhere, but people need to watch where they're going. I sigh loudly and turn around to the person, ready to find out why I haven't heard an apology come from their mouth, but when my eyes meet hers, my blood boils. "You," I say in a low growl. She folds her arms across her chest and raises a brow as she looks me up and down. She taps her foot while holding a smug look on her face. "Well, well, well. If it isn't my son's replacement," she scoffs. She gives me a strained, fake smile. "Tell me, how's your wife?" Inhaling deeply through my nostrils, I'm doing everything to hold back as Tricia Stevens stands before me. My wife has had nothing but problems with her ex-mother-in-law since the day I met her. I've tried to intervene, but Addie never wanted me to. So I've done my best to stand back and support Addie from arm's length every time she goes through the hell that this woman puts her through. But Addie isn't here right now. If Addie not getting pregnant this month and the random store alarm wasn't enough to set me off, seeing Tricia Stevens' face sure is. I take a step toward her, towering over her by at least a foot. I make myself as big and intimidating as I can when I lower my face to hers. In a low tone so no one can hear, I lay it out clearly for her. Mention my wife again, and you will spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder, worried about what I'll do to you. Ha! Tricia mockingly laughs in my face. I'm not the one who should be worried. You married a murderer. Don't talk about my wife like that. I snap. Tricia's eyes widen. Your random yet somehow perfectly timed presence in our lives is causing my wife stress. Stress that is interfering with conceiving. So listen here. You will leave my wife alone. Stop popping up everywhere she goes. Stop plotting against her. Stop trying to put her in jail or exact your revenge against Addie. I bring 2 fingers to my head and tap hard against my temple. I don't know why you can't get it through your head that your piece of shit son is now in the ground where he belongs. From everything I've heard, Glenn deserved everything that came to him. Tricia scowls at me when I mention her son. She doesn't freak out like I half expected her to. Instead, she chuckles. Oh, she's good. Tricia keeps a smirk on her lips as she shakes her head, briefly casting her eyes to the ground. She's really good. When she looks back up at me, there's fire behind her eyes. You're not as smart as you appear to be on that life coaching site of yours, are you? Why is she looking at my social media pages? Tricia continues. You let her convince you that she killed my son in self-defense? Do you honestly believe her? Her words catch me off guard. Of course I believe my wife. Why wouldn't I? Although there's something about the way Tricia is staring at me that makes me hesitate. I do believe Addie, don't I? Tricia lifts her chin boldly. And to think I almost tried to help you. There's a slight look of sorrow in her gaze, and out of nowhere her words tug at my heart. But I quickly shake off the feeling when she adds, I should get going. Tell your wife hello for me. I'm sure I'll be seeing her soon. I hold my arm out and point toward the door. Leave this door. Leave our lives, or I swear to God you'll be sorry. I'll never tell Addie that I saw you. I don't want to upset my wife. You're not worth it. She puts her hands up in front of her chest. The thanks I get for trying to help. Her sarcasm rolls smoothly off her tongue. I almost believed her. Almost. My last words of advice for you. Don't trust Addie. With those words, she turns on her heels and walks out the door, triggering the alarms on the metal detectors and sounding an alarm in my mind.
Chapter 23. Addie. So Rebecca Ware was a client of yours? I ask Keith when he walks through the front door. When were you going to tell me that you knew her? I chuckle to lighten the mood.
I'm not mad he didn't tell me he knew her. I just find it odd that he recently worked with her and never mentioned it, even though he knew Rebecca was the head of the nonprofit I am going to work with. Heath stares at me like a deer in the headlights. It's only when I see that he holds a plastic bag from a drugstore in one hand and his car keys in the other that I realize I've bombarded him with questions when he was only 2 steps in the door. This whole Rebecca thing bothers me more than I thought. His lips part as if he's going to say something, but he fumbles through his words. Yes, I know Rebecca. I put a hand on my hip. Yeah, she told me you spent your sessions together talking about yourself and our personal life. Is that right? I've never hired a life coach before, so I don't know if that's part of the process to relate or whatever, but the whole thing sounded off to me. I thought your business was going well. You never told me you were losing clients. Client, he clarifies. Just one client lost, and that was Rebecca. His tone is snappy and defensive. I've made him uncomfortable. I never mentioned it to you because that woman was never a good match for my coaching style. His explanation seems consistent with what Rebecca said so far. Look. He places his keys in the dish on the hallway table and sets his bag on the ground before walking closer to me. I didn't tell you for a reason. And that is, you had high hopes of working with the organization. Yes, I knew Rebecca was the head of it all, and I didn't say anything, he confirms. But it's because I didn't want to get in the way of your dreams. That doesn't make any sense. How would you, knowing Rebecca, get in the way? I spout. If anything, I imagine it would have helped my chances of getting in with the organization. I was actually a little relieved she rescinded your offer, so you didn't have to work with her. What? Tightening his lips into a line, he shakes his head, preparing to say whatever comes out of his mouth next. Rebecca is a horrible person, okay? There, I said it. He holds his hands up, thankful to get it off his chest. I don't feel like getting into it, but just know she is a terrible human being, and it makes me sick that you have to work with her to speak at this event. I gasp, utterly speechless. Rebecca seemed blunt yet fair, and actually kind of nice after we cleared the air about why she rescinded her offer. What in the world is Heath talking about? I can't go into detail right now. He walks back to the plastic bag on the floor and picks it up. He turns to walk away, but I'm not finished. Wait, that's it? You're seriously not going to tell me anything else about her? Like why you hate this woman? Without looking back, he says, I'm going to the bathroom. Oh God. I can table the conversation about Rebecca for a while, but Heath can't go into our bathroom right now. He can't see what I was doing. Not yet. I run ahead of him and make it to the bathroom just in time to reach for the handle and shut the door, blocking him from going in. What are you doing? Use the other bathroom, I blurt. Why? Thinking quickly, I reply, just use this one, and I'm a little embarrassed by the smell. Why did I say that? That's all I could come up with. Such a stupid excuse, but hopefully it works. He shifts his eyes, looking at me, then the bathroom door. He's just as suspicious about the bathroom as I am about what he knows about Rebecca Ware, but neither of us says anything at this moment. Fine. He eventually, unwillingly gives in. When he walks away, I think we both let out a sigh of relief. I never intended to keep secrets from my husband in this new marriage. I want it to work out. But there are some things that a marriage can't recover from. Once Heath knows what's happening behind the bathroom door, things are going to change forever.
Chapter 24. Heath. What was that? Why was Addie acting so strangely about the bathroom? I suppose I'm one to talk. I haven't been acting like myself since I started switching out her birth control and waiting for the good news. But I have a reason for my odd behavior. What's her reason? I tucked the plastic bag containing the folic acid bottles I just bought underneath the kitchen sink. My regular spot, under the master bathroom counter, was, for some reason, blocked by Addie. Maybe it's just my way of releasing the angst that built up inside me from my encounter with Trisha Stevens at the store. That woman knows exactly how to get under people's skin, putting thoughts in their heads. Don't trust Addie. Why would Trisha say that? Addie is the most trustworthy person I've ever met. Trisha is just trying to make me suspicious of my wife, to pit us against each other and break us up. But then again, I think back to 10 minutes ago when Addie was insistent about making sure I didn't enter our bathroom. I've entered that bathroom after Addie has used it a ton of times, and Addie has never been embarrassed by her bodily functions. Why does she care so much about it today? Something doesn't feel right. I need to see what's going on in there. How can I get Addie out of the house? I don't want her to think I'm suspicious, because I am. I pace around the kitchen until an idea pops into my head. Hey, babe, can you come here? A moment later, Addie enters the kitchen. Yeah? Her tone still slightly annoyed from our conversation earlier, when I never gave her the details about Rebecca. I will tell Addie about everything that happened with Rebecca, but right when I walked in wasn't the time. I was caught off guard, and if I'm going to tell her, I have to rehearse how I'm going to say it to her. I was thinking, I begin, what if we reset with a nice home-cooked meal tonight? I rub my hands together anxiously. I want to cook for you, a true diet cheat day for me. I'll cook anything you want, a delicious meal paired with good wine and a decadent dessert, which of course would be purchased from a bakery since I can't bake for squat. Addie cracks a smile at my lame excuse for a joke. It's working. I step toward Addie, reaching for her hands and rubbing the backs of them. What do you say? Her gaze falls to the floor at first, and I feel my plan falling apart. But when she looks up at me again, she has that look on her face. The, how could I say no to you look. And I know she's on board. You can cook it, but obviously I'm going to the store to choose what we eat, she finally replies. If it were up to you, we'd be choking down dry, plain chicken with brown rice or some sort of chia seed parfait. I'm going to need something fatty and greasy tonight. She laughs. The tension's been cut. The air is looser already. It sounds like a plan. Reaching into my back pocket, I take out my phone. It's already 3. You should probably head to the store soon, right? So I have time to prep everything. Otherwise, we might not eat until like 8. Good idea. She grabs her keys and purse, then kisses me before walking toward the door. Any special requests? Just having you out of the house for a little so I can put my suspicions to rest. Nope. I'll be good with whatever you choose, as long as it's not canned tamales. A meal my foster mother called her Saturday special. I turn my smile upside down and scratch my tongue against my teeth at the thought of the mushy texture. Addie laughs. Okay, anything but canned tamales. I think I can come up with something. Love you. Waving from the front door, I wait until I no longer see her to close the door. And up the stairs to the master bathroom I go. Swinging open the door, I stand in the doorway and scour the place with my eyes. I half expect to see something obviously out of place when I open the door, but at first glance, nothing strikes me as out of the ordinary. Bathroom toiletries are in their places on the sink. Towels are folded and hung. So far, so good. Decor is in order. String lights draped from the top of the mirror over the sink. The same hilarious sign hangs over the toilet. A picture of a fictional character from one of Addie's favorite TV shows points at you with her jaw dropped and closed eyes, making it feel like the person is laughing at you while you do your business. I've never seen the show, but it seems like I should because the sign is hilarious. Back to business. The trash can is overflowing, as usual. I make a mental note to take it out later. Nothing is amiss. Everything that should be here is here, and it seems like there's nothing here that shouldn't be. Time to dig deeper. I check the medicine cabinet, then under the sink. The thin layer of undisturbed dust on the shelves helps confirm that nothing down here has been touched. Not one bottle of shampoo has moved since I opened the cabinet last. Not sure if I should feel relieved that I didn't find anything or feel disappointed that I went through all the trouble of devising a plan, only for said plan to end up inconclusive and uneventful. Well, fuck, I mutter. Guess I'll just take out the trash and get ready to cook a fancy meal. I grab hold of the edge of the bag wrapped around the small trash can and tug upward until the bag and the can are separated. I tie the top of the bag and pick it up by the knot as I begin to walk across the tile. 1 step, 2 steps, rip. The bottom of the bag splits open, and all the contents of the trash spill out onto the floor. I toss my head back on my shoulders, let out a few swear words, then bend down to put everything into the bagless bin. After touching every used tissue, makeup, sponge, and cotton swab, I see something, and my jaw falls open. What is this? I reach out to examine it closer. As much as I believe my eyes could be deceiving me, I know for a fact they're not. I'm holding the truth right here in my hand. A little white stick with a pink cap on the end. And there's a plus sign in the viewing window. Oh my God. Addie's pregnant.
Chapter 25. Addie. You bought me flowers? I stare at the vase of bright colors, and a brittle smile cracks across my features when I look at Heath. I hate flowers. The typical reaction when someone brings you a stunning, seasonally matched floral bouquet is to be overjoyed and grateful. However, when I see flowers, I don't get that bubbly feeling inside. To me, flowers represent everything but happiness. To me, flowers represent a sad excuse for a mistake made. Flowers represent annual made-up holidays that remind people to show their significant other they love them when they should be showing it all year long. Flowers represent a cheaper way of congratulating someone on a milestone that should be worthy of something more grand and useful, like a monetary gift. Flowers represent death. And here they are, in my house, in a clear glass vase on my kitchen table. Heath's gesture comes from a good place, but I'm only acting like I'm happy about this. I'm not the best actor. My grin isn't reaching my eyes, so I do my best to awkwardly move the conversation forward. What's the occasion? No reason, he says in a way that's like a child who is terrible at lying. His Cheshire cat expression confirms my suspicion. He found the test. We've been married for a little over a month now, and I have to be honest with myself. Things haven't felt right between us since the day of our reception when I overheard him talking about his plans to start our family. It feels like after that day, I've uncovered one thing after another. I don't think he's intentionally lying to me, but rather, he's never fully admitted how he truly feels about kids. It means more to him than it does to me at this time in my life. I'd be stupid not to have learned anything from enduring the tragic events in my past. So when Heath asked to marry me, I only agreed because I knew if it didn't work, I would just leave this time around. These days, divorces are as easy to obtain as drive-through food. I felt confident in my decision to be with Heath because, in my back pocket, I had an out. A placebo effect, I think. I truly never intended to divorce, but knowing I had an escape somehow had a psychological effect on my brain and made me more confident and happy in my marriage, similar to the 1 week of sugar pills they put in birth control packets. It's put there so you keep your routine, never miss a day, and feel confident that you won't end up in a situation you're not ready for. Heath still hasn't shared every detail about his connection to Rebecca, and I can't stop thinking about how he told her about our personal life, which he delivered only his version to her. For some reason, he'll tell his clients, but he won't come out and say it to me. If he did, we might be able to talk through this, but something tells me he won't unless I force it out of him. I'm not ready for kids right this second, but Heath has apparently been waiting to be a dad his whole life. If having kids is this important to him, he should have told me up front. I need to know where he stands. So, I made a plan to find out. Drawing a positive symbol on an unused pregnancy test and burying it at the bottom of the trash proved to give me the answer I've been looking for. I sliced a hole in the bottom of the bag, knowing he would eventually take it out. The contents would spill, he would find it, and assume I just found out. Then I would see his reaction and let his true feelings reveal themselves. And they did. Look at him right now. There's pep in his step. His smile is permanent. He got me no reason flowers, for goodness sake. He thinks I'm pregnant, and this is his reaction. I even overheard him rehearsing what he would say to his long-term foster mother when he decides to share the news with her. My plan worked, though I wish it hadn't. Heath's reaction is exactly what I didn't want it to be. I'll need to squash this idea, and unfortunately, I'll have to switch from my original plan to the one I hoped I'd never have to use.
Chapter 26. Heath. It's been 2 weeks since I saw that positive test in the trash. 2 weeks, and Addie hasn't mentioned it to me. I thought maybe she might be planning a special way to reveal the news to me, so I was eagerly waiting for her to do so. But this morning I found that a surprise reveal was not why she was waiting to tell me. Once again, the bathroom trash was full. I went to pull out the bag, a bit more cautiously than the last time, and I saw some of Addie's feminine products sitting on top. Feminine products that women only use when they do not have a fetus growing inside them. My heart shattered into a million pieces when I saw the crimson evidence of what could have been the wonderful start to our next chapter. It didn't work. We had everything and lost it all. How could this happen? Seeing that sent me right back to the computer for more research. It turns out these things are more common than people talk about. This wasn't the news I was hoping for, but it means it's only a matter of time. My switching out her birth control is working, so I'll keep it up. And in the meantime, I'll continue to shower Addie with more love than I ever have. Addie strolls into the kitchen. "Good morning," she says, flashing a quick grin at me while rubbing her still sleepy eyes. She puts a coffee pod into the machine and presses the button, then opens the fridge to grab her creamer as she waits for the hot cup to finish brewing. I tilt my head as I read her body language. She's not sulking like I would expect from a woman who just had a miscarriage. Her shoulders aren't hunched. Her expression isn't sad in the slightest. I approach her cautiously from behind, wrapping my arms around her waist and resting my head on her shoulder. She leans back into me, and together we sway. "I'll always be here for you," I whisper in her ear. "You know that, don't you?" She crooks her head to look up at me. "Yeah?" she says, suspiciously. "Just want you to remember that." I hold my cheek against hers. We're in this together. For life.
Chapter 27. Addie. "Addison?" Heath shouts for me from downstairs. The panic in his tone is unmistakable. He never uses my real name. "Addison!" he calls out again. I rush to the top of the stairs and respond as I descend. "Coming! Where are you?" "My office." Bursting through the door nearly out of breath, I see him sitting behind his computer with his hands cupped over his mouth. "What's wrong?" He sucks his teeth while shaking his head. "Look at this!" He points to the screen. "I just can't believe what I'm reading." My eyes dart toward the screen. Heath has had his business's social media account open, and he's pointing to the comments on his last encouraging post. Comment 1. Step 1, get a life. Step 2, coach yourself, dickhead. Comment 2. Let me guess, your first client ever was your cat? Guy is a fake. Comment 3. Fuck off. Comment 4. Nothing says I'm successful like advising others from your mom's basement. Total loser. Comment 5. How are you going to coach others when you can't even control your weight? Did you see his newest photo? Dude gained like 50 pounds. First pic must have been a high school pic. Comment 6. This guy's coaching certification must be printed on pink-scented toilet paper. You suck, Heath Kennedy. Comment 7. Scam. And the list continues. Heath is breathing heavy as he reads and rereads every single comment. For a moment, I almost see tears building behind his eyes. However, at a second glance, I see that it's devastation mixed with rage. He is pissed off. I've never seen him look so angry. They're calling me fake, telling me to fuck off. I mean, who are these people? Why am I getting attacked right now? I don't say anything at first. I quietly read over the rest of the comments. If Heath weren't so into his strict lifestyle of diet and exercise, he might be able to see the humor in internet trolls.
Every public figure has them, and if he weren't seething right now, I might laugh out loud. Some of the comments are pretty clever and hilarious, but now is not the time to side with the trolls. Don't read into these comments. I suggest in the most soothing voice I can muster right now. This type of person usually has nothing else going on in their lives, so they take it out on people they'll never know in real life. Keyboard warriors, trolls. How can I let this sit here on my page when my entire livelihood is wrapped up in this business? I mean, is this what it feels like to be canceled? Oh fuck, is that what this is? Am I being canceled? Calm down. You're not being canceled. He bobs his head insistently. Oh, but I am. He points to the screen. They're coming at me from all angles, commenting on my weight in the last photo. There's no reason for that. A valid point. I mean, sure, you've gained a little weight, but how rude of someone to call you out about it on a public forum. Heath swivels his head to me and shoots a sharp glance in my direction. I think you'll be fine, I add before he lets my words sink in. Just delete the comments if they bother you so much. He clenches his jaw. I have deleted the comments and blocked the people who posted them, but every time I do, a new profile shows up making the same remarks. It has to be her behind all this. Who? Rebecca Ware. I know it's her. That's absurd. Whatever happened is between you two. She's a professional. She wouldn't even have time to do something this juvenile if she wanted to. He moves his head from side to side. I disagree. The comments slowly started trickling in shortly after you met with her when she told you she knew me. I can't help but laugh. Why would she do something like this? It doesn't make any sense unless she had a reason to. You never did finish telling me the story of what happened during your sessions together. Did something happen that would make her want to act out against you in this way? Holding my breath, I wonder if he'll tell me more. There's no reason, he snaps. She's a horrible person, and horrible people do shit like this for fun. End of story. I didn't think he'd tell me. I sigh. If you truly believe these comments are a personal attack, why wouldn't you suspect Stephanie? Robert's wife? He scoffs as if what I'm saying is the craziest thing he's heard all day. Why would she have anything to do with this? You know, never mind. I shouldn't have said anything. Oh no, he replies defensively and almost sarcastically. Please tell me why you think my best friend's wife would be involved in something so heinous. I chew my bottom lip. Well, I wasn't going to bring it up, but do you remember the game night we had at the Parkers before we were married? He nods. Well, that night Stephanie waited for me outside the bathroom. Yes, you told me this story. He gestures for me to finish my story quickly. You thought she was waiting to use the bathroom, but she was waiting for you, and you thought it was weird, yada yada. But what does that have to do with the slander on my business page? Stephanie was waiting to talk to me. She was waiting to tell me to be careful and that I should never agree to marry you. Heath stares blankly at me. He blinks through his thoughts and utters a whisper. She told you that? I nod. Yes. She thought you were seeing someone else on the side. I never told you because I didn't want you to think any differently about your friend, but I'm not so sure she's much of a friend at all if we're being honest. He's quiet, lost in deep thought. I add, but hey, I married you anyway, didn't I? I gestured toward the screen. And stop reading the comments. Don't let them get to you. If the comments bother you, then the trolls win. Besides, there are enough positive reviews and comments to outweigh the negative. You and your business will be fine. My words go in one of his ears and out the other. Today, the internet trolls win.
Chapter 28. Heath. In the master bedroom, I stand in the mirror with my shirt off and a towel wrapped around my waist, still dripping from the shower. I flex every muscle in my body while carefully critiquing my appearance. It's true what they say. You are your own worst critic. So why do I care so much about what others think? I haven't put on weight, have I? Those stupid commenters have no idea what they're talking about. I look down at my abs and count. All 6 are still there. I turn to the side and straighten my posture. I look a little thicker than I typically do, but it's muscle mass. This is muscle weight, not out of shape weight. Addie's right. I shouldn't let those comments get to me. Then again, it isn't lost on me that Addie so casually agreed with the commenters that I've gained weight. I never thought she was the type to notice changes like this in me. I wonder if my weight gain bothers her. Staying fit has not only been a life goal for me, but with my new career, it's critical for my public image. I can't go around promoting life and health coaching if I don't take care of myself. I would never get any clients. Self-care, physical and mental health go hand in hand in this field. Inhaling deep, I hold my breath while I flex again, then slowly release. I'd be lying if I thought I didn't look good. It's not cockiness, it's confidence. It took a long time to build up confidence in all areas of life, and I'm proud of where I am now. It took years of uplifting messages from my teachers to know that I was intelligent, despite what kids in foster care said about me. It took practice with multiple women to become confident in bed, and up until the hiccup I had last night, I've been able to fully satisfy my wife every single time. What happened last night won't happen again. It took meeting Addie to be confident in truly loving someone for the first time. One of the exercises I have my clients do is look at themselves in the mirror and say at least one positive affirmation each day. It's time I took some of my own advice. Shaking off the bad vibes, I briefly close my eyes and take a few deep breaths. When I open my eyes, I drop my towel to the floor and take in the sight of all of me as I recite my affirmations. I am confident. I am strong. I will overcome any challenges. Pushing my shoulders back as far as necessary to straighten my spine, I exhale through my mouth. I refuse to let some little internet assholes try to bring me down.
Chapter 29. Addie. My mouth has been hanging open so long it's dry. What the hell is Heath doing? I heard the shower turn off and was about to enter the room to ask him what he felt like having for lunch when I saw him through the sliver of the door as it sat ajar. Flexing. Running his eyes over every detail of his own body in a way he's never looked at me. Then he let go of the towel. Has he lost his mind? What were the words coming out of his mouth? Why was he giving his member a pep talk for not performing last night? I get it. It happens to every guy at some point in their life. But as much as Heath tried to play it off, he was mortified when he was unable to stiffen up. I can't count the number of times he repeatedly claimed that he had never encountered this issue before. His behavior, everything that's happened, I'm starting to have my doubts about our marriage. Get married, start fresh, just get divorced if it doesn't work out. What the hell was I thinking? I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't stay if it wasn't right. Should I consider leaving him so soon? I can't pull the plug on this marriage already, can I? Even if I did think about divorce, I would have to be absolutely sure that leaving Heath was the right decision. Quietly backing away from the door, I tiptoe as far away from it as I possibly can. Watching Heath's obsession with his body makes me cringe. I need to clear my mind and give myself a chance to think freely from distraction. I can't look at Heath like this when I make my decision, otherwise I'd be out the door by now. Down the stairs and into the living room I go. I curl onto the couch and rest my head against the cushion. Perhaps a deep dive into remembering why Heath and I fell so hard so fast might help. Let's see. Met Heath at my late husband's funeral. Got down and dirty that same night. Stayed bunked up for a week. Got personal about things. Began hanging out every night, needing each other. Met his friends. Had game nights at the Parkers. The Parkers. My racing thoughts come to a full stop when I think about that life-changing game night. A casual night of hanging out with friends that could have ended so differently but didn't. That night changed things forever. Despite the drinks and my shoddy memory, I remember every detail. Everything was going fine that night until I got up to use the restroom. I had had a few drinks by that time, and all the hallway doors looked the same. I opened the second door on the right instead of turning left, and there he was. Robert had always been a flirty guy since the day I met him. He flirts with me in front of Heath all the time, but not seriously or sexually. He is a boisterous man with a sense of humor, and I clicked with him immediately when Heath first introduced us. I am obviously involved with Heath, and Robert is a married man, so I never take any of what he says seriously. It's all a little harmless fun. Before that infamous game night, Robert and I had only been left alone by our significant others a few times. It only took those few chats with Robert to know that he was my if I only met you first guy. The guy you know in your heart that you would have chosen to be with over the guy you are currently with, had you met him first. I have to be honest with myself. If I were given a redo and had happened to meet Heath and Robert on the same day, I would have chosen Robert. And Robert feels the same way about me. I don't take each relationship I'm in for granted. I live and learn from each one. Glenn was one extreme and Heath is the other. Heath is everything I need for the transition in my life, and I appreciate that Heath has shown me I'm worthy of being loved, even after having blood on my hands. But Robert... Robert is the perfect combination of the best parts of Glenn and Heath. Robert lands snugly in the middle. He's not too controlling, but definitely not a pushover. He's not too clingy, but has demonstrated in his friendships how he is always there for people when they need him. And he is funny when Glenn was not. Heath tries, but I end up forcing simulated laughs for his benefit. "Oh shit, sorry," I blurted when I saw Robert standing there in his room in his boxers. He had spilled his drink and was in the middle of swapping out his pants when I accidentally walked in on him. He laughed, but didn't attempt to cover himself or shy away, and that's when the heated tension filled the room. Robert and I had jokingly talked about testing the waters one day to get the sexual tension out of the way and see if we were missing out on something incredible between the two of us. But it was just that, a joke. We weren't seriously talking about cheating on our partners. At least, I didn't think we were. Then we were there in that room, alone. We stood there taking in the sight of each other. Both of us were intoxicated just enough to justify that trying each other out was a good idea. We knew that would mean he would be cheating on his wife, and even though we weren't married or engaged at the time, it could also be argued that I would be cheating too. For some reason, I had to see it through. The unsuspecting party chattered on in the background as Robert and I came together. I lifted my dress, and it all happened so fast. After everything I went through with Glenn and Heath's occasional inability to satisfy my urges, I needed what Robert was going to bring to the table. I wanted to feel in control again. After jumping belly up into a non-relationship relationship with Heath, I needed something to make me feel like my old self again. Just one more time. Everything felt right until the door was cracked open and a pair of wide eyes peered in our direction. I hurried out of the room and down the hall to the guest bathroom after, and stared at myself in the mirror. I almost felt bad about what I did. Almost. But why should I feel bad about having freedom? Heath knew our situation. We weren't official. For all I knew, Heath could have been doing the same thing with another woman. I was almost certain he wasn't sleeping with other women, but I wouldn't begrudge him if he did. He was free, and so was I. I fought hard for my freedom, so I had every right to exercise my liberties. However, I didn't know Heath was going to propose the next day. We were still in the dating phase, seeing if we were compatible. How was I supposed to know what was going through his mind? I ran through a lot of scenarios in my mind when I stared at Heath down on his knee that day. I'm honestly not sure if I said yes because I truly wanted to marry Heath or because of my guilty conscience. Must have been the former because my guilty conscience certainly didn't stop me from meeting up with Robert a few more times after that night. Chapter 30. Addie. And that's why I chose to fight back. I stand tall as I speak clearly into the microphone and stare out at the large crowd. Some of you might be asking yourself if fighting back makes you just as guilty as your abuser, but I can assure you it's not the same thing. Fighting back means reclaiming what's yours, taking what should have never been out of your possession in the first place. I grip the sides of the podium with my hands and stiffen my arms, keeping myself up strong for the conclusion of my speech at the Stop It, People Against Domestic Violence event. So I encourage you all to do the same. The lights are so bright that I can hardly see the attendees in the audience. I want to see their faces. I want to know I'm making a difference. Bringing my hand up to my forehead, I shield my eyes from the light and squint. I want to know that you heard me. My voice grows stronger, and I walk to the center stage. We will not be called victims anymore. So I encourage you to stand up with me and take your power back. Opening my arms to the audience, I lift them. Stand up with me and don't apologize for it. One by one, members of the audience begin standing up, and the energy in the air shifts from empathetic, dark, and dreary to encouraging, bright, and lively. Together, we will stand against domestic violence. Together, we will take our power back. Let me hear you shout it out as loud as you can. Take my power back. Take my power back. It's not long before the entire audience is chanting and clapping along with me. It feels so good to be in control of something in my life again. As I cast my eyes over the crowd one last time before exiting the stage, I inhale deeply through my nose and smile proudly at the crowd. Giving my speech against domestic violence just now was the most significant moment of my life. Maybe my words are encouraging enough to help someone in that crowd, and perhaps the crowd has motivated me as well. Take my power back. I just might have to.
Chapter 31. Heath. According to the tracking app I downloaded after the last time we went through this, Addie's monthly cycle should have come and gone by now. If anyone is wondering, no, Addie did not ask me to track every move her body makes. And no, my wife does not know that I have been monitoring her monthly visitor for weeks. It may seem odd for me to be the one tracking our journey to have a baby, but I'm doing this for us. I'm taking charge because she hasn't. However, should the day come that Addie finds out about me downloading the tracking app, she'll understand my reasoning for doing so. I'm sure of it. Another month has come and gone, and there's been no discussion about a baby. Not a mention of the miscarriage. She hasn't brought it up, so neither have I. She's most likely devastated after what happened, as am I. Maybe that's why our sex life has slowed down drastically. I'm not blaming Addie for our lack of connection lately. I, too, am guilty of distraction and creating distance between us. However, my distractions are coming from the comments on my business social media page, not just from the frustration of the baby process. The comments are getting to me. Even though I'm doing everything in my power not to let the words sink in, I can't deny that those comments are interfering with my life. There's been more than one time now, several times actually, that I couldn't get it up. Each time it happens, I can't believe it. She lies there looking up at me with those come fuck me eyes, the gorgeous love of my life. And all I can do is just hover over her, unable to do what she needs me to, dangling like a limp noodle instead of standing rigid as a sword. It's embarrassing. Who at my age needs Viagra? Luckily, according to my tracking app, I was able to perform for Addie during her ovulation window this month, and that's what matters. Thank you, again, for taking a look at the broken toilet, Addie says softly, then kisses me on the cheek. My meeting with Rebecca is in 20 minutes. I didn't have time to call a plumber out to look. It's convenient and super helpful that you don't have any client meetings today. Of course, love. I rest my hand on the small of her back and pull her into me. Even if I did have meetings today, I would make time to do anything for you. She tilts her head as a grin tugs at the corners of her mouth. You're always so good to me. She places a hand on her heart and whispers, Sometimes I'm not sure I deserve you. I can't quite read the expression on her face. She looks happy, but I'm sensing there's something else she's telling me with her eyes. It doesn't matter. I love Addie. What's today's meeting about again? I ask, making sure to show interest in her. Another potential speaking event? She replies eagerly. Rebecca told me the feedback she received from my last speech was some of the best she had ever received. She has another event lined up, but is looking at adding me to her permanent speakers list. Addie nearly squeals with excitement. That would mean being a motivational speaker as a full-time career. Seeing Addie so happy is just the reminder I need to carry out my plan when she leaves. I love Addie. Addie loves me. Everything I'm about to do is for us. Planting a kiss on her forehead, I wish her luck and watch her scurry out the door. When I'm certain she's gone, I reach into the box of purple latex gloves I bought just for this and tug on a pair. Then I make my way to the bathroom with the broken toilet, all while thoughts run rampant in my mind. I got the idea for this a few weeks back when a viral video popped up on social media. Usually the random video reels I get spammed with out of nowhere relate to my business in some way. Small business tax, lawyer ads, infomercials about other tools that life coaches use, anything that might get me to buy and promote healthcare items, etc. But that's not the video I saw that day. The video showed a husband filming himself as he quietly narrated a story. My wife thinks the toilet is broken, he whispered into the camera as he secretly filmed his wife coming out of the bathroom. What she doesn't know is that I purposely detached the flapper chain in the back of the toilet tank and fastened a small, clear bowl underneath the lid, hidden from the front so she couldn't see it. He kept the camera rolling as he entered the bathroom where his wife had just exited. Turning the camera on himself, he said, We've been trying for a baby, and she thinks it's too early to take a test, but we're going to find out today. He held up a new pregnancy test and, off-camera, dipped it into the tiny bowl that captured some of his wife's urine after she was unable to flush. And now we wait, he whispered. The video skips to 2 minutes later, revealing a positive pregnancy test. How in the world do I know my wife is pregnant before she does? He laughed, then teared up, then filmed himself telling his wife the good news. Call it coincidental, but that was a video I didn't know I needed to see. I'm not crazy. This was fate, as if the stars were aligning to show me that video at that time. It only took me all of 1 minute to decide that I wanted to do the same thing. And now, I'm here. Ripping open the pregnancy test, I dip it into the bowl I attached just inside the toilet Addie used before she left. And I wait. 2 minutes later, I look down, and there it is. Everything I hoped for. Years of dreaming about this, months of planning, and we did it. The test is positive. Addie is pregnant. I wouldn't believe it unless I was looking at it with my own 2 eyes. And here it is, right in front of me. I can't wait to tell her the good news.
Part 4. 1 month before that day. Chapter 32. Addie. Holding a hand over my stomach, I look at myself in the mirror. No bump yet. Every day, I feel like I'm going to wake up and all this will have been a figment of my imagination. But every day, I realize I'm wide awake and this is actually happening. I'll admit, I was completely shocked the day I got home and Heath was waiting for me with a congratulatory balloon and a bouquet. The damn flowers. I should have known something terrible was about to happen. I was skeptical at first. How could he be the one who told me I was pregnant? But when I confirmed it by taking a test for myself, I was shocked. I'd guess I was even more surprised than Heath must have been. Imagine carrying out an elaborate plan to purposely break a toilet to capture someone else's urine and use it for a pregnancy test. Who does that? Just the thought of Heath carrying out something so disgusting makes me cringe. If someone had told me 2 months ago that I would wind up pregnant in this scenario, I would have bet money that there was no way I could be. Not just because I didn't want it to happen, but because 2 months ago, I noticed something odd about my birth control pills. Every time I added my birth control into my pill sorter, the color would change slightly by the time I went to take it.
I'm not a scientist, but I thought maybe the discoloration was due to the pill being exposed to the air, as it does with oxidation. Or perhaps the color changed after exposure to the other pills in the container. I found ways to justify this change. However, the color wasn't the only change I noticed. Birth control has always made me feel a little bit bloated and swollen. My boobs get temporarily bigger, and my hormones take a little time to adjust. After about a week of noticing the odd color changes in my pills, I felt changes in my body. My boobs were shrinking, I no longer felt bloated, and my hormones were all over the place. I assumed my birth control was no longer working for me. I made an appointment with my doctor, who recommended I get the Depo-Provera shot instead. This Depo shot would replace my birth control pills entirely, and I would only have to get it 4 times a year. Who wouldn't agree to that? The doctor warned that my body could take a month or longer to get used to it and start working. My cycle would be irregular for a few months, but I didn't care about all that. I just wanted the birth control to do its job. To which it did not. The pregnancy struck me as odd when I looked at the timeline of my sex life. None of the timing adds up. How could I be pregnant when Heath and I haven't been together like that in a while? Even when we do manage to get in a session, he's not always ready for me, and therefore hardly ever finishes the job. I've been left unsatisfied in that department many times. Piled dissatisfaction on top of the few other odd things happening in our relationship. And what am I left with? Worry, fear, uncertainty, and a mind that's starting to constantly doubt my recent life choices. It seems impossible for me to be pregnant with Heath's baby because it's not his baby. It's Robert's.
Chapter 33. Heath. From the moment I told her, I could see it in Addie's eyes that she was just as excited as I was when I found out. Sure, it took some time to convince Addie that I was telling the truth. At first, she looked at me as if I was crazy when I told her about everything I had done. And I can't blame Addie for her initial reaction. I suppose it does look a little odd if you don't know the whole story. The birth control pill swaps, tracking her cycle on the app, purposely disconnecting the toilet so I could be the one to check if she was pregnant. But I went on to explain to her that I had good intentions behind every action, and that was enough to appease Addie's suspicions. For now. She was so choked up and emotional, she was at a loss for words. I guessed she was thinking about the great lengths I went through just to get us to this point. She started to cry after she took another test and saw the results for herself. The realization must have hit her then. We are starting a family regardless of whether we are ready to or not. I found her reaction to be genuinely sweet, tender, and adorable. All she could manage to get out was how she needed time and space to process the information. And I'm happy to give her all the time she needs. Anything to keep my lovely wife happy. That's why I'm in the car, sitting alone in the driveway right now. I also need time alone. I have so many people I want to connect with, to pass along the good news. My first instinct is to pick up the phone and dial my foster mother. Jean will certainly be thrilled to be a grandmother. But instead of dialing Jean first, I have another person to share the news with. I put the car in reverse and drive away from the house to visit my biological mother in prison. I can't wait to see the reaction on Nicolette's face when she finds out that she has a grandchild whom she will never meet. Even though I have only done this a few times in my life, I'm willing to jump through all the hoops at the prison just to get inside and tell my mother, the woman who killed my father, that she has a grandchild on the way. I imagine she will get emotional and sob with both happy and sad tears. Happy for me and my new wife, sad because she won't be around or free to watch the baby grow up. And inside I will be laughing nonstop, knowing that the true reason to visit Nicolette is to spite her. My biological mother ruined my life outside these walls, so I plan on ruining hers inside these walls. Pulling up to the prison, I walk inside. I'm here to see Nicolette Kennedy. It's been years since I visited, heard from, or had any connection to Mom. I wonder what she looks like these days. Nicolette Kennedy. The woman behind the desk raises a brow. I'm sorry, sir, but Nicolette passed away last year. What? That can't be right. I'm her son. Someone would have called me, and I haven't heard so much as a peep from this prison in years. Look again at that computer of yours. Surely you're mistaken. She does a quick double glance at her screen and shakes her head. No, sir. It says right here, deceased in November of last year. But I don't need proof. I remember Nicolette. I was working the day she died. A flash of sorrow washes over her face before she whispers. Apparent suicide. She shakes her head slowly. It's always so sad when they go out like that. I stand in front of the counter, practically frozen. This doesn't make any sense. Eventually, I argue, I never received a death certificate. Is that even legal? Sir, typically the warden or prison administration will contact the next of kin listed as the inmate's emergency contact, but, She scrolls the mouse downward on her computer and shows me the screen. You see here, this inmate did not list anyone as her emergency contact. She goes on to explain a few more things, but at this point I've tuned her out. Mom won. She murdered my father, tossed me into the system, and now she got the last word. Fuck her. I'm giving myself the entire ride home to think about Mom. Be sad about her. Be angry about her. But the moment I step into our house, I swear I will never think of my biological mother again. Nicolette Kennedy, the root cause of my lifelong insecurities and trust issues. The woman I never understood, and now never will, even if I wanted to. This chapter is closed, and I have no intention of ever opening it again. There was a time I thought I needed her, but that time has passed. Why would I need someone like Nicolette when I have Addie and our child now? The three of us growing into the happy family I've always wanted, needed, craved. With Addie, I will have the life I was destined for. I swing the front door open. Addie? I call out, but hear nothing in return. Checking every room in the house for my wife, I don't stop until I find her lying in the bathtub with all her clothes on. Her face is wet, but not from the shower head above. The water is turned off. The faucet of tears streaming down her face when I left is still leaking. I know she wants this family as much as I do. She just can't see it yet. Why is it taking so long for her to see it? Perhaps the information is simply too new, that's all. I love her, and the three of us are going to be a big, happy family. The news about Nicolette isn't going to affect what Addie and I have. Nothing can penetrate the solid foundation Addie and I are creating. We will be happy. I will be happy. And I'm not going to let anything get in the way of that.
Chapter 34. Addie. My chest is so tight it feels like invisible hands are reaching out to squeeze the air from my lungs. I have no words. What the actual fuck is happening here? I might be guilty of meeting up with Robert a few times to satisfy a need, but the more I think about it, I'm not the only person in the wrong here. How could Heath do something this methodical if he weren't an absolute psychopath? When I saw the positive pregnancy test and thought about the timing of it all, I first assumed the baby was Robert's. As if that wasn't going to make things difficult enough. But after Heath vividly laid out everything he has done, now I don't know what to think. I'm not so sure anymore that the baby is Robert's. Heath flushed my birth control. He could be the father of my baby. My baby's dad could be the man who looked me in the eyes and confessed to manipulating me, then smiled as if I should be thanking him for what he's done. Tracking my cycle? Switching out my birth control? Who does that? That's not right. I said I wouldn't stay this time if things weren't working, and this is not working. My mind is screaming, run! Get this man out of your house today, right now. But my legs are refusing to move. This must be what it feels like when your body goes into shock. Rapidly increasing heart rate, labored breathing. Yeah, that's it. I must be experiencing the stages of shock. What's next? Loss of consciousness? Because if that's not it, what else could possibly happen that's worse than potentially carrying the spawn of this sick individual? Imminent death?
Experiencing abuse is something I'm far too familiar with, but a new level of fear has been unlocked with Heath today. At least with Glenn, I saw it coming. By the end of that marriage, I knew every move Glenn was going to make before he made it. What's happening with Heath feels 10 times worse than anything Glenn threw at me, physically or mentally. If Heath could sit idle and act as perfectly as he has been while operating a scheme this life-changing in the background, what else is he capable of? How am I at the point in my life where I am comparing my new husband with my old one, and Glenn is the lesser of two evils? I know what it feels like to be scared of a person, and after today, I am terrified of Heath. Heath is playing the long game. There is no way he is going to agree to walk away if I ask him to leave, not after everything he's done to get us to this point. Heath believes we are about to be one happy little family, but that couldn't be further from the truth. I knew Heath had deeply rooted layers to him, but I never thought the layers ran deeper than basic mommy issues and insecurities. Fuck, I was so far off. Heath is delusional. Then it hits me. If he ever finds out about Robert or suspects this baby isn't his, I'm not sure what he'll do. Tears flood my eyes, and I can't stop them from continuously streaming down my cheeks. My recently brightened world is suddenly dimming. What am I supposed to do? I can't tell anyone because I look like the bad guy. I'd have to confess to cheating with Robert. Robert and his wife have been together for a long time. I never wanted to break up a marriage. I can't out Robert like that to save myself, can I? No, it wouldn't be right. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe I can sit down with Heath and talk this through. There has to be a way that I can get out of this marriage safely without ever bringing Robert into the mix. My rampant thoughts are interrupted by the sound of my phone buzzing on my nightstand. Glancing down at the screen, I scratch my temple when I read the name. Jean? Why is she calling me right now? The best version of a mother, which isn't saying much, that Heath had growing up in the foster care system. We met only once, but she insisted on exchanging numbers because she wanted to call me all the time and share stories about Heath and his youth. To date, she has never called me once. I swipe and take the call. Addie, dear, this is Jean. Her raspy smoker's voice strangles my ears through the phone as I answer the call. I just heard the good news. To say I'm excited is an understatement. I'm over the moon for you two. Scrunching my brows, I try to clarify. Wait, what news are you referring to? There's no way Heath has already spread the news about the baby. This information is less than a few hours old. I heard him go somewhere and come back, but I assumed he was just driving around to give me space like he said he was going to. I didn't think he was out there calling people. Jean must be referring to something else. She has to be. The baby, of course! She cackles into the phone. Oh my God. I just got off the phone with Heath, but wanted to make sure to call you personally to congratulate you, new mommy. I may not have gone through the whole pregnancy thing myself, but as a foster mother, I have a lot of experience with kids from infancy through adulthood. I'm here if you have any questions or need a babysitter. Had the news about this pregnancy been planned or considered a positive circumstance through my eyes, I can almost understand Jean's call. She's coming from a good place, and the gesture she is extending is sweet. But there's not a fucking chance in hell that I would ever let this woman babysit after Heath shared everything he went through while living in her house. I'm still haunted by the story Heath shared with me about George, Jean's vibrator. Though I never heard her say it with my own ears, I sometimes imagine Jean chanting, "I love George," in front of her teenage foster child, and it makes me want to puke. As I take in all the unsolicited advice from Jean, my mind drifts to the more important issue at hand. There's a man downstairs that I thought I knew, but I don't. He's a stranger, and I don't know what else he's capable of. He's dangerous, and I need to get away. This is my house. How can I get him out? He won't go easily. Are you there? Jean calls out. I said I want to be involved. Don't you leave me out of any part of this, you hear me? She coughs. I'll just show up uninvited if I don't hear from you. Heath gave me a copy of your house key. My palms are sticky with sweat and my mouth has gone dry. My stomach aches from the knot twisting over and over inside. This is too much. I have to get out of this situation, and I have to do it soon. Chapter 35. Addie. It's uncomfortably quiet when I crack open my bedroom door and listen for Heath's movements in the house. Did he leave again? It's not until I'm at the top of the stairs that I hear the crinkling of plastic bags. He went shopping? Tiptoeing because I'm not ready to face him, I descend just enough stairs where I can peek into the kitchen. There he is. There are several beige-tinted plastic bags on the counter in front of him. I'm too far away to see the store logo on the bag, and I don't recognize it. I whispered to myself, "Where did you go, dear husband?" Heath is hunched over the counter, rifling through the bags and ripping through packages. I hear loud thuds of metal as Heath sets whatever was in the package against the counter. There's a pile of something there, but I can't quite make out what it is. Heath exits the kitchen to the right. A few more clicks and a couple of screeching noises, then he's back in the kitchen. He takes something else from the pile and disappears from the kitchen again. He does this 2 more times before I hear his footsteps approaching the front door. Scrambling back to my feet, I tuck myself behind the wall on the landing at the top of the stairs and peer over the ledge. Heath holds a drill in his hand. What is he doing? He whistles a jaunty tune as he makes a few holes in the door at eye level, bigger than I would expect for what he appears to be doing. A few screws and it's looking like he's installing a new security lock. At least he's come to his senses when it comes to his foster mom. Jean must have threatened him too, that she would just show up using her key, which she shouldn't have had in the first place. But as I watch Heath finish installing the lock, I tilt my head and furrow my brows. He has installed it backwards. The keyhole is on the interior side of the door. Heath opens the front door to attach the other half of the lock, and I assume he will notice his mistake right away. He doesn't. Instead, he continues to add screws, finishing what he started. When he steps back, that's when I see it. The exterior lock also has a keyhole. I recognize the double-cylinder deadbolt. It's the same as the one my late husband installed on his small shop in the backyard. This type of lock requires a key to open either side. In Glenn's shop was the first time I had ever seen something like this. It seemed like a fire hazard to me, but Glenn insisted that it was the best protection for his valuables in his shop. He had argued that with a double-sided lock, no one would be able to break a window on the shop and reach inside to unlock the door. I suppose Glenn had his reasons, but what is Heath's purpose in installing a lock like this on my front door now? An uneasy feeling settles inside me. The only reason I can come up with for having a lock like this would be to keep things locked out. And to keep things locked in. Heath inserts the key into the lock and turns it until there's a clicking sound. Then he slips the key into the front pocket of his jeans. Chapter 36. Addie. What are you doing? I say boldly when I come out from standing behind the wall. I'm scared of this man, but I can't let him know that. He slowly turns around with a pleased expression on his face. Hi, sweetheart. Are you feeling better now that you've had some time to process everything? He asks, completely disregarding my question. I wasn't trying to disturb you, but I thought it was best I get these installed right away. Heath motions toward the lock. These? My voice trembles slightly. There are more? Oh yes, of course. I put them on every door that leads outside. Front door, back door, garage door. He grins and bops his head as he tells me. Why wouldn't I? Why would you? I fire back. He lightly scoffs. Do you really have to ask that? He scrunches his face and turns his palm upward. It's obviously for you. Everything I do is for you.
He shakes his head and mutters to himself. Why would I put up locks? What a ridiculous question. The locks are for me? I can feel my heart beating in my throat. We have locks on the door already. Why do you think we need these? Because, darling. Darling? We don't need any visitors popping in to add any stress to our lives now that you're pregnant. So these locks really are to keep Jean out? I let out a light sigh. This is the first bout of relief I've felt since Heath told me I was pregnant. And, he continues, and my body tenses back up. After your miscarriage, I think we need to be more careful. My miscarriage, I'm about to refute, telling him I never had a miscarriage, but I let my voice trail off when I remember the sting I set up for him. Planting a fake pregnancy test in the trash seemed like a good idea at the time. He continues, I did some research about causes of pregnancy loss in new mothers. Turns out that stress is a huge factor. He cracks his knuckles one by one as his eyes remain locked on mine. For this baby to be healthy, you need to be less stressed. So what are you planning to do? Lock me in the house? I balk at the idea, trying to get him to see how ridiculous that scenario would be. Precisely, he replies casually. The sarcastic expression I'm holding on my face washes away. Like I said, I did some research. For you to complete this family and give me the baby that I deserve and have wanted so desperately, you need to take care of your mind and body. From the research, I deduced that you need to be on bed rest for the duration of your pregnancy. Bed rest? I'm 2 months pregnant and you're trying to put me on bed rest for 7 months? I don't know what you are telling your clients, but you're not a doctor, Heath. You can't put me on bed rest. He belly laughs. I've never heard him laugh like this. It's higher pitched than his normal tone. It's elevated, almost psychotic. It's amazing what you can find online. A conceited grin tugs at one corner of his mouth. You were pumping your body with birth control. Do you even know what that poison can do to you? You were voluntarily ingesting something that could cause cardiovascular issues, mood swings, and effects on your mental health through anxiety and depression. How can I trust you to take care of our baby if that's what you do when left to your own devices? He gives a sharp shake of his head as if he's rattling the stupidity out of the air. I need to keep an eye on you at all times, sweetheart. As Heath is talking, flashes of Glenn pop into my mind. Right now, the two of them are interchangeable. When I look at Heath, I see Glenn. They're opposite in so many ways that I never saw the many parts of them that were the same. How did I not see that? I try to blink the thought away, but it's sticking. Heath is basically Glenn reincarnated. This isn't happening. Tell me this is a fucking nightmare and not my real life. He twists and tugs on the door handle, but the door doesn't budge, and his lips curve upward in quiet satisfaction of an installation done well. Looking back at me, he says, So, for the sake of our growing family, Addison Rose Kennedy, you will be staying in the house until that baby comes out. My vision blurs and narrows when he says my name. Like my first marriage, I never did take Heath's last name, but unlike the first marriage, I chose not to hyphenate my last name this time. On paper, my name is Addison Rose Fox, and Heath knows how important it was for me to keep my maiden name this time around. For him to call me by his last name wasn't an accident. It was intentional, and it was meant to hurt me. I'll be holding onto your phone here. He holds up my cell that he must have smuggled away from me at some point. And window escapes will be met with consequences, so don't try it, okay? I'll be installing locks on those soon. The noises in the room all fade away until I'm left alone with only the sound of my heavy, rapid breaths. Oh, babe, come on now. Don't give me that look. I love you. I'm doing this for us. He believes what he's saying. I want to keep you satisfied and happy, so I found a way to do that while keeping you and my baby safe. This is a good thing. Fluttering my eyelids, it's suddenly hard to breathe. I never thought it would be possible, but here I am. The mental abuse, the physical control, is happening all over again. Only this time, there's no question of how I'm going to get out of this. I've been isolated by him. The only friends I keep are his friends. I have no siblings, no cousins, no one I can call for help because Mom isn't an option. There is only one way out, and it's the only way I know. I have to get rid of Heath. Chapter 37. Addie. Don't you cower now, Addison. You are emotional because you're pregnant, not because you're scared. This man can't keep you here, especially not for 7 months. That's crazy. You tried to play nice, but he has revealed who he really is inside, and that person is not a person worthy of your effort. His delusions will not be your reality. Do not be afraid of him. Take your power back. Take it back. I'm taking it back. I won't cower this time. The baby might not be yours. I shout aloud over the voices in my head. Heath cocks his head to the side and stares at me, emotionless without blinking. I cheated on you before we were married, and I slept with him again and again when you couldn't get it up. My words are like daggers leaving my mouth, intentionally trying to stab this man over and over. I want to hurt him. I need to see him experiencing the same fear and anguish that he's instilling in me right now. But as the words leave my mouth, I instantly regret them. If this were Glenn, I would know exactly what his next move would be. Glenn would go straight for contact, physically shutting me up. Heath, however, isn't moving toward me with fists of rage. He's not moving at all. He's not shouting obscenities in my direction. He's quiet, not attempting to say a word. He's not even blinking. The silence in this room is terrifying. Even the walls appear to be afraid to speak. Somehow, this moment with Heath feels more intense and scarier than any moment I had with Glenn. Something is ticking inside Heath, and I don't want to be here when that bomb inside him explodes.
Chapter 38. Heath. Pressing the up arrow, I increase the speed on the treadmill and transition my jog into a run. Level 5. Level 6. Level 7. I've run this fast before, but never for this long. My adrenaline is at an all-time high. My thoughts are scrambling so much that it hurts. I'm trying to outrun the conversation I had with Addie that won't stop replaying in my mind. But no matter how fast I pump my legs, I can't win. And therefore, I can't stop running. Staring at myself in the mirror before me, I breathe heavy bursts of air through my O-shaped lips. My face is a shade of red I've never seen before. And there's a vein pulsating across my forehead that has only ever come out when I'm truly enraged. Addie's words torment my mind. The baby might not be yours. I cheated on you. I'm not running fast enough to mentally escape this torture. So I push the up arrow, increasing the speed once again, swinging my arms and pushing myself to an unintentional all-time personal record. I run as fast as I possibly can. My open-mouthed gasps are getting louder, and the sound of my speedy treadmill causes a few gym-goers to cast glances in my direction. I slept with him again and again when you couldn't get it up. Addie's words cut me like a knife. Her actions are unthinkable. After everything I've done for us, this is the thanks I get. A cheating wife who's pregnant with a baby that may or may not be mine? Every part of me hurts. How could she do this to me? I needed to get out of there before I said or did something I regretted. Before I left, I took the time to bolt all the windows and remove all the tools she had around the house so she wouldn't get any ideas, like trying to endanger herself by jumping out a window. I'm keeping her phone with me, and I pulled the internet router from the wall and threw it in the backseat of my truck. Can't have her reaching out to anyone. They'll think I'm crazy because they don't know the whole story. Addie pounded on the door when I locked her in, but with time, she'll get used to it. In the mirror, I catch Robert approaching my treadmill. I'm a little surprised to see him here right now. Despite getting him to sign up for the gym a year ago, I'm not sure if he's set foot inside it for anything other than using his free access to the pool. His eyes are wide as he watches my legs pump back and forth. "Holy hell, are you trying to kill yourself?" he shouts loud enough for me to hear as I run. Robert is just enough of a distraction to pull me from my clouded thoughts and make me realize just how fast I'm running. It's too fast. My legs are going to give out. As quickly as I can, I hit the emergency stop button just before my legs buckle and grab a hold of the safety arms to keep myself from falling flat on my ass. Winded, completely out of breath, I fold in half, panting for a minute or so before standing up straight to open my airway. Interlocking my fingers, I rest them on my head as I slow my breathing. "Seriously, man," Robert says, eyebrows raised. "What the hell is wrong with you? I may not come to the gym all the time, but I don't think you should be running like that. You look like you're about to keel over." There's playfulness in his tone, but this time I don't respond with a laugh. Instead, I motion toward the bench press bar. "Spot me," I demand, completely out of breath. Maybe take a break?" Robert calls out from behind me as I walk away and start loading weights on the rack. Eventually, he stops asking questions and stands over me as I lie on the bench, put on my pair of weightlifting gloves, and lift the heavy bar up and down. "Add 25 more," I command. Without pushing back or saying a word, Robert complies by adding more weights to the bar. I lift the bar up and down again for several reps. "Add more," I say, then repeat the steps. I do this 2 more times until the bar holds more weight than I've ever lifted. Gripping tightly, I struggle yet manage to get 2 reps in, but not without unleashing that bulging forehead vein again. Another personal record. Sitting up on the edge of the bench, I feel Robert's presence when he sits on the bench beside me. He's dying to know what's going on, but he doesn't pry. He just waits for me to let it out. "She cheated," I confess without looking at him. Slowly tugging the weightlifting gloves off my hands, I add, "She cheated on me with another man." Shaking my head in disbelief, I finally look my best friend in the eyes. "I don't know who the asshole is, but if I ever find out, he's dead."
Chapter 39. Addie. Where is it? I say aloud to no one as I frantically scour the attic. Where the hell is it? The overhead light has been broken for years, but I never bothered to change it because there was never a reason to come up here. My hands are trembling, causing the flashlight to cast a shaky light when I point it around the room. My breaths are quick, and the anxiety inside me has risen dramatically in the past 30 minutes since Heath left and locked me inside my own house. I woke up unexpectedly groggy this morning and a bit confused. I somehow shifted all the bed pillows from underneath my head to underneath my butt in my sleep, and my neck is now sore from the lack of support. I'm exhausted from my shitty sleep, but I need to use the little energy I do have for this right now. I'm not sure where he went or how long he'll be gone. I have to find it quickly. Rifling through my dusty childhood boxes, I don't even care when a few spiders pop out from inside them. My focus is on finding it. 10 minutes later, when I open one of the last boxes tucked away in the corner of the attic, relief washes over me. There it is. I reach into the box and remove my nostalgic Lego phone. Before digital devices and cell phones, I had this. An old working landline phone with a spiral cord, made entirely of children's building bricks. It was the first phone I was allowed to keep in my room as a child. My parents saved up and bought it for me as a 13th birthday present, knowing I would love it because of my affinity for the tiny toys. I could use the small bricks to build a masterpiece while chatting on the phone with my friends. Everyone was jealous. This piece of my childhood was so important to me that I moved it to this house after I got married for the first time. One of the young movers we hired saw this phone in the box and said I had a real-life version of Minecraft in my hands, whatever that meant. But I assume he knew it was special. Now, it's not only special to me, but this phone is going to save my life. Removing it from the box along with the wall cords, I make my way down to the kitchen and search for the landline plug-in. I learned a lot from my mother before she cut me out of her life. One thing she always did was pay the $10 a month that it cost to keep her landline active after Dad died. She had a cell phone, of course, but she was scared of being alone.
She feared how she would get a hold of someone if her cell phone broke or died during an emergency. On the surface, it seemed highly unlikely that a scenario like that would play out, but I took it as solid advice. Other than losing $10 a month, what would be the harm in keeping an emergency landline in the house when I was living with my first husband, such a dangerous man? I secretly paid for a landline service every year I was married to Glenn, hoping to never need it, but feeling good about knowing I had a way to contact someone if something critical were to ever happen to me inside this house. And I never truly needed it until now. There, on the wall behind the coffee station on the kitchen counter, I see the outlet. I plug in the phone and hunch over the counter as I put the receiver to my ear, unable to move far because of the short cord. Tears well in my eyes when I hear a dial tone. I start to dial the police, but hesitate. If I call the cops, what will they do? They might come out and see me locked inside my house, but will a lock on the door be enough for them to arrest Heath and take him away? I'm unharmed, generally healthy, and pregnant. That's it. There's not really any evidence for Heath's absurd behavior. Let's say they did take Heath in for questioning. It's not like they have any evidence to hold him for committing a crime. Then what? He'll be released. And who knows what will be going through his mind then? What will he do to me? If Heath isn't locked away immediately, things are only going to get worse for me. I can't go through it again. I won't go through it again. There's only one person I can call right now to help me sort this out. Hovering my fingers over the buttons, I dial Robert's cell. Hello? He answers differently than normal. Robert, I say in a breathy, rushed tone. Addie, his voice softens. I almost didn't answer. What number are you calling me from? Robert, listen, I interject. Heath knows. He doesn't know it's you, but he knows. Yeah, I just saw him at the gym and found out. He confirms. The gym? Heath was at the gym? The gym is only a 7-minute car ride from the house. Oh, wait, he left? How long ago? Addie, calm down. I have an idea. How long ago did he leave? I cut him off. I don't know, maybe 5 minutes ago. Shit. I don't have much time. Listen to me, Robert. Heath's gone mad. The concern in my shaking voice is evident. Of all the things I've been through, I've never been around someone acting in the way Heath is acting right now. Robert chimes in, okay. Like I said, the moment Heath said something to me, I came up with a plan. Here's what we're going to do. As Robert quickly tells me his plan, I keep looking over my shoulder to make sure I'm still alone. Heath could be walking in at any moment. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I agree. It has to work. He's locked me. What are you doing? Heath's voice startles me. I flinch, and with the phone still to my ear, I whirl around to see Heath standing in the kitchen. As if in slow motion, the short cord connecting the receiver to the phone base tugs on the base of the phone. The whole phone slides across the counter, and before I can catch it, the phone base is in the air, dangling from the cord briefly before the cord detaches and the base falls to the ground. The phone shatters into several tiny bricks, and they scatter across the floor. Heath looks down at the pieces, then back up at me. Chills run down my spine and goosebumps scatter throughout my body. His eyes are dark, and there is anger in them that I've never seen before. The Heath I once knew is gone.
Chapter 40. Heath. She's clever. There's never been a question about that. I thought I covered all my bases, but she found a loophole. The landline. How could I forget? It's a good thing I installed an extra double-cylinder lock on our master bedroom door in addition to all the locks I put on the exterior doors. We need somewhere for Addie to go to come to her senses. She didn't seem like she wanted to be in there when I gently pushed her into the master bedroom. I heard cat-like scratches on the back of the door after I locked her in. But I know Addie better than she knows herself. She needed a moment, so I gave her one. But hey, I'm not the bad guy here. I'm doing this for us. We both experienced traumatic situations in the past. My goal was to start a family, to give us each the fresh start we deserve. A child was always a part of the plan, whether she was ready or not. She just hasn't accepted that yet. Until she does, we might have to go about things the hard way. The continuous pounding and scratching on the door finally slows down after about 2 hours of relentless kicks and hits. Any longer might have put strain on the baby, and if that happened, I would have had to tie her down to get her to relax. She's learning. This is progress. Time has passed since she's been in the room. She needs to eat. In the kitchen, I scan the pantry for something I bought just for Addie the other day. The internet offers conflicting information about what is and isn't safe and healthy for a pregnant woman. So, I came up with my own menu for Addie based on the bits of information from the internet, combined with what I already know. The first meal I'll prep for her will be a sardine salad. Sardines are packed with protein, omega-3s, calcium, and all kinds of other vitamins, all promoting a healthy pregnancy. It's simple to prepare, too. Just sardines from the can on leafy greens. Dressing can contain lots of random ingredients, some of which can be harmful. So for this meal, we're going to stay away from dressing. She's going to appreciate that I'm thinking of what's best for her and our baby. I throw everything into the bowl and wrap a paper napkin around a fork from the drawer, then head for the stairs. When I reach the bedroom door, I take the key from my pocket to unlock the door when I hear a faint whimper coming from inside. She can't still be upset with me, can she? Seems like she should be over it by now. I unlock the door and carry the bowl inside, ready to make a peace offering so we can ride over this speed bump in our relationship. But 2 steps in the door, I see she's not in here. The soft crying is coming from the master bathroom. Setting the bowl on the dresser, I slowly walk toward the partially propped open door and push it open all the way. Inhaling sharply, I spring into action when I see Addie lying on her side, sobbing on the bathroom floor in a pool of blood. Addie! Kneeling beside her, I roll her body slightly until I see her face. Her eyes are too glossed over to focus on me. I touch my fingers to the bottom of her chin and move her face to look at mine. What happened? Where is this blood coming from? She doesn't answer. She just keeps crying. Are you still bleeding? We need to stop the bleeding. Where are you hurt? Her eyes make it to mine, then, without saying a word, she looks up at the toilet. I follow her gaze and see what she's trying to tell me. There's blood on the seat, and inside, the bowl is stained a watery red. I let all the air inside me escape like the deflating kiddie pool that I planned to get for our future children. But evidently kids won't be around anytime soon. I know what this pool of blood means. My heart crumbles all over this bathroom floor. I can't believe this. My plan almost worked. We were almost through the first trimester. We almost had a baby. Almost. Closing my eyes, I rock back on my heels and grip the hair on the sides of my head. I tug and pull until a few strands of hair detach from my scalp. I'm overwhelmed by emotion. I'm hurt, angry, completely devastated, heartbroken. Why did this have to happen when Addie and I were just starting to connect with each other a little bit better these days? I let out a yell of frustration, mourning the loss of my unborn child. My voice carries and echoes loudly against the walls. Addie stops crying and stares at me as if she's terrified of me right now. I'm not trying to scare her. I'm grieving. But when I look into her hurting eyes, I know I need to be strong for her. I need to prove to her that we will overcome. Taking a deep breath, I slip my fingers behind her head and tilt her face towards me. It's okay. We'll be okay. I say this for her benefit. I'm still trying to convince myself. We will try again, that's all. As soon as we can, we will try again. I nod rapidly. But, she speaks up for the first time since I entered the room. What if I'm not meant to carry children? What if this happens every time? I should let you be with someone who can give you what you want. There's something in her tone that sounds disingenuous to me, but I overlook it. No, never. We're perfect for each other. Why would you ever think that we weren't? She hesitates, then bites the corner of her cheek. Something I noticed she does when she's nervous. Her eyes dart between me and the blood smeared around her, and suddenly I catch on. No, she didn't. She wouldn't. Would she? Locking my eyes on her, I whisper, "Wait a minute. Did you do this on purpose?" I wait, and when she doesn't reply, I have my answer.
Chapter 41. Addie.
I want you to listen to me, Addison Rose Kennedy.
Heath says, lowering his tone and speaking to me as if I'm a child.
I can't even look at you right now. The thought of you doing what you did.
His voice trails off and his expression turns sour, demonstrating his distaste.
As a punishment, you will stay in this room for the rest of the night and think about what you did. Think about the lives you've changed.
Punishment? His eyes narrow when he looks at me. I've seen him upset, but I've never seen him this angry at me before. For the first time since my red flags went up about Heath, I'm starting to actually fear for my life. He's larger than me in every way and definitely stronger than his lean, toned body looks.
I can't even be here when you clean this up. It makes me sick.
He rips the towel from the rack and tosses it like a ball against my chest.
I won't be back to get you out of this room tonight. Unlike you, I have a heart, and I need more time to grieve the child we just lost.
Those are the last words he snarls before marching out of the master bathroom into the bedroom, then slamming the door behind him. Up until now, everything was going swimmingly. When I hear the door shut, I sit up on the bathroom floor. I'm a little sore from step one of my plan to leave Heath. He was supposed to walk in and see the mess I had laid out for him, then assume what had happened, which he did. He was then supposed to realize that we are no longer connected in that way. No longer was there a baby between us. At that point, I thought Heath would let me go and unlock all the doors and windows after seeing me lie in the middle of this crimson scene. Being pregnant is the reason he claimed to have put these locks on in the first place. So once he believed I wasn't pregnant, theoretically, he should remove the locks. But that didn't happen. How the hell am I supposed to get the fuck out of here now? Before I panic, I need to remind myself of the facts. Where am I at? He's locking me in my bedroom, keeping me a prisoner in my own home. There are locks on every door and window. Heath has removed everything in the house that he has perceived as something that could be used to pick locks or break windows. Now what do I do? I could attempt to physically fight Heath, but there's no way I would stand a chance against him. I'd have better luck using my energy to try and kick the front door down. Regardless of my strength, physical intervention wouldn't be an option for me anyway. I am still pregnant after all. I never confirmed or denied what happened when Heath entered the bathroom. He simply assumed the worst. He asked if I did it on purpose. I never answered him at that moment, but the answer is yes. I did do it on purpose. I purposely jammed the metal file from my nail clippers into my inner thigh, careful to avoid my femoral artery. The sharp metal cut just deep enough to hit some superficial veins. These veins are close to the skin, and when pricked, they will cause the blood to drain quickly from the skin and tissue. I did it just as Robert explained it to me over the phone. Sometimes it helps to sleep with a hematologist. Robert assumed Heath's insecurities would take over, and that would be the end of the engagement. I thought the plan made sense and agreed with Robert, but we were wrong. Now, I'm locked in my bedroom again, and this time, I don't have a way of reaching anyone. Heath said we'll try again. What does that mean? He's going to keep me locked up until he believes I'm pregnant with his child? Life was so much simpler when I shared the news about the baby with Robert. He was more than ecstatic. Robert practically tripped over himself when he ran across his bedroom to get on his knees before me and press his lips to my stomach. We knew we had some situations, our spouses, to deal with before we could be together and raise this baby, but Robert expressed over and over how he couldn't wait for our time to come. And our time was supposed to come soon. Now what? I don't know what to do. I've been in shitty situations, but none of them have ever been so full of manipulation. I'm nervous about his tendencies. Heath's unpredictable, and I'm certain he's going to lose all touch with reality soon. When he does, I have a feeling his punishments are going to be a lot worse than locking me in a room and making me think about what I did. How do I get him out of my house? A better question, how do I get out of this house? It was never supposed to be this way.
Chapter 42. Heath. Is this what you meant by love? Addie asks, as I stretch duct tape around her wrists. Do you honestly think in that small, minuscule brain of yours that this is how you earn the love and affection of others? By taping me to the bed and locking me in the master bedroom. This makes me a prisoner, Heath. You realize that, right? I can never love you now. We are over. This marriage was a mistake from the beginning. We are finished. Shut up. Just shut your mouth while I do this. I snap. It's been 1 month of keeping Addie in this house, 2 weeks of confining her to this master bedroom, 2 minutes of taping her arms and legs down. I love Addie with all my heart, but she's having a difficult time seeing our future together. And we will have a future together no matter what happens. She doesn't understand that I'm doing this in the name of what I have learned is true love. I'm not a bad guy. I believe in Addie, the message she stands for, and the business she is running. That's why I've allowed her to continue working from home. With my supervision, of course. I sit behind her, looking over her shoulder at her computer as she communicates with clients and fills their web requests. If she does anything that might ruin what we have, I remove her laptop and lock her in the room to think about what she's done. A punishment my foster mother dished out daily. And while I hated it at the time, it was effective. I learned from it. Addie needs to understand that I chose her to be my wife. She is lucky to have me, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get that message drilled into her head. Things didn't have to end up like this, I continue, as I bound her wrists to the slats in the headboard. I gave you a chance. I told you. We could do this the easy way or the hard way. I looped the duct tape around her ankle, then around the leg of the bed, stretching it in circles over and over. But you chose the hard way, Addie. Because your version of the easy way is for me to let you impregnate me. She wastes no time firing back a heated response. Exactly. I secure her second leg, then step back from the bed and glance down at her from the foot of the bed, arms tied above her head, legs spread into a V shape, strapped to each side of the bed. I said, you won't be leaving this house without giving me the family I deserve. I tilt my head as I cast my eyes over her. There's no smile on my face. I'm done playing games. It took me some time to get past you cheating on me with another man, and I'm still not sure I'll ever get over it completely. But I'm willing to temporarily overlook your adultery so we can get back to our plan. What plan? I hear defeat in her tone as she drops her chin to her chest. Her voice is strained and hoarse. She's been arguing with me for a month now, so it doesn't surprise me that she's exhausted. Our baby plan, I reply matter-of-factly. She lifts her eyes to meet mine. You can't be serious. With an unchanged, flattened expression, I widen my eyes and nod twice. Oh, I'm very serious. Why else would I keep you here? I'm not sick in the head, Addison. I stifle a laugh. It's almost as if she thinks I've gone mad. I imagine I gave you enough time to heal, being under my close watch and not under someone else for once. I take a jab at her. Since I've been in charge of giving you your pills every day, I know for certain that you are not on birth control pills anymore. I've grieved, and you've had time to process, so it's time we try for a baby again. No, she says in a gasp. I point to myself, then her. I'm here and free. You're there and restrained. I don't think you have a say in the matter right now. Water builds in her eyes, and her body struggles against the tape as if she's just realized the position I've tied her in. What are you going to do to me? Force yourself on me? She's trying to close the gap between her open thighs. Of course not. I scoff. It's like you suddenly don't know me at all. How could you even think I would do something like that? I'm not a monster. She stops struggling. Then what? So glad you asked. Walking slowly toward the dresser drawer, I reach inside and take out a small plastic black bag. I did more research, and once again, I'm blown away by the opportunities the internet provides. The plastic bag crinkles when I open it and reach inside. Addie is quietly watching my every move. Have you ever heard of an IUI? I furrow my brows as I look her squarely in the eyes. Intrauterine insemination. No? Doesn't ring a bell? Addie's mouth falls open, but no words come out, so I continue. It's a fertility procedure where sperm is inserted directly into the uterus. She inhales sharply. And I thought working from home was the best thing that the internet ever did for me. Boy, was I wrong or what? I laugh, but I don't recognize the sound coming out of me. When I scanned through the articles, I found the specific steps on how this procedure is conducted. I think I have a basic understanding of it, I say convincingly as I pull out the contents from the black bag. One by one, I set the items down on the dresser. A sterilized syringe in a package, a long, thin tube, and a cup. This is how it works, sweetheart. This here is for me, I say, holding up the cup. I do my part by filling this up with the best parts of me. I give her a quick wink. Then, twisting the tip of the syringe, I detach the needle from the barrel and set the needle on the dresser. I take this empty barrel and dip it into the cup of my sample. I pull back the plunger until enough of my strong swimmers fill it to the top. Holding the syringe in front of me, I can't help but let my grin split my face too wide, too eager. Just talking about what this process will do for our future sends thrilling tingles down my spine. Then, I attach this straw-like tube to the tip, where the needle once was, and insert the other end of the tube. My words linger as I walk toward her open legs, extending 2 fingers out. I slowly trace her skin from her ankle up her leg, until my 2 fingers gently land on the hottest part of her. Right here, I whisper. One push of the plunger, and my sample will be deposited exactly where it needs to be. Inside you. Addie's chest caves in and out with each quickened breath as tears pour down her cheeks. Tears of sadness or tears of joy, I'm not quite sure. I retake my position standing at the foot of the bed. It sounds scarier than it is, I say casually, attempting to lighten the tension in the room. One article I read quoted a doctor who said, IUIs can be a way to give the sperm and egg a place to rendezvous at the right time. That rendezvous spot just so happens to be right there, inside your uterus. I pause momentarily, recalling more information I read online. If none of what I'm saying makes sense to you, the internet refers to this procedure simply as the turkey baster method. Get what I'm saying? Without giving Addie a chance to respond, I scratch my chin lightly and add, I'm not sure why every site says this procedure should be conducted by a doctor. It's almost too easy. Addie shakes her head rapidly. No, you can't. You wouldn't. Her voice quivers. Shh. I interject and move to the bed beside her to run my hand through her hair. Just relax, my love. You'll be asleep when it happens. You won't feel a thing. The cycle tracking app tells me that you should be ovulating this week, and we can't miss that window. I hate waiting, and I refuse to wait another month, so we have to do this again today and once more tomorrow. Again? She gasps, struggling to hold back tears. You already did this to me? Her voice catches in her throat. Well, yeah, silly. Of course I did. A couple of times. I look at her with softly scrunched brows and a grin. I even placed pillows underneath your butt to help tilt your body in the prime position for holding everything inside you to better our chances. I can hear the sound of air being torn from Addie's chest. Because of everything you pulled last time with the pregnancy. I scowl as the image of Addie on the bathroom floor surrounded by blood pops into my mind. We're behind schedule. We need this to work as soon as possible, and since we aren't certain of which day and time you will ovulate, I thought it would be best to do it every day in that ovulation window. Like I said before, I did this procedure already. I'll do it again today, then again tomorrow. No, she whispers, disbelief in her tone. Babe, are you understanding what I'm saying? I continue lightheartedly. This isn't a scary, sad experience. It's a beautiful thing. We are creating a life. My brows turn inward, and I scratch my temple. It's almost as if she doesn't want this to happen. Huffing a laugh. It's probably the drugs kicking in. They're making you loopy. Drugs? She repeats, blinking her tears away. You've already gone through this, but I'll tell you what's going to happen if it helps to ease your mind. Reaching into my back pocket, I pull out a bottle of prescription pills I got from the pharmacy last week. These are delayed-release capsules of high-dose melatonin, the safest yet strongest oral sedatives you can get with a prescription. Doctors probably should restructure how they interview their patients before writing a prescription. 5 minutes with me was all my doctor needed to scribble his name down to sign off on it and send me to the pharmacy with that piece of paper. I needed a way to knock you out without tampering with the results of the procedure. I continue, and Addie's jaw hangs open when she gasps. I added a few of these bad boys into your morning regimen of vitamins and medications. I tapped the side of the bottle. Thank goodness for that pill box of yours. You didn't even bat an eye when I added these pills to the mix. You're a monster, she says in a whispered breath. Oh, now, come on, Addison. It hurts me when you say things like that. You wouldn't purposely try to hurt me now, would you, babe? I turn my neck to the side as far as I can and use my fist against my chin to push just enough to crack my neck. Addie shuts her mouth, pressing her lips together tightly. Anyway, now that the time-release capsules are kicking in, I need to prepare everything, so I'm gonna have to put this duct tape over your mouth. Her cheeks are glistening from the streams of tears flowing down. No, please, no, don't do this, she cries out. With a strip of tape in my hands, I cautiously approach her side of the bed. Sweetheart, there's no use in fighting this. I'm giving you what you need to fulfill both our dreams. Isn't it wonderful? She thrashes her head back and forth, making it difficult to put the tape on. I have to straddle her and hold her down as I secure the tape over her mouth. Once it's on, the tension in her body goes away. She's giving up. There's my girl. I carefully get off her and walk back to the items on the dresser. Picking up the small cup, I look back at my beautiful wife, who is now struggling to keep her eyes open. I might have my insecurities, but the sight of her is all I need right now to get the job done. Dropping my pants to the floor, I stare at Addie, turned on by the mere idea of our future life together, and I fill the cup.
Part 5. 2 weeks before that day. Chapter 43. Addie. Today is the first day I've looked down and noticed the slightest bump protruding from my lower half. No one else would ever notice since my body generally looks the same, but I see it. I've lost track of the exact timeline since Heath started locking me in this room, but I imagine I'm somewhere around 2.5 months pregnant with Robert's child, and Heath is still none the wiser. If I already noticed the bump, it won't be long until Heath sees it too. Part of me believes that Heath would never put the dates and timelines together. He's too desperate for this baby to imagine me being pregnant with someone else's child before he ever started confining me to this bed and performing these horrible at-home procedures. But there is always a chance he could figure it out, and if that happens, who knows what else he'll do to me.
Breakfast!
His sing-song voice carries when he enters the room with a tray of food in hand.
A raw egg smoothie, 1 plain dry rice cake, and cottage cheese with tuna. But not too much tuna, of course. Can't risk our future baby getting mercury poisoning.
My stomach churns. Disgusting.
Don't let me forget to brush your teeth today. We don't want another dreadful smell coming from that gorgeous mouth like last time, do we?
Today, his grin is wider than it normally is. He's been extra cheery or extra delusional ever since the first week of the procedures from hell. The wrist and ankle tape restricting me to the bed, the sedatives, the procedures. It's all too much for me, but not for him. He's living in another world, the one he's created in his mind. In his world, I'm happy and grateful for everything he's doing for me, when in reality, this is fucked up in so many ways and on so many levels. I'm having trouble remembering exactly how I got into this situation. The stress is probably triggering my selective dissociative amnesia. My brain is blacking out time gaps to protect me, but I'm doing my best to piece together my thoughts. First, where the hell has Robert been? Other than Heath, Robert is the only other person who knows that I'm here. I'm not sure how long it's been since I had the chance to speak with him on the landline, but I know it's been several weeks at the least. He has to sense that something is wrong. Why hasn't he sent help or come looking for me yet? My next thought, Heath. There is something to be said about a man who experienced so much trauma at a young age but never learned how to process it. I don't imagine it was easy for Heath to witness his mother killing his father, then make the transition from living in one home to bouncing around between foster homes. But is that enough of an excuse for doing all of this to me? I hear him on the phone more often these days. He whispers into his phone in the other parts of the house, but sometimes his voice carries through the vent and walls. Occasionally, I catch a word or two, but not enough to piece together what he's plotting next. It reminds me of the beginning of our relationship, when I caught him making secretive phone calls. He never did tell me who he was talking to, but whoever it was, I have a feeling he's talking to the same person now as he was back then, and that makes me feel just as suspicious as I did before. Final thought? What am I going to do? If I somehow get out of this situation, I can't let Heath just walk away free to do this to someone else. Soon I'll be showing and too pregnant to do anything about it. I'll be living in Heath's fantasy forever. My child, too. I refuse to let this crazed man raise my baby. I just have to figure out how to get rid of him and save myself. With my first husband, I had years to plan and execute every single detail of his demise, from what happened when Glenn woke up until that night when I claimed self-defense to the cops. But with Heath, I haven't been afforded the luxury of time. I can't just find a way out and run. Heath will never stop until he finds me. I have to see this through to the end, and there will be an end for Heath. Chapter 44. Addie. His hot breath sends chills down my spine each time I feel it storm across my neck. My fingers hover over my laptop keyboard. I only have moments to respond, but I need to word it correctly. If I don't, I might never have this chance again. If I don't, he might figure out what I'm doing. I reread the email from Rebecca Ware. Addison. It feels like our last event just ended, but our next one is right around the corner. We're still several months out, but I'm just checking in to confirm that you are still interested in being a speaker for this event. If so, I need to hear from you ASAP. As I mentioned in our previous conversations, our community is in dire need of someone like you. Your story, your strength, your perseverance, it all goes a long way with this crowd. I do hope you are joining us this time around. Think of how many people you will inspire by sharing your story. I don't have any backups for you because how could anyone replace you in this spot? Anyway, please contact me to let me know as soon as possible. Thanks, Rebecca. Well? Heath's voice rings in my ear. Are you going to respond to that bitch or what? He taps his foot and motions toward the screen. What are you waiting for? Heath has torn everything away from me. My freedom, my ability to communicate with the world outside these walls, other than the minimum correspondence required to do my job and bring in a paycheck. Is this a test? Does Heath want me to respond with a big fat yes, only to keep me locked in this room forbidding me to go in public? Or does he want me to respond with a no without being told to do so? What's his angle? I'd rather not anger him. Last time I spat in his face, he took my laptop away for 2 days. I can't let that happen again. This is my only connection to the outside world. This laptop is the start of my plan to get out of here. I need to appease him right now, jump into his delusion, and make him believe I'm on his side so he lets his guard down just enough for me to make a move. I haven't responded yet because I'm not sure what to say. I cringe inside when I say these words aloud. To be submissive again physically hurts me. What do you think? Would you allow me to speak? His mouth falls open. Are you kidding me? If you are asking me if I'll support your dreams, of course the answer is yes. He presses his lips together tightly into a line and lightly shakes his head. Would I allow you? He scoffs. That's a ridiculous question. I've always supported your work, Addison. People who experience domestic abuse need to hear your story. Raising my brows, I sit up straighter. Really? Yes, he nods insistently. Everything you went through with Glenn, absolutely tragic. The way he treated you was sickening.
If you can help someone get out of or avoid getting into a situation like that, who am I to stop you? No one deserves to be treated in the way that man treated you.
Now I know this is a test. How does he not see himself in Glenn? So, I stretch out the word. You are saying you are going to allow me to stand on stage in a room full of thousands of people and let me speak to them about my experiences with domestic violence? Encouraging others to stand up for themselves?
He shrugs. Yes, exactly.
I'm hesitant and leery of his response. There's more to it. I know he has a reason for what he's saying, but I can't pass up this opportunity. This could be my only way out. Before I miss my chance, I respond to the email.
Rebecca, I'm in.
Chapter 45. Addie.
Step 1, finding a way out of the house, done. Step 2, figure out where Robert has been and solicit his help. Not done. Where the fuck is Robert? I understand that Robert can't just abandon everything to come be my hero and sweep me off my feet. He's still married. Robert and Stephanie have been together for a long time. Out of respect for their relationship, Robert said he would slowly build tension between him and Stephanie over several months to make the transition easier on her. In the meantime, I would work on how to tell Heath. The plan set off smoothly, and surprisingly, we thought we bought some extra time when Heath thought the baby was his. However, no one could have predicted where we are now. The last game night we had at Stephanie's changed everything. I had accidentally walked in on Robert, and from there, things got hot between us very quickly. We were up against the dresser, clothed only from the waist up, with my dress scrunched up around me like a belt. My legs were wrapped around Robert, my hands clawed at his back. My eyes fluttered between open and closed, but when I fully opened them after his big finish, Stephanie was standing frozen in the doorway with her hands cupped over her mouth. I barely had time to let out my final sigh of pleasure before pushing myself away from Robert and scrambling to grab my panties. "Stephanie!" I gasped. Robert turned around and saw her, the two of them momentarily speechless. "Stephanie, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I don't know what I was thinking." I started to explain and apologize, but she didn't care about me. She was deadlocked on Robert. Robert put a hand on my back and said, "Go back to the party, Addie. I need to talk to my wife. But just go." I didn't think twice about slipping my underwear on and getting out of that room as fast as possible. To this day, I don't know what Robert said to Stephanie, but when she came back to the party, she acted like nothing happened. I was worried she'd tell Heath right then and there, but she didn't. She just downed her margarita faster than a frat boy taking a shot, then jumped right back into the game with an overlaid smile on her face. Maybe their relationship is more mature since they've been together a long time. Maybe forgiveness is part of the package. But I'll say this, she never looked at me the same again after that night, and I don't blame her for that. If roles were reversed, I would have wanted to kill me after what I did. Robert confessed his love for me every time we met up after that, which is why I would have assumed Robert would have understood when I expressed the severity of my current situation to him the last time we spoke on the phone. Somehow now, it's like Robert has disappeared off the face of the earth. Then again, maybe it was me who disappeared. Heath has left the house multiple times, before and after his online client sessions, and not once has he mentioned seeing Robert, or anyone else for that matter. Heath and Robert met up at least once a week before all this. Heath has to have seen him. If he did, wouldn't Robert have asked about me? And maybe he has asked about me, but Heath is telling him that everything is fine at home. Or maybe Heath has figured it out and knows that Robert and I have been involved. Perhaps he's stringing Robert along so he can pull him in and do something terrible to him. Maybe he already has. Squeezing my eyes shut, I try to keep myself from spiraling into hypotheticals. If I can't figure out how to communicate with Robert outside of this caged life I'm in, then I have to move forward without him. I'm going to start showing soon, and I can only imagine how protective Heath will be once he sees the growing bump. His extreme actions will get worse, and I can't let that happen. Chapter 46. Addie. Squeak. A sound that once represented freedom, independence, sleeping in, lazy days, and great sex now makes me cringe when it hits my ears. Shh, shut up. I whisper aloud to the mattress, wishing that the springs were newer so they didn't make a noise. Being bound to a bed that insists on sharing your every move with your captor isn't where I want to be. I should have bought a new mattress when I had the chance. One of those springless, way too expensive, foam mattresses that they squeeze into an unsuspecting tiny box. A new mattress wouldn't hold a vendetta against me for accidentally tearing it years ago, like this mattress is right now. Cue the door unlocking and Heath marching inside. Every fucking time. Addie, I heard you moving around on the bed. You should be lying still. Is everything all right? Can I get you something? Yeah, you can untie me and get out of my house, you psycho. I'm fine, I reply dryly. You sure? I'm here for you, my love. Water? Are you hungry? Sardine smoothie this time? You could be eating for 2 now, so you might as well start adding second helpings to your lifestyle changes. If only you knew. Actually, I'd like my sunglasses, please. He laughs. You do realize you're inside, right? Do I realize I'm taped to a fucking bed, locked in a room inside my own goddamn house? Yes, you idiot. Yes, I reply calmly, holding back my true feelings. The gap where the curtains don't quite reach the window leaves a strip of light slicing over my eyes in the afternoon. I'd like my sunglasses for this. Please, I add, sugarcoating it. Right, yeah, okay. Heath claps his hands together and disappears from the room. He returns shortly and sets my sunglasses down on my lap. There you go. My eyes drop to the glasses, then I look back up at him. Can you free one of my hands so I can put them on when the light touches my face? A flash of fury in his eyes before his expression softens. Of course. Another test? Reaching to my right wrist, he starts peeling the tape apart, but he stops midway. He pushes the tape back together, then moves to my left to free that arm instead. He must have remembered I'm right-handed, and if he untied that one, I might be able to use it to my advantage. He's always one step ahead, isn't he? I like to let him think so. Just because I choose to use my right hand doesn't mean I can't use my left. What a good time to be ambidextrous. It takes everything in me not to sob when my wrist is released. Instant relief. One of 4 extremities that needs to be free so I can get up and have a fighting chance. 3 to go. Heath hasn't unbound me from this bed in a week, longer than usual. He seems to think that if I move, I will risk conception taking place. He's brought me a bedpan and requested that I call him when I have to use the bathroom. I'm doing everything I can to hold it and avoid having to go through such an embarrassing act, but the baby inside me isn't helping my cause. I'm having to pee all the time. I can't let Heath think getting one hand free is a big deal, or else he might tape it back up. Or worse, he might not let me speak at the event, and that's my ticket out of here. Until then, I need to hold it in and play nice, just like I learned how to do at a young age. Mom was drinking again, blabbering on about some nonsense that she wouldn't remember that day. Typically, I would nod along and play nice with her. She was an emotional drunk, and I'd gotten used to the person she was when she was drinking. An attentive mom by day, an absolute wreck of a person by night. When I called her on it one time, she hit me right in the eye. I wore my dark shades for 3 weeks after that incident just to hide my black eye. That last night, I couldn't play along anymore. I had had enough. I argued with her, said some truly spiteful, hate-filled things to her, and when she woke up the next day, to my surprise, she remembered everything. She verbally disowned me at that time, kicked me out, and has chosen to stay out of my life ever since. All because I didn't play nice. I can't make the same mistake here. I let my free arm fall into my lap, and I don't make any fast movements. Thanks.
He quirks a brow. You sure you're all right? You seem different today. I am different. You've tried to keep me down. I've gone through all the stages of emotions. You think you've won. I'm exhausted, but I'm determined, and you should be scared. I hate you, Heath Kennedy. I'm okay. I nod once. Promise. He stands there looking at me, curiosity written all over his face. Okay then. He walks toward the door, pulling the keys from his pocket. I'll be on the phone with a client and not sure I'll hear you, so be sure to shout for me if you need anything. I need you dead. I force a smile. Oh, you'll hear me if I do. Chapter 47. Addie. Get up! Heath's loud voice startles me when he bursts through the door. I don't have a clock in here, but from the glow of light seeping in the window, I can tell it's early. Much too early for someone to be shouting so loudly. Heath has two moods lately. He's either calm, sickeningly sweet and too attentive, or he's aggressively dominant, paranoid, and more delusional than normal. I wonder what it's going to be today. Addie! Addison! Heath rocks my shoulder back and forth. Wake up, she's coming. You need to get dressed, come downstairs, and if you say a word about anything that's happened, I'll make sure you regret it. Okay, we're dealing with the latter version of Heath today. Who's coming? I respond and my voice comes out with a sleepy crackle. My mom. Your mom? I prop my head up. I thought she was dead. Heath stops dead in his tracks. I don't mean to be so blunt, but I'm still half asleep. I don't realize what I am saying. Gritting his teeth, he glares at me. Don't try to be funny today. My biological mother is dead, Addison, and you know that because I told you that on the day I went to visit her in prison. My foster mom, Jean, is coming over right now for breakfast, so I'm going to remove the tape. You are going to shower, get dressed, and join us downstairs when she gets here. Lifting my brows, I whisper, I get to shower today? Does it matter why he's freeing me? I get to bathe today. Before I question him further, I nod rapidly in response. Yes, okay. Before he frees me, he moves his face inches from mine and lowers his voice. I mean it, Addison. Not a word about this, or else... Or else what? Right, yes. I understand. He removes all the tape, and when I swing my legs to the side of the bed and try to stand up, my body nearly collapses. It's been a long time since I walked, and an even longer time since I've showered or left this room. I wasn't prepared for this, but there has to be an opportunity here that I need to take advantage of. Building up the strength to walk, I hop into the shower and scrub down quickly, even though I could stay in it forever. I can't waste any time. Other than meeting Jean in person once and chatting on the phone the time she called to congratulate me about the baby that she currently thinks I'm no longer pregnant with, I haven't had much of a connection with her. I don't know her well enough to ask for her help, but maybe I can change that. 20 minutes later, I'm walking downstairs to greet her at the front door. Jean! I give her an overly cheerful welcome. Tossing my arms around her, I'm able to sniff the outside fresh air from over her shoulder as soon as Heath unlocks the door. I could run right now, but I'd never make it to freedom. Won't you come in? Heath calls out from behind me, tugging on the back of my arm. Jean steps inside, and my ticket to a life I deserve becomes unreachable when it floats outside as Heath shuts the door. He guides Jean into the living room, but not before flashing me a don't get any crazy ideas look on his face. Having witnessed his biological mother kill his father, Heath's best chance at normalcy was to be raised by Jean for a period of time. Heath always mentioned how his foster life wasn't great. He described Jean as a little rough around the edges and infamously known for having a relationship with George, winner for Vibrator of the Year in 2000. I love George. That's the only phrase I can envision coming out of Jean's mouth ever since Heath told me about Jean's affinity for her vibrator. That's the picture I have in my head of who Jean is. A woman who loves vibrating George. But despite having met her once already, I didn't imagine connecting with her as much as I am right now.
So, in 1 year, you two got married and went through the pain of losing a child. Jean begins, then sips the store-bought pre-made tea that Heath picked up early this morning. What's next? Are you trying again? Heath's wide grin takes over his entire face as he grabs my hand and interlocks his fingers with mine. Well, it's funny you should say that because Jean cuts Heath off. Perhaps your miscarriage, as unfortunate as it is nature's way of saying to slow things down. She tilts her head sympathetically but nods as if she knows she's right. Mom, Heath scoffs. Why would you say that? Don't you underestimate me, Heath Kennedy. Her tone is stern. Did you think I wouldn't do my research about this young woman when you called to tell me you were getting married? I swallow hard when she gestures toward me. I'm protective of you, Heath. I had to make sure this young lady here was a good enough seed to love my boy. Heath is a 38-year-old man. I'm not sure if what Jean is saying here is sweet or crossing the line into weird territory. And as it turns out, this woman is a blessing. Jean's sharp expression softens when she smiles at me. Oh, sweetie. She moves cushions to sit beside me. I read about all you've been through, and I watched your speech from that People Against Domestic Violence event. You are a strong young lady. It's a shame about your memory issues. My memory issues? I repeat, corking my brow. Mom. Heath is quick to cut me off. Jean ignores him, keeping her focus on me. You've been through so much. You deserve to be happy, sweetheart, she says, and I feel the sincerity in her tone. I hope my words stick. Her eyes fill with sadness when she runs them over my face, almost as if she feels sorry for me, or perhaps senses what I'm going through. I may be reading this wrong, but could Jean turn into my ally? New plan. Get Jean alone. Tell her everything. Would you like some more tea? I ask. That would be lovely. She keeps her lips pressed together while the ends curl upward into a smile. Allow me, Heath says, completely annoyed. It's not like anyone cares what I have to say right now anyway. He takes Jean's glass, and as soon as he disappears into the kitchen, I turn to Jean and whisper, Please help me. Your son is keeping me a prisoner here. He's doing unspeakable things to me. He's doing anything and everything to impregnate me. He ties me to the bed. I'm not allowed to leave the house or my bedroom when other people aren't here. I'm talking so fast that the message I'm trying to get across is coming out jumbled. Help, please. Help get me out. I want out. She stares at me curiously, as if inspecting every inch of my expression to catch me in a lie. I hear Heath's footsteps in the hallway, but I'm holding on to hope that she will get me out of this. She leans forward and relief sits on the edge of my heart. She's going to help me. Then she whispers, I know what you did to the last one. I pull back, not sure I heard her correctly. She brings a finger to her lips. I'll be watching you. Heath enters the room and hands Jean her freshened glass of tea. So, he says casually, what did I miss?
Chapter 48. Heath. Bye, Mom. Thanks for coming. With my arm wrapped tightly around Addie's waist, we stand on the porch, waving as Mom pulls out of the driveway. As soon as Mom is out of sight, I pull Addie back inside and lock the front door, swiveling my head in her direction. I let the fake smile I was wearing on my lips fade away, replacing it with a scowl. I can't believe the shit you just pulled. I glare at Addie. Like a wide-eyed squirrel in the middle of the road when a car is plowing full speed ahead, Addie momentarily tenses up before trying to avoid the inevitable. What are you talking about? Her voice trembles when she speaks. I did everything you asked me to do. I was polite, and I kept the conversation going. I even found a common ground for us to revert to when the conversation came to a halt. At my expense. I can't hold back the fury exploding inside me. You and Mom sat there laughing and having a great time talking about me. Clenching my fists, I mimic the recap of the conversation. Mom with her, Heath was an awkward-looking kid. Heath didn't have great social skills growing up. Heath didn't have any friends. And you with your Heath is always running late. Heath burned dinner the other night. Heath is too worried about his image and cares too much about what people think of him. I shake my head with disgust. The entire conversation made me sick. It's normal for a wife to ask her mother-in-law about her husband's past, she argues. You told me to act normal, so that's what I did. I had a healthy, normal conversation with Jean. That's all. No. I disagree, aggressively shaking my head. No, go upstairs. You're spending time in the room to think about what you've done. Her face goes pale. Stop. Just wait a minute. You're overreacting. Am I? Am I the one in the wrong here? My tone aggressively sarcastic. Let's think about this, Addie. Did I cheat on my spouse? Did I abort my baby in the bathroom of our own house? Silence finds Addie when I speak harshly toward her. So am I in the wrong for planning a future with my wife? Is it so hard to ask that my spouse uphold the promises we made in our vows, huh? I snatch Addie's hand and pull her up the stairs. I'm so angry I'm seeing red, marching her directly to the bed. I waste no time strapping her down with duct tape once again. Stop, she cries out. She's struggling against me, but I've been in the gym almost every day since I stopped her from leaving the house. She's no match for my strength. Fastening the last tie around her ankle, I lean in as close to her face as I can. I want to feel my breath on her skin and see the seriousness in my facial expression when I whisper to her, I'm the victim here, Addie. Not you. Remember that. Chapter 49. Heath. I love Addie. Enter. Password incorrect. Please check your password and try again. Damn, I mistyped. I type my password in again, slower this time. ILOVEADDY. Enter. Password incorrect. Please check your password and try again. What the fuck? I mutter to myself and try again. The same error shows up again. I try 3 more times, receiving the same message each time, until the last attempt gives me a new message. Too many failed attempts to log in. You have been locked out. Please contact the site administrator to reset your password. I pick up the keyboard and slam it onto the desk. The escape key and the spacebar pop out from their sockets and fall to the floor. You've got to be fucking kidding me. How hard is it to log into my business social media page? After grumbling and swearing under my breath, I scour the site for the contact number. Reluctantly, I pick up the phone, dial the number, then wait on hold for almost 20 minutes before someone interrogates me for another 10 minutes and finally clicks the button to allow me to reset my password. I was hoping to do a quick social media check-in for work, log into my account, create a positive post for my followers to interact with, reply to comments and messages, then log off. My clients have indeed taken a back seat because of how things are unfolding with Addie. I need to remember to prioritize my work, too, and regularly check in to let my clients and followers know that I'm still here for them. And that's what I was trying to do right now. So far, this has been anything but quick. Doesn't matter now. I have my password and can finally log in. It takes an unusually long time for my page to load, and when it does, I see why. I gasp. My heart immediately races, my palms instantly sweaty as I run my eyes over my business social media page. The first thing I notice is my profile picture. It's changed. No longer do I see the charming photo Addie took of me in portrait mode, giving me the perfect, casual life coach look. Instead, someone has taken my original image and doctored it with AI. They've made my mouth appear as if it's open, showing chewed food inside as drool seeps from the corners. They've erased part of my hair, showing a receding hairline that some men may have, but I obviously don't have in real life. My nose is pushed off to the left, and my ears are no longer symmetrical. This is not the profile picture of a high-end life coach. My eyes draw to the posts on my page, once again, riddled with people commenting that my services are a scam. But the worst part of the page is the follower count. The number has gone from thousands to a single digit. I clutch my heart. I might have a heart attack right now. What the fuck happened here? How? I don't get it. Is this a prank? Have I somehow logged into someone else's account? As I search for anything that will prove this isn't real, I find nothing. This is my account. And emails are flooding in as clients are canceling my services. If I had one guess who was behind this, I would say this has Rebecca Ware written all over it. My business is ruined. Chapter 50. Heath. Where is she? I shout when I rip open the front door of the Stop It nonprofit organization. Rebecca, get your ass out here! The woman at the front desk nearly jumps out of her chair. Sir, would you please lower your voice? We have groups in session behind these doors. She motions toward a long, eerily quiet hallway. I weigh my options. I can comply with what this receptionist is asking me to do by calming myself and waiting patiently for Rebecca to come out. Or I can charge through every single door in this facility until I find Rebecca, knowing my time will be limited because the receptionist will push the silent alarm under her desk, triggering the police. I may have done some things in my past, but none of it was ever documented on record. The police and I need to remain distant friends because someday soon, I might need them to be on my side. So I opt for the former. Taking a deep breath, I collect myself and broach the subject again. I need to see Rebecca Ware, I say as calmly as I can. I don't have an appointment, but it's urgent. The receptionist tilts her head just enough to give away that she is considering whether or not to believe me. Receptionists are often the gatekeepers, and I didn't help my case by coming in so heated. To sweeten the deal, I smile at her and lean against the counter. I'm sorry, but I hope you don't mind me saying you've got the face of someone who has high ambitions and goals. I'm not sure she'll break until her cheeks turn a shade of pink and she bats her lashes and looks away. You ever thought about leaving this job to better yourself? I lay it on thick and lean harder into the counter. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Well, actually, yeah, I have, she replies. This will be easier than I thought. Might get a new client out of it, too. 5 minutes of sweet talking, and she calls Rebecca's office directly and gets me an invitation inside. Third door down on the left. She gestures to the same pin-drop quiet hallway she motioned toward before. Thanks, hon. I wink. But before I set off down the hall, I take the opportunity to add, use the number I gave you to call me when you're ready to take the next step. I'm currently taking on new clients, and remember what I told you about social media? My page is currently undergoing maintenance, so anything you see online claiming to be me is a scam. Now, back to the real reason I am here. Cracking open Rebecca's office door, I slip inside. She's behind her desk, engrossed in something on her computer screen, when she glances up at the sound of the door clicking when I shut it. You, I snarl under my breath. Heath Kennedy, you are my emergency from the front desk? I take a few steps toward her desk with my hands balled into fists. Just exactly who do you think you are? I know it's you. You are behind it all. Behind what? Her face scrunches, and she presses her palms against the surface when she stands up, meeting my eyes. I don't know what you're referring to or why you're here in my place of business, but you need to leave now. Or what? I interrupt. You'll call the cops? Go ahead. Then I'll be able to tell them about how you have ruined my reputation by dragging my name through the mud. It's slander, you know that? That's what the courts will say when I sue you for everything you have. Then you'll feel what it's like to lose everything you've worked so hard for. She quirks an eyebrow, and confusion washes over her face. Seriously, what are you talking about? You know why you're doing this to me. Don't play me. You're not innocent. I shout, then rein it in. Lowering my tone once again, I continue. You hacked into my business social media page. You changed my picture and wrote the comments that made everyone turn against me. My previously fast-growing business has been shattered. Shaking my head, I pace her office. It's going to take months to rebuild and clear my name. Is that what you wanted? Her mouth has parted slightly, but she doesn't say anything. You were upset with me because I shared my personal life with you during your precious time in our client sessions. Is that why you're going through all this? Because I spoke about myself and used your special time to tell you a little about me? I wasn't stealing your precious time. I was excited to get married and have a baby, for Christ's sake. Even if I were the one doing everything you are accusing me of, do you think I would honestly try to ruin your life because you took my time during a life coaching session? Her brows lift. If I were going to do anything, I would have done it right after the session where you told me how easy I was to talk to and then confessed to committing a crime. I toss my hands up in a placating way. Wow, Share one secret with a person, and this is what I get? I know exactly what she's talking about. I was going on about my life during one of our sessions and ended up telling Rebecca about my childhood trauma. I told her how I quietly crouched on all fours behind my dad so he'd lose his footing when my mom pushed him. At the time, I didn't know bringing my mom the gun was something to call the cops about. I didn't think that watching Mom pull the trigger aimed at Dad's head was something I should feel emotion for. I was just doing what my mom wanted me to do when I handed her the gun. I wanted her to be proud of me, though she never was. For some reason, I felt free to share everything with Rebecca. She seemed like one of those people I could share everything with, and I did. I never told anyone about my being there to help Mom kill Dad until I shared that detail with Rebecca. You should feel lucky I shared my deepest secrets with you. My wife doesn't even know that about me. Mentioning Addie brings a thought to the front of my mind. Wait a minute. That's what this is about. You know it has been too long for the cops to prove that I was an accomplice in my father's murder. Otherwise, you would have gone to the authorities and told them about me by now. Instead, you were trying to get revenge on me by taking Addie away from me. Is that it? What did you tell her when you met up with her? Inching closer toward her, I noticed Rebecca step back simultaneously. Heath, stop right there. Her warning does nothing. I take another step. Don't come any closer. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out her cell phone. She presses 3 numbers and hovers a finger over the call button. I'm warning you. The cops know this place and they'll be here in a moment, flat. Don't make me do it. I stop. Rebecca's office phone rings and we both ignore the distraction. It's one thing to try to bring down a business, but it's another to try and take away the love of my life. I press forward. Addie didn't start acting weird until she met with you in person. What happened during that meeting? She's not the love of your life, Rebecca spouts, her desk phone still ringing. Avoiding taking the bait, I proceed. What did you tell her? A moment of silent stare down, and finally Rebecca says, I told her the truth. At that moment, the receptionist knocks once before letting herself in. Hey, Becca, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the cops are here and they want to speak to you. Rebecca looks at me, then back to the woman in the doorway. Yes, of course, we were just wrapping up here. Let's escort Mr. Kennedy out, shall we?
Chapter 51. Addie. He's not back yet. Why isn't he back yet? I stare out of the window from the second-story bedroom where I've been for months. When this first started, I honestly believed he wouldn't hurt me. In his mind, his delusion, I am what makes him whole. I am the person who can give him everything he wants, and he would never jeopardize that. But after he yanked me upstairs and strapped me down, completely unaware that his brute strength left marks on my body, I'm not so sure about him anymore. He could do something drastic at any time and make up reasons in his head to justify his actions. He's desperate. Desperate people will do anything to get what they want. That's why I'm terrified right now. Usually when he leaves, he's never gone for this long. Something is off. He was so angry this time. Every time I think I've seen him at his worst, he proves me wrong. I haven't heard his car pull in. Where did he go? What is he going to come back with? Think, Addie. This is it. When he gets back, it's kill or be killed. No one is here to save you. You've done it before. You can do it again. The fear and uncertainty I'm feeling right now are familiar to me. Suddenly, it's like my brain has decided to open a door that's been closed for a long time, like the amnesia has worn off specifically for this recollection. A detailed memory of a traumatic day I had with my first husband pops into my mind. My cloudy brain condition has always prevented me from remembering specific details of what happened throughout my life with Glenn. But another memory is right here in front of me. There I was in the same bedroom I am in now, only Glenn was the man I shared my bed with. I had everything planned out. I was going to kill him to get my freedom back. I was just waiting for the right day and time to execute my plan. The day Glenn left his late father's gold watch on the nightstand, I knew it was time. I spent years being submissive at that point, so when Glenn demanded I strip down in front of him that night, he was used to me doing what he asked without pushback or resistance. When I said no that night, It triggered Glenn immediately. "I said take your clothes off," Glenn repeated, jaw clenched. Folding my arms across my chest, my heart raced as I declined a second time. "I won't do it." The fear of what he would do to me if my plan didn't work made my insides scramble for life, but I was in too deep. I had to stay strong and be brave as I pressed him further. I needed to trigger him in a way that left him so angry that he would want to kill me. I needed him to leave marks on me. "You do not have my consent," I held firm. "Ha! I don't know what kind of balls you think you've grown all of a sudden, but now you're going to pay for it." Glenn rushed toward me and forced me down on my knees as he gripped the back of my neck with one hand and fumbled with his belt and zipper with the other. His fingers dug into my neck so hard, I knew they would leave marks. "If you make me do this, you'll never find your dad's watch," I shouted before he could fully unzip. He yanked my hair until my head rolled backward and my eyes looked up at him. "What did you say?" I said, "Touch me again and you'll never see your dead father's watch again." His expression turned dark. He pushed me away, retreating to the place where he had last left the watch. "Where is it?" He marches toward me. "Where is it, you bitch?" He lifted his fist, cocked it back, and I winced. "It's in the kitchen!" I shouted as tears streamed down my face. He hit me anyway, leaving me with the black eye I needed to seal his fate. "Bottom drawer closest to the stove." "You'd better hope it's there." He disappeared down the hall. That's when I knew I had 30 seconds to finish the plan. Despite having a throbbing face and vision only clear out of one eye, I quickly and quietly followed Glenn into the kitchen. As he bent over beside the stove and yanked the drawers to search for his precious memento, I slid the brick I had hidden earlier when I was preparing for this day out from its hiding place just inside the curtain pantry. I approached Glenn from behind. I only had one chance to get it right and make it look like self-defense. So, when Glenn bent down to open the third and lowest drawer, I raised the brick above my head and slammed it as hard as I could directly into his temple. The blow to his temple had to be hard enough to rupture an artery and cause an epidural hematoma. If I did it right, the fast-acting brain bleed would be enough to kill him within hours. Then Glenn collapsed. Relief rushed through me. If I had hit him repeatedly, the police would have had more questions for me. But with the finger marks around my neck and the black eye that was surely changing colors already, the situation reeked of self-defense. I thought it was over. The police asked me their questions, and my life was about to start fresh. But the paramedics came in and shattered all my hope when they found a heartbeat on Glenn. Fear shot through me again because if he ever got out of the hospital, he would come for me. I quickly came up with a new plan to make sure Glenn never left the hospital that night. But as it would turn out, Glenn's mother was already there, sitting beside his hospital bed, stroking his unresponsive hand. Trisha already despised me, so when I walked in, she screamed at me to get out, accusing me of lying and trying to kill her son. Hospital staff tried to calm her down, but she was inconsolable. So I left, and all my worst fears came true. Glenn healed and found me. He dragged me back home, and the abuse continued. All because I fucked up the plan. It would be years of more abuse before finally killing Glenn. I won't wait years to get out of my situation with Heath. I won't mess up. I'll get it right the first time. The detailed memory of my failed attempt at murdering Glenn is all the motivation I need to deal with Heath right now. When I am done with him, Heath Kennedy will be a name no one will miss. He will be lost and forgotten, and no one will ever find out the truth of what happened to him. Finally, I've got it. I know exactly how to get rid of Heath.
Chapter 52. Heath. Pulling into the driveway, I turn off the engine and sit with my thoughts for a moment. Rebecca told Addie the truth. What truth and how much of it did she say? It's concerning and definitely an issue I need to deal with. But no matter how much I want to point the fingers at Rebecca for everything that's gone wrong with my social media and Addie's sudden odd behavior, I can't deny how confused Rebecca looked when I accused her of it all. If it wasn't Rebecca messing with my business social media page, then who is trying to ruin my life? Glancing up at the window to the master bedroom, I think I see an Addie-shaped figure peering out, waiting for me. But then I remember how tightly I taped her to the bed before I left, and no, that's not possible. I must have imagined it. I can't believe how badly I let Addie get under my skin earlier, before I left. I'm learning that it's normal for couples to get in fights here and there. However, is it normal to love someone so much that you would rather kill them than have to go through another argument with them? Maybe that's what happened with her and her late husband. Glenn loved her so much that he tried to kill her, and Addie wound up killing him in self-defense. I never sided with that man, but I'm starting to almost understand why he would try. Addie is and always will be the love of my life, but she's hiding something from me. She is confusing me, and I'm having trouble deciphering what to do. Is she the person I believe her to be? I think so. But if that were true, why is she fighting this relationship? Why is her body rejecting my seed? She never really answered my question when I asked her about that final night with Glenn. Was it really self-defense? Should I be watching my back? Chapter 53, Heath. I get out of my truck, ready to go back in the house and check in on Addie, when I see a massive spiderweb extending from the grass up to the tire of Addie's car. Her car hasn't moved since the last time I let her leave the house. She didn't know it would be the last time. If she had had a heads up, she might have taken the time to tuck the car in a little better. It's slightly crooked and parked way too close to the garage door. I should probably move the car in case any nosy neighbors decide to get suspicious about why her car hasn't moved as of late. Quickly making my way inside the house, I find Addie's spare key hanging on a hook near the coat rack. I'm back outside in 1 minute flat. Using my shoe, I wipe away the spider webs, then unlock the door, tugging on the handle. It dawns on me. I have never been in Addie's car without her. Do I dare rifle through? Anyone else would be lying to themselves if they said they weren't curious about what's hiding in the depths between the seats of their partner's car. There's no better time for me to take a quick peek around. If Addie is hiding something from me, where else could she keep her secrets other than her car, a place I never dreamed I'd snoop through? Slipping into the front seat, I shut the door behind me and take a look around. Despite not appearing organized, I would be willing to bet that Addie knows where every single item is in this messy car. Melted lip moisturizer under the fast food napkins shoved in her cup holder. Crumpled receipts formed a small pile at the center of the floor on the passenger side. The amount of empty and half-empty water bottles floating around in here would put a nice chunk of change in her pocket if she recycled them. And that's just the front half of the car. Peering over my shoulder, I glance into the back seat. Immediately, my eyes are met with a pile of accessories. Multiple hats and shoes, an umbrella, a lightweight black jacket. Wait a minute. The jacket. I've seen that jacket before, but not on Addie. I reach into the back to retrieve the jacket. I shake it out and hold it up before me to have a closer look. This isn't Addie's jacket. It's too big for her. I bring the jacket to my nose and sniff. The jacket reeks of male cologne because it, in fact, is a male's jacket. Where have I seen this jacket before? Flipping it over, I examine the jacket further. And that's when I see it. A tiny tear in the elbow of the right sleeve. Torn in the same way that Robert tore his jacket that day when we met up for drinks. This is Robert's jacket. What the fuck is my best friend's jacket doing in my wife's car? The more I think about it, the more it seems so obvious. It's him. The person my wife was cheating on me with. It was Robert the whole time. Fury boils inside me, and rage seems to steam from my pores. They thought they could make a fool out of me. They thought I would never find out. Just envisioning those two together is causing bile to rise in my throat. But I swallow it back down. They ruined my life. Someone is going to pay for this. Someone is going to die. Part 6. Present day. That day. Chapter 54. Heath. Almost there. Come on, we're almost there. You can do it. You've done it before. What makes this time any different? Don't give up. Just get in and out. It's not that difficult. Do the job you were made to do. I've been thinking about doing this for a while, but out of respect for the person I love, I never acted on my thoughts. But now that I know Addie was cheating on me with Robert, I don't feel bad for taking what was mine first. The only problem is Addie has mentally fucked me. I can't get it up. This is the last time I'll ever have the opportunity to make love to the first woman I ever gave my heart to. So I need to get it up. I need to do this to satisfy my urge while showing Addie everything she will miss because of the detrimental choices she made. I just need to relax. I close my eyes and visualize the scene of how it was before. I see her there, on the day we first met. I feel something move down below. It's working. I've got this. Squeak. The sound of the mattress fill the room as I push my hips forward, then back, eyes still closed, watching my perfect woman dance around in my mind. I'm back up and running. I can open my eyes, so I do. Glancing down, there she is. The love of my life, in the flesh. For better or worse, it's the latter for us. She's not biting her bottom lip or moaning as she used to when I was pleasing her. She's not looking at me in the same way she did when we first met. Instead, she's dissociating. She doesn't want to be here. She's not enjoying this magical moment like I am. Her eyes are glossy, but there's a fire inside them as she looks up at me without saying a word or acknowledging my effort. Her unsatisfactory expression is starting to get to me. No, not again. Don't you dare give up on me. I try mentally coaxing myself to stay hard. Now is not the time to give up. Get up, you son of a bitch. But it's too late. I'm not going to be able to stiffen up again. I was almost there. There's no coming back from this. I had the chance to show Addie that who she married was the right one, but I let her get to me. My passion transitions to frustration and anger. I wasn't always this way. She did this to me. Addie is the reason I stopped being able to perform. She betrayed me, taking my trust and confidence with her. I gave her everything, and all I asked for in return was her love and finding a way to grow that love. She turned right around and stabbed me in the back. Now there's nothing left to do but stop her from digging her knife any further inside my heart. Instead of being eternally preserved as an admirable woman worthy of love, she will end her days as a cold-blooded, heartless individual, exposed as the cheater she is. All I wanted was to prove to her that I could satisfy her one last time before she dies. But I guess it doesn't matter now. I never understood what that meant by, if you love something, let it go. Until now. Tomorrow I'm going to let Addison Rose Kennedy go. In less than 24 hours, I'll still be on Earth, while she's burning in the depths of hell.
Chapter 55. Addie.
What happened to him? Heath was almost a good guy. We almost had a life that most people would dream of. We were almost happy, but perhaps there were signs. Heath is the type of guy who is almost helpful. He helps with the laundry by removing it from the dryer, but leaves it unfolded piled up on the bed. He's the guy who clears the dishes from the table but leaves them unrinsed in the sink, rather than putting them in the dishwasher. He will make you coffee, but leave old grounds and used coffee pods inside the machine until there is mold growing inside. The signs were there, and now we're here. All my extremities were tied and stretched into the position he wanted me in when he came bolting through that door. He didn't say it out loud, but I could tell just by the fury in his eyes. He knew about Robert. Throughout my captivity, I suppose things could have been worse. Up until recently, Heath has been relatively gentle with me. He's constantly acting as if my womb is a fragile glass that he needs to protect until I can give him the baby he's expecting of me. He has been overly cautious. Up until now. I'm afraid the easy days of being held against my will are over. I look up at him as he thrusts harder. I forgot how much I used to love his tattoos. They were once so sexy to me, but now when I see them, I see him. And I don't like him the way I used to. How far gone is he that he thinks I want this? I don't want him in any way. I never thought he would climb on top of me and do this when I am clearly an unwilling participant in this act. A victim of domestic violence and abuse my entire adult life, now also a victim of this forceful act. Though, is it really happening if the attacker can't get it up? I'm not sure his movements right now would fall into that category. It feels like he's occasionally pressing a limp noodle against the outside of my lower half. If he's not truly getting inside me, is it real? I suppose it doesn't matter. I should be grateful that he can't hurt me or the baby growing inside me that he doesn't know about. It's like he brought a spoon to a knife fight. It's like he's a corpse trying to do push-ups. A garden hose with the water shut off. I'd be embarrassed if I were him. He needs to give up. As badly as he wants to hurt me right now, he can't. It's just not going to happen. After 5 more minutes of mentally escaping, my body stops rocking back and forth, and I bring my attention back to focus on him. Ugh! He grunts his frustration as he slides off of me. Standing at the foot of the bed, his eyes trail my naked body. The look on his face says, if I can't please you, I'll please me. He tries, but that doesn't work either. He aggressively tugs his pants on and angrily paces the room. My plan to mentally fuck with him has started to work, which couldn't have triggered him at a better time. I don't think Heath cares about keeping me alive anymore. It is time to see my plan through. He finally stops pacing and faces me behind the foot of the bed. I'm going to the store, he says in a low grumble. I'm going to buy a pregnancy test. I read that in early pregnancy, the best time to take a test is first thing in the morning. So tomorrow is your last chance. You will take the test, and the outcome will affect my next move. With those words, he leaves.
Chapter 56. Heath. It's positive? I furrow my brows. She nods her head, turning the test toward me so I can see the viewing window. I'm not sure how to read pregnancy tests with all those visible and invisible lines, so the woman at the drugstore suggested I get the one that clearly labels it as pregnant or not pregnant. And here it is in my face. Taking the stick in my hand, I glance at Addie. Pregnant, I whisper. Honestly, this is not what I expected to happen when I woke up today. I had everything ready to set Addie free in death the moment I saw the pregnancy test result that I was so certain would be negative. I had prepared her pills as I do on any other day. I imagined she would examine them as she has ever since I started swapping and adding to her pills. She wouldn't notice any change in her pills, and ultimately she would toss them back, washing them down with water. She would never think to suspect the water. In addition to crushing the leftover melatonin pills into powder and dissolving the solution into the liquid, I also added several other sleeping supplements I picked up at the drugstore. As angry as I am with Addie for cheating on me, I don't want her to suffer when she goes. The water solution would have been just strong enough to put her into a forever sleep. If a toxicology report were ever conducted, no red flags would be raised or triggered, since the breakdown of all the sleeping supplements would look like natural melatonin metabolites. I was ready, but now, a positive test? I can't believe it. We did it. We really did it. Everything else can be tabled for later. Right now, we should be celebrating. Our happy family is growing. Now that I'm pregnant, can you remove the tape? Addie's voice is suddenly music to my ears. I gaze at my baby's mother and the clouds lift, taped into a position that couldn't possibly be comfortable. She looks up at me with water building behind her eyes. She looks sad, pitiful even. Not the bright, cheerful face a new mother should be donning. This baby is going to turn our lives around. What am I doing tying her up like this? I quickly jump into action, picking at the tape on her wrists first. Then moving to her ankles, I grab a dress from a hanger in her closet and slip it over her head. She scoots to the edge of the bed and kicks her legs off the side, and I slowly lower myself onto the bed beside her. She rubs the bruises on her wrists, and for some reason I suddenly feel bad. Her eyes relax and she gazes over at me. "Thanks," she says softly, then rests her hand on her belly. Her genuine gratitude is the spark of hope I needed to see before we can get back to how we used to be. Being stuck to a bed is no way for the mother of my child to live, I reply confidently. Of course you'll be free to roam around this room all you'd like throughout your entire pregnancy. She hesitates as if she's processing what I just said. After a moment, she looks down at her stomach, then back up at me. There isn't an obvious bump yet, but, did you want to feel it? My heart swells with joy. It's happening. This baby has already helped us turn the page. I'm impressed with Addie's ability to forgive so quickly. This is truly not only a new chapter in our lives, but it's as if we're starting a whole new book. I can't wait to dive in. Of course I want to feel it. She moves her hand and gives me a quick nod, letting me know it's okay. The moment my palm rests on her stomach, everything that's gone wrong in my life clears up. I'm suddenly no longer bogged down with grudges or hate. My burdens are gone. It doesn't matter that someone else intimately had Addie, because I have her forever now. We are tied together. We have created life, and that means everything. Closing my eyes, I inhale deeply and slowly release the happiest sigh I have in a long time. I might be imagining it, but as I rub my thumb back and forth, I already feel her belly growing. If you listen closely, you might be able to hear a heartbeat, Addie says with pinkish, flushed cheeks and a beaming smile. I'm not sure about the timeline for everything during pregnancy. When is it too early to hear a heartbeat? I let myself get completely lost in the moment. I don't try to hide the wide grin spreading across my face as I slide off the bed and onto my knees in front of her. Turning my ear toward her body, I lean in until my ear is flat against her stomach. Then I close my eyes and listen. I hear a faint gurgle of Addie's stomach, but not a heartbeat. Pushing into her a little harder, I close my eyes tighter. Maybe if I limit my use of one of my senses, my others will be heightened. And suddenly I hear something. Whoosh! A quick burst of air crosses my body, followed by the most excruciating pain I've ever felt in my life. I reach for my head and drop to the floor.
Chapter 57. Addie. He won't stop screaming. I get up from the bed, eyes glued to Heath. It's like watching porn that's so awful that you feel bad for the people starring in it, but for some reason you just can't look away. You get the general idea of how it's going to end, but you need to see it just to make sure there are no surprises. You've invested too much time in it to stop watching. That is what it is like watching Heath roll around on the ground right now. There's no blood yet, just Heath screaming on the floor. If I did it correctly, Heath might seize or lose consciousness just before sudden cardiac arrest, where his body will give up the fight and he will join Glenn in the pits of hell. At least, that's what Rebecca Ware told me. I clutch the empty syringe in my hand and begin unconsciously fiddling with it, rolling it against my palm. As Heath strains, thrusting his body from side to side, I think back to the last meeting I ever had in person with Rebecca before Heath permanently locked me in. Rebecca and I were supposed to be meeting about future speaking events, and we did talk about that, for all of about 10 minutes before the conversation shifted. The two of us had so much in common. We are close in age. We both keep sugary snacks on our desks while we work. She has the confidence I've been working toward. Hanging out with her was easy, and if I were to interview anyone to be my friend outside of work, Rebecca would pass the test with flying colors. The sun started to go down and the automatic overhead lighting in her office turned on. We were just about to wrap everything up when Rebecca divulged that she was a former victim of domestic abuse, just like me. I offered my sympathies, sorry that she was one of the unlucky ones who had to experience such violence. But she stopped me.
She looked directly into my eyes, and in a slow, obvious tone, she said, "No, you're not hearing me correctly. My story is just like yours." That tidbit of information opened an entirely new door. We spent the next 2 hours peeling back the layers to get under the surface. Turns out Rebecca killed her abuser just as I had killed mine. Premeditated? Yes. Caught by the cops? No. Rebecca worked in the medical field before her violent and abusive late husband encouraged her to stop, then forbade her from going back to work when she didn't enjoy staying at home as much as she thought she would. Things worsened from there. He hit her, verbally assaulted her, took advantage of her whenever he wanted to, and did everything else in the book. She was too insecure and financially fucked to leave at the time. But the day he put the barrel of a gun inside her mouth as he forced himself on her was the day she knew she had to do something to get out. And she did. Rebecca needed a way to kill her abuser because she knew he'd come for her if she ran. But she needed to do it without getting caught. Remembering her years in medical school and all her professional training, she had many options in her back pocket. However, she opted for killing her husband in a way that required the use of one of the extra syringes she had taken from work before she left. She kept a stockpile of medical supplies at home, not for use, but as sentimental souvenirs from her life before her husband took it all away. Yes, technically, she stole from work, but that's what ended up saving her life. Her husband had taken practically everything away from her, and she didn't have access to much. No medical solutions to slowly poison him, no access to firearms. But she had her sterile, empty syringes, and that was all she needed. Her husband had several odd fetishes, one of which was an obsession with ears. He would threaten to hurt Rebecca if she didn't lick his earlobe just before he released. She would always comply in the moment so he wouldn't hurt her, even though he often hurt her anyway. Little did her husband know that his sick fetish would be what killed him later. Rebecca used her husband's obsession with ears when she plotted out how to do it. She pulled the plunger of the empty syringe, ensuring it was full of air, and on the night she was forced to lick that bastard's earlobe, she jammed the syringe into his ear canal and simultaneously pressed down on the plunger. The syringe was jammed so hard into his ear that it pushed through the thin temporal bone, reaching just deep enough to hit an artery near the brain. The air then entered the bloodstream, forming bubbles that traveled toward the artery that feeds the brain tissue. The bubbles acted as a blockage to blood flow, stopping oxygen from reaching the brain cells. Within minutes, her husband suffered cardiac arrest, dying right there in her bed. It happened so quickly and cleanly that by the time the cops questioned her, she was able to use her remaining adrenaline to force real tears, knowing her actions were untraceable. She looked like a distressed woman who had just lost her loving husband, when really her tears were not of sadness but of relief that she was free. "Now you tell me your story. How did you get away with it?" Rebecca said after she had shared hers. I was ready to tell her I didn't remember, because that's how it had been with my memories of Glenn. But the fog had lifted, and suddenly I recalled exactly how it all went down. My story wasn't half as creative as hers. I told Rebecca about my late husband and all his mommy issues with that awful mother of his, Trisha. I told her about Glenn's obsession with taking gym selfies and getting hard when he read the flirtatious comments from women and men. I told her how I used my experience with technology to hack into and fuck around with his social media pages. He would get so angry on those days, and things would be 10 times worse for me at that point, but it was worth it to see him sweat. On that fateful night, I convinced Glenn that I wanted him more than anything. I lured him into the kitchen wearing sexy lingerie that I had in the back of my closet, unopened since the wedding. Then I told him I would cook dinner in my outfit and we would have our dessert right there on the kitchen table. He was eager, practically salivating. and when I was standing over the hot stove, heating oil in the pan, I purposely angered the monster. "Hey, Glenn?" I said, and he perked up. "I'm the one who has been hacking into your social media accounts." "What?" His face fell flat. "Me. It was me. I'm the one who used AI to make the meme of your gym selfie, the one with a dildo growing from your forehead," I explained. "The nasty comments, the fake female profiles who flirt with you in your private messages. Yep, those are all me." I needed Glenn to charge at me. Every move he made needed to look aggressive for the camera I had set up earlier in the day. I shut the audio off on purpose. I didn't want any evidence that I was intentionally provoking him. As far as the camera sees, I'm a happy housewife, ready to seduce my husband by cooking in sexy lingerie when out of nowhere, Glenn attacked me. He fell right into my plan. I was able to express a worried look for the camera, then pick up the boiling pan of oil and toss it directly into his face, as if in self-defense. Not all the oil had flung from the pan, and I was left with a scar from it burning me as it trickled down my arm. Blinded by the hot oil, Glenn dropped to the floor. I wasn't sure if I made it in his mouth like I was planning to, but when he started gasping for breath, I knew my plan worked. Hot oil in the throat can burn the airway lining, causing swelling and blocking the ability to breathe within minutes. And it worked. Self-defense. Killed him. Not gruesome. Had evidence. Rebecca said she would have to remember my story just in case she ever had to use it, and I said I'd do the same with hers. Now here I am, and there is Heath on the bedroom floor. Who knew I'd be using Rebecca's murder strategy so soon? Bringing my attention back to Heath, a sense of pride swells inside me. I've done it again, like clockwork. It takes about a minute for Heath's body to go limp, and I only have mere seconds before he leaves this life forever. Crouching down, I bring my mouth to his non-punctured ear and whisper, "I'm doing this for us. Isn't that the reason you gave for locking me in this house for months?" I believe it was. So this, right here, right now, is for us too. Goodbye, Heath. Rot in hell. Part 7. 2 months after that day. Chapter 58. Addie. It's been 2 months since Heath's death, and unlike the situation with my first husband, I actually remember every single moment in that room with Heath. I remember the day I watched Heath pull the syringe out of the black bag. When he told me he'd be conducting an at-home IUI procedure to impregnate me, I was scared for my baby's life. What if he inserted the tube and hit the baby, who was already over 2 months old by then? If I had told him at that point that I was pregnant with his best friend's child, he would have killed me and the baby regardless. I had no choice but to come up with a plan, and that plan began when Heath accidentally left the syringe in the room with me after conducting one of his procedures. The tracking app he downloaded to watch my cycle gave Heath a general window for when I would be ovulating, so he performed the procedure every day during that window. The first day he did the procedure, I watched every move he made. He took out the syringe, unscrewed the long, pointed hypodermic needle that came attached, and replaced it with the end of the straw-like tube. He said he watched a video on the dark web about how to do the procedure and assured me it wouldn't hurt if I relaxed. It hurt every single time. He set the hypodermic needle on the dresser and forgot about it for the rest of the week. But I never forgot where it was. He would then dip the end of the straw into the cup of his fresh ejaculate and draw back the plunger until the syringe filled. He tied my legs so they were in a wide-open position and shoved the tube far up inside me, where he would eventually deposit his sample. Most of the days when he did it, I don't think the tube was in the right place. There was one time that felt different, and I wondered if he actually made it into the uterus. Heath would then rinse the tube and syringe, but never sterilize them. I went to the doctor after Heath died, and I wound up having an infection, Luckily, the baby was fine, and I'm almost done with the antibiotics I was given for the infection. The last IUI Heath performed on me, he didn't realize the syringe had fallen out of his grasp when he was cleaning up. It fell onto the bed when he shoved the tube and cup into the bag. I quickly wriggled my body to the side to hide it from view, pushing it into the rip in my mattress. I knew that between the syringe and the hypodermic needle still in my sight on the dresser, these would eventually be my ticket out. He freed me once to let me shower, and that's when I snatched the hypodermic needle from the dresser and shoved it into the rip in the mattress along with the syringe. Reflecting on the story Rebecca shared with me, I planned to use her strategy to kill Heath and walk away a free woman. I couldn't exactly pinpoint when my plan could take place, but at least I would be ready when the time was right. I saw the rage in Heath's eyes when he found Robert's jacket in my car, and I knew I had to act fast. Otherwise, my baby and I were at risk of having to suffer through whatever delusion Heath had played out in his mind. I felt the hard plastic syringe against my back from where it sat inside the rip in the mattress as the weight of Heath's body pushed down on top of me. I would have jammed the syringe into his ear then if my hands were free, but I suppose I'm glad I didn't. I might have been trapped under him when his body gave out. I bided my time and instead used his only weakness to get him into the position I needed him to be in. I only had one shot and didn't want to miss, and I did not miss. Talking about our baby to get him where I needed him worked like a charm. It was an unexpected bonus for him to close his eyes. That gave me time to look down at his ear and line up the syringe perfectly before jamming it into his ear canal and pushing down on the plunger. The puncture was just right, and the air bubbles did exactly what I expected them to do. I waited 30 minutes before I called the cops. Long enough to make sure there was no chance of him surviving this, but short enough that it looked like I did what any good wife would do and called for help right away. At the hospital, the police confirmed Heath as deceased. I put on a good show with tears and waterworks, and then I slipped on the same dark shades I wore at my first husband's funeral. Tinted so dark I could see everyone, but no one could see the pure joy gleaming in my eyes. I wore the dark sunglasses again at Heath's funeral 2 weeks later. People tilted their heads sympathetically when they hugged me. They simply couldn't believe that I was having to go through the loss of another husband. I let my face show them how devastated I was, while my hidden eyes held all my secrets. Little did they know, life for me was great again. My online business was booming while Rebecca was scheduling me for more speaking events. But as everyone stared at the priest and listened to him give his last blessings over Heath's ashes, I was staring at someone else. Trisha Stevens was sitting across from me. It had been a long time since she made a random appearance in my life, but of all times and places, I didn't know why she would be attending Heath's funeral. Trisha had nothing to do with my second husband. Why was she there? When everyone's eyes shifted to the priest holding the urn of Heath's ashes out in front of him, Trisha continued casting glances in my direction. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth, and she wiggled her fingers as she gave me a little wave before standing up and leaving the funeral. She was plotting something again. Did she want money? Perhaps she wanted to avenge her son in some way? I wasn't sure, but I knew when everything was over, I needed to remind myself to keep one eye on Trisha. Robert and Stephanie were one seat away from Trisha's empty seat, and my eyes suddenly drew to them. Robert draped his arm over his wife, embracing her while she cried on his shoulder, and I wished it were me that he were holding. When I was finally able to connect with Robert again after Heath's death and my escape, we agreed to remain distant until after the funeral and things settled down. We've hardly had any private conversations due to not wanting to raise any red flags until the cause of Heath's death was made public. I still wanted to ask him why he never came looking for me, but I had to wait until all this was over. Cardiac arrest. The official cause of death. That meant, shortly after the funeral, I'd be able to speak to Robert, and together we could talk about what would happen next. Standing in my bathroom, I look down at the way my stomach slightly sticks out now. Robert and I are finally set to meet up in a day or so. I can't wait to tell him we're having a boy. I reach down and lay my hand over my belly. I promise to keep you safe, my little man. I'm going to teach you the right way to love and be loved by your partner. And if anyone tries to get in the way of that, don't you worry. I'll take care of them. Chapter 59. Addie. Okay, it sounds like a plan. I grin from ear to ear at Robert, sitting across from me in the booth. Wait a few more weeks so things between us don't seem suspicious before we actually move in together, but you're breaking the news to Stephanie next week. Once she's out of the picture, we use the life insurance money from Heath's death to pay for our new life together. Far away from this town, where we will have and raise this baby as a happy family of 3. It's perfect. Robert reaches across the table and takes my hand. He rubs the backs of my fingers with his. I can't believe we're getting everything we talked about, down to the new mattress you've needed for a long time. Dreams playing out in reality isn't usually what happens for people, but all our dreams are coming true. Flutters in my stomach cause my smile to widen. The moment we finally sat down in this restaurant together, Robert began apologizing for not coming to my aid sooner. As I suspected, he explained that he was seeing Heath occasionally, and Heath acted as if things were normal at home. Since he wasn't hearing from me regularly, he assumed that I had decided to work things out with Heath, and he felt forced to respect my decision by not interfering. It wasn't until the last time Robert saw Heath that he suspected something was off. That's what prompted him to wonder what had really happened to me. He tried to get into my locked-up house sooner, but by the time Robert heard about what was taking place, I had already taken care of Heath. Robert couldn't believe it, but was thankful because we were that much closer to being able to see each other all the time and begin our new life's journey together. Now, the hardest part is having to wait. I briefly drop my gaze. Robert laughs. I think you'll have plenty of things to keep you occupied in the meantime. Smirking at him, I bring my iced water to my lips and sip. Robert is referring to my seemingly endless list of speaking events that Rebecca has scheduled for me. I still have my online graphic and web design business, but it's safe to say I'll soon be a full-time advocate and speaker for the Stop It nonprofit organization, and it's all thanks to Rebecca. Which reminds me, I never did thank her for helping me mess with Heath's social media accounts. I need to remember to do that. Robert's right. Everything is working out for me, for us, the way it should. My distant mother even reached out to me recently after not hearing from her for years. She heard I was a widow again and that I was pregnant. People assume the baby is Heath's and that I didn't find out I was pregnant until after he was gone. This adds another layer of sympathy that people feel for me when they approach. Mom and I are meeting up next week. She actually wants to hear about my work and attend some of the events I'll be speaking at. It might take some time to heal, but I'm thrilled to welcome her back into my life. You got me there, I finally reply to Robert. I am looking forward to speaking at the events, but I'm a little nervous if I'm being honest. I've been practicing my speech every night for the first one, and it's not for another 3 weeks. I just want it to be perfect. I want to make a difference in these people's lives. They don't have to be victims forever. There is light at the end of it all. I let out a happy sigh. I mean, look at me now. Strong, independent, in love with a great man, a baby on the way, and about to embark on a new career. Exactly. Robert agrees. I'm still not sure how I got to be added to your wonderful world, but I can't imagine what life would be like otherwise. I can't wait to officially start our journey together. When will that be again? I wink. I'm only slightly messing with him. I know he has to break things off with Stephanie first, and if we don't want the divorce to be messy, I have to let him do this in his own way. Don't worry, sweetheart. He brings the back of my hand to his lips and kisses it. I'm telling Stephanie everything next week. Then just a few more weeks of sorting through things, and I'm all yours. I like the sound of that. Chapter 60. Addie. Mom pulls back from our long hug, eyes sweeping across my body as she gives me a once-over. Wow, you're glowing. She gushes over my bump that seems to have truly popped out this week. How did you get to be so grown? I get that her question is rhetorical, but I still feel the need to take some power back. That's what happens when you cut your daughter out of your life. Mom cringes at my words, and there's a part of me that's happy to see she is capable of feeling remorse. It's been years, Mom. Of course I've grown up. Sorrow forms like a cloud behind her eyes, and she holds her hand over her heart. Sweetheart, Mom begins, and I stop her. You don't have to say it. But I do, she replies. I'm sorry. It took me such a long time to get clean, but I finally did it. This December, I'll get my 3rd chip from AA. Wait, you've been in Alcoholics Anonymous for 3 years and never reached out to me? The humility in her face is shining bright. Please understand, I was working on myself. I was embarrassed about how I acted the last time I saw you. She reaches one arm across her body to scratch the opposite forearm as she shakes her head slowly. I was never trying to cut you out of my life, but I was a drunk who called my daughter terrible names and worse. I should have been there to take care of you, especially during the times your memory wasn't at its sharpest. Why I felt the need to lay a hand on you that night is lost on me. Even though I was getting sober during the past several years, I didn't feel worthy of being around you. You were better off without me around. Was I? Water builds behind my eyes. One blink and this dam is about to break. She continues, I'm not sure how many apologies it will take for you to accept one of them, but I'm willing to put in all the effort required for as long as it takes. I'm so sorry, Addison Rose. Hearing her say my name like she did during my childhood tugs on my heartstrings in every way. I should be fuming while berating her with questions and blaming her for the years of trauma she's caused me. But what good would that do? My mom wants back in my life at a time when I'm going to start building a genuinely happy family. I might not take parenting advice from her or trust her to be alone with my child at first, but doesn't my son deserve to know his only living grandparent? Robert's parents passed away years ago. Mom is the only person my son can call Grandma. I don't want to take that away from him because of everything that happened in the past. If I'm building a fresh new life with a new family, shouldn't I give Mom a chance to be a part of that when she has been trying to freshen up her own life? How about we move forward from today on? I put a hand on her back and lightly rub. We both deserve happiness. Mom looks like a water balloon ready to burst at any moment, but she somehow keeps herself together, smiles, and nods in agreement. I'd like that. Turning toward the restaurant, we go inside. A light chime rings on the door when we enter. A sign waits for us. Please seat yourself and someone will be right with you. We push past it and march straight for the booth in the back. I don't care how far we are sitting from the kitchen. Privacy is critical for us. We spend the entirety of Mom's visit catching up on any and everything from the missed years of our lives. Jumping around from topic to topic, we gab on and on about one thing after another. We laugh, we cry, and we connect more now than we ever did in the past. So this gentleman, Robert whatever, she raises a brow. Tell me more about him. I'm trying to understand your generation and the times we're living in, but remind me again of why you and the father of your child aren't living together. Yes, I told Mom the truth about who the baby's father really is. There was no way she was going to judge me for my actions after everything she had done in the past. I made her swear to secrecy, but still, even if she did want to share my truth with the world, who would she tell? Some friends at AA? Mom and I don't run in the same circle. We don't know each other's acquaintances. She's a safe bet. That's why I told her the truth about almost everything else, too. There was no reason for me to lie about how Heath met his demise. I've been needing to get that off my chest for a while now. Robert is technically still married. Oh? Mom's initial reaction was to gasp, but regret immediately washed over her face. I can tell she didn't mean to come off so judgmental. It's okay, Mom. It is what it is. We both cheated and fell in love. Not saying it's an excuse, but we were both unhappy in our situations, I clarify. For different reasons, of course. Mom lips part as if she wants to say something, but she holds back. He took time to break the news to his wife as gently as he could. I'm hoping that statement gives Mom peace, but she still looks like she has a lemon in her mouth, so I continue to elaborate. As far as I know, the breakup went relatively smoothly. It was amicable, and Stephanie promptly volunteered to move out. She must have seen this coming. If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't be able to forget what I saw happening between me and Robert on the night we were all hanging out months ago. Trust me, Mom. I found a good one this time, and I won't let him go. The chime rings on the main doors, and I'm automatically drawn to the sound. I turn my head just in time to see a woman running out of the restaurant. She looks familiar, and the thought of it sends chills down my spine. That's not Stephanie, is it? This isn't a 5-star restaurant, but it's certainly not a dump. Stephanie wouldn't like this place. Why would she be here at the exact same time as me and Mom? Or a better question, why would she be running out of the restaurant? Chapter 61. Addie. Tomorrow is the big day. The first big speech since Rebecca took me under her wing. I don't want to mess it up. I've been pacing around my bedroom with cue cards in my hand, practicing my speech, only looking at the cards when I really need to. I'm not sure if my anxiety is heightened because of my pregnancy, or if I would feel the same way if I weren't pregnant. Regardless, I have less than 24 hours before I get on that stage, and I'm still stumbling through the speech. I need to keep practicing. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak confidently with my shoulders back as I look at myself in the mirror. No. I clear my throat and start over. Friends, lend me your ears. My shoulders sink and I lightly smack the cue cards against my forehead. Am I living in ancient England? Lend me your ears? What the hell was that? Rebecca is counting on me to make a difference. I am counting on myself. I've lived and learned a lot. My experiences have made me more aware, and I will never be the naive woman I once was. I'm making better choices these days, and if I can help even one person avoid going down the path I used to walk, it will be worth every act of violence I went through. This is the start of a long career of traveling the world and encouraging victims to stand up against violence. Resting my hands on my bump, I take a deep breath. I feel a little better knowing that Robert will be in the audience tomorrow along with Mom. I'm sure speaking in front of thousands of people will become easier the more times I do it, but having people I know and love in the audience is just the support I need to get through this first big speech since cleaning up the drama in my life. I just need to relax and try to get some sleep. This baby is proof that there is still good in the world. Use your son to show these people that there is light at the end of the tunnel. Together, we can change how future generations interact with each other and show love, essentially putting an end to domestic violence. I've got this. Prove to the victims that they can free themselves. Life is not over. Straightening my posture once again, I look at myself in the mirror. I'm doing this for me. I'm doing this for him. I hold my bump. My son is the ray of sunshine I deserve after a long rain. And tomorrow, I get to tell the world my story. Chapter 62. Addie. Silence protects the abuser. Speaking up protects the survivor. I begin my speech and capture every person's attention with my first sentence. I pause, hearing only my breath echoing softly in the microphone as I look around the large auditorium. I feel like I need to see Robert and Mom to calm my nerves, but the lights shining on me are so bright, I can't see much beyond the end of the stage. Putting on my dark shades, I can finally see out and into the crowd. I want to see my baby's father and my mother looking back at me, but instead, I'm distracted by the 1,000 people sitting in the audience. It's both incredible and heartbreaking. The crowd is a mix of those who have firsthand experience with domestic violence, some family and friends of the victims, and general supporters of the fight against DV. But still, how has domestic violence been allowed to reach every person in here? Mom is in the front row wearing a warm, motherly smile on her face, and the seats around her are empty. I told her to save a few for Robert and a few of my other friends who told me they'd attend. It's not a total surprise that Robert is running late. He told me earlier today that he had a few errands to run, but of all days, I wish Robert had at least tried to get here on time. He knows how much this means to me. Inhaling calmly, I speak into the microphone again. My name is Addison Rose Fox, and this is my story. Starting at the beginning, I walk through my journey from my first husband to my future. When I married my first husband, I thought I knew what love was. Glenn and I had it all, until he slowly took everything away from me physically, financially, and emotionally. I share detailed accounts of the ups and downs of my entire 12-year marriage to Glenn. Imagine having to fight for your life against a person who was supposed to love you forever. Every day, something pops up to remind me of what I did to Glenn in self-defense, and every day, I tell myself that if I were in that position again, I would do the same thing. People like Glenn don't change, and if he were to be alive today, I might not have been his only victim. Cue the waterworks. I force a tear to trickle from my eye underneath my shades and down my cheek. I adjust my dark glasses temporarily to give the dramatic effect of wiping my tears away as I pull my shoulders back and lift my chin. Taking a sip of the water that was left for me on the podium, I act like I'm taking the time to regain my composure. You are not weak for staying. You are strong for surviving. It is important to remember, when one door closes, another opens. I met my second husband at my first husband's funeral, the hearse driver, believe it or not. I chuckle at the last part of my statement, giving the audience temporary relief from the heavy speech. The crowd takes a collective breath. Continuing, I share almost every detail about me and Heath's marriage up until his demise, to which I share the doctor's diagnosis. Heath died of cardiac arrest right there in front of me. I let my voice shake. It was a good thing I practiced shaking my voice. The crowd is hanging on my every word. At the time, I was devastated. But looking back at my life with Heath, the red flags were waving. Had he not perished on his own, I'm not sure what my life would look like now. It scares me that I could have gone through another lifetime of domestic violence without ever having seen it coming. Only this time, there would have been a baby involved. An audible gasp lurches from the audience. Now is the perfect time to prepare for my big finish. The audience is exactly where I want them to be. I flatten my oversized flowy dress against my skin as I reveal my growing bump. Bringing the microphone back to my lips, I share the rest of my story. Heath was gone before I found out. He never knew he would be a father. I speak confidently as if I'm not telling a simple white lie of paternity to the crowd. I didn't know what to do. I never thought I'd be a single mother. I wasn't even sure if the baby would make it after the infection I got from the IUI. I intentionally leave out the part about Heath conducting the IUIs at home, not wanting to draw focus away from the main point of my speech. I let my words linger in the air for a moment. As fate would have it, the same hematologist who was called in to test the baby for any possible blood disorders is now going to be the man helping me raise my little boy. I briefly let my wide, toothy grin do the talking. Robert Parker is the incredible human being I was meant to find after all these years. And let me tell you, he's worth it. Everyone has a different version of happiness. My son and my new fiancé are mine. Sniffles spread like wildfire throughout the crowd. Speaking of, Robert is here with me today. Stand up, my love. Show these people what real love looks like. The audience erupts in cheers and claps. Through my dark shades, I glance down at the front row, expecting to see Robert sitting beside Mom, ready to stand up and take a proud bow. But he's not. And before I can even think of questioning where he is, my heart rate picks up when I see what's playing out just below the stage. Inhaling sharply, I stare open-mouthed at the sight. The worst possible scenario I could ever imagine is looking me squarely in the eyes. What the hell is this? Mom is in her original seat. To her left, I see Jean, Heath's foster mother. To Mom's right, I see Trisha Stevens, the bitch of a mother-in-law I had for 12 painful years. The three of them are wearing the same smirky grin on their faces as they peer into my eyes, clapping slower and slightly off-pace than the rest of the crowd. I understand why Mom came, and I can almost understand why Jean is here. There was a time when she thought I was a good match for Heath. But why the fuck would Trisha Stevens come here today? It's not like she would want to watch me give a speech where 90% of what I said was about exposing her son as the monster he was. A familiar sinking feeling sits in my stomach, and my shoulders automatically want to shrink inward. Trisha is the only person to ever question what I did to Glenn. She's the only one who will stop at nothing to get retribution for her son's wrongful death. She will stop at nothing. Trisha being here right now, cozying up with my mom and Jean, tells me my ongoing battle with her is far from over. Once again, I'm thankful for the shades I'm wearing. I'm struggling to keep it together. I need to focus on a familiar face, or I may not make it through the rest of this speech. Where the hell is Robert?
Chapter 63. Robert. Hey, babe, I whisper into the phone. I just wanted to sneak away to call and say how wonderful you are for doing something like this. I know I've said it before, but I'll keep saying it if that's what it takes. It's not every day that dreams come true, but it's happening for us. We are almost there because of what you are doing. How long have we been together now? Do you not know me at all? Sarcasm shoots through the phone and hits me directly in the face. I'll do anything to make this happen. I mean, come on, Robert. Would you expect anything less from me? Aiming my playful sarcasm right back in her direction, I reply with, Really? Since when is the term being together interchangeable with being married to your high school sweetheart for almost 2 decades? Stephanie giggles into the phone, and the butterflies in my stomach flutter just as fast as they did when we said I do at age 18. She sighs. I miss you. I miss you too, babe. Just think about this. All the time we're spending apart now will be worth it all in the end. I'm trying to remain strong for my understanding wife, but inside, the distance between us is killing me too. When is the next time we can meet up? She persists. I take a quiet, deep breath and prepare myself. My wife is not going to like this answer. Babe, we've been through this plan 1,000,000 times. We can't give Addie any reason to be suspicious. She needs to think we are officially divorced for this to work. Okay, I know. It crushes me to hear the disappointment in Stephanie's tone. I think back to how we got to this point, trying to remember why this was the best option for us. When my best friend first introduced me to Addie, I was genuinely happy for him. Heath wouldn't stop talking about his girlfriend, and he would light up at the mention of her name. Stephanie was curious about the woman who stole Heath's heart so quickly, so she almost immediately extended Addie the invitation to a regularly scheduled game night we hosted every other week. After the game night, when Stephanie met Addie for the first time, my wife came to me with happy tears and a plan. We've been trying for years to find the right surrogate, Stephanie said with a sniffle. Addie is the one. I'm sure of it. Oh my God, she told you she'd do it? Well, not exactly. Stephanie went on to explain. Addie is so funny. Addie is so pretty. Addie has good skin. Addie is smart. The more she went on and on about Addie, I wondered if Stephanie had a bit of an obsession with this woman for some reason. I had never heard her speak so highly of someone she had just met. We tried to get pregnant for years. Steph and I went through every fertility treatment possible, and nothing ever came of it except for money out of our wallets. Luckily, money wasn't an issue with my hematologist's salary, but the mental anguish and stress of it all were almost unbearable. When we finally got tested after experiencing no luck in the baby department, doctors ended up diagnosing Stephanie with premature ovarian insufficiency, POI. So her ovaries stopped functioning long before they were supposed to. Up until the moment my wife was diagnosed, there was always hope that a miracle baby would suddenly show up when Stephanie took a test each month. But Stephanie lost all hope when there was a label attached to her condition. It was time to move to our next options, adoption or surrogacy. I wouldn't have minded either option, but Stephanie was adamant about the baby having genes from their parents, even if it meant the baby's genes came from only one of us. We both knew we weren't talking about the baby getting Stephanie's genes. The chances of Stephanie having a viable egg inside her were slim to none. With that, our surrogacy journey began. Over the past 2 years, we were striking out left and right as we interviewed surrogates. Stephanie entered a deep depression, which is why it caught me so off guard when she approached me after our game night. We were almost about to throw in the towel with surrogacy when Stephanie told me she wanted Addie to be the surrogate. She loved everything about Addie, from her radiating confidence to her physical bone structure. "We have to find a way to get Addie to have our baby," Stephanie insisted. I laughed when she first suggested it because I thought she was kidding. Addie was practically a stranger. We knew nothing about her other than what we've seen at game night. But when my wife's tone grew serious, that was all it took to get me on board. I will do anything to make Stephanie happy. She wanted a baby, and damn it, I was going to find a way to get her one. "We can't just come out and ask Addie to have our baby. She'll think we're crazy, and we will immediately lose the opportunity," I said bluntly. Unless you have consciously signed up to be a surrogate, being asked to have someone else's baby is an odd request from any person, let alone from someone you have just met. It was especially odd since we would be asking Addie to use her eggs for the pregnancy. "We have to find a way. There has to be a way. We don't have very many options left." Stephanie's words were loaded with emotion, and my heartstrings were tugging all over the place. "Let's make a plan. We have to do this. Will you do this with me?" I've seen my wife put her body through hell and back with needles and fertility drugs. If I could have traded places with her, I would have. She was grieving the child we would never have. I would have given anything to make her smile again at that moment. If she planned to pursue Addie for surrogacy, that was what we were going to do. So I said yes. Stephanie made the plan, and I simply followed it exactly the way she wanted me to. Stephanie had me agree to start flirting with Addie on the side to get her attention. My wife also had me agree to sleeping with Addie behind my best friend's back, intending to impregnate Addie to make Stephanie's dreams of having a baby come true. If it sounds fucked up, that's because it is in a way. But there is no limit to what I will do for love. I didn't like doing that to Heath, but if it ever came down to choosing Stephanie or Heath, I'd choose my wife every single time. Stephanie knew what she was signing up for when she asked me to go through with this and accomplish our goals. She didn't like the idea, but she was okay with it if it meant we would have a baby at the end of it all. However, she didn't want to see it in action. That meant only flirting behind her back, never talking about or seeing Addie and me together in any way. That's why Stephanie nearly fell apart when she walked in on Addie and me having sex up against the dresser at one of those game nights. Stephanie knew what was happening behind closed doors, but the sacrifice she was making for our baby didn't hit her until she saw it with her own 2 eyes. She covered her mouth to keep from screaming. I sent Addie out of the room, and once my wife and I were alone, I was able to sit her down and remind her that she wanted this. She was the one who asked me to do this. When Stephanie finally calmed down, she was able to pick herself up and carry on with the night by convincing herself that she had never seen what she did. Some men might be thrilled to have the green light to sleep with someone other than their partner, but I wasn't. Sure, Addie is attractive, so I didn't have any issues getting the job done, but I never felt good about it. I wanted that part of all this to be over as fast as possible, so I met with Addie as often as I could until one day she told me she was pregnant. She outed Heath as having trouble in the bedroom and confirmed that there was no way it was his. That was the best news of my life. Stephanie was going to be ecstatic. To everyone else, we would make it look like Stephanie and I were separated. Then, when the baby was born, we would do a paternity test to prove I was the father and take Addie to court for custody. Eventually, we'd find a way to make Addie look unfit to be a mother and take her back to court for full custody. Then Stephanie and I would raise the baby as our own. It was the perfect plan until Heath died. There was too much attention on Addie. She announced her pregnancy and told the world that the baby was Heath's. She was protecting her own name, but in doing so, she ruined my wife's plan. Addie let everyone believe she was a happily married wife before losing her husband, when I knew the truth. Addie was going to leave Heath for me. I was never supposed to be involved with Addie for longer than it took to get her pregnant. We were never supposed to play house or get fake engaged. But there was a change of plans, and now I'm here. Addie doesn't have Heath around to get her through this pregnancy, and she assumes I'm eager to fill in. She's been trying to get me to move in with her, and I'm doing everything in my power to prevent that from happening. I've stalled. I've avoided her for days at a time to refrain from having to act like I want to be around her when I'm actually just missing sleeping next to my wife every night. Not getting to hold my wife because I'm with Addie is the worst part. Like today, right now. The only reason I'm at this stupid auditorium instead of being with my wife is that Addie needed me to be here. I didn't want to come, but I have to keep reminding myself that I need to continue to keep Addie happy and naive to the plan until the baby is in my possession. So, I'm here. I love you. Stephanie's voice rings in my ear through the phone, bringing peace to my wild, spiraling thoughts. I love you too. We're almost there. Almost. No sooner than the words leave my mouth, I hear a siren. I look over my shoulder to see an ambulance approaching the auditorium's driveway. The paramedics are quick to get out with a stretcher in hand, pushing past me toward the building. I'm about to question what's going on when I overhear one of the paramedics shouting to another, "She's lying lifeless on the stage!"
Chapter 64. Addie. Beep, beep, beep. The steady sound of my heartbeat on the monitor makes me slowly open my eyes. I see needles in my hand and tubes running every which way across my body. What happened to me? She's waking up, nurse! She's waking up! I hear the urgency in my mother's voice. She's standing to my right and looks scared, terrified. Addison! Robert's voice is a breath of fresh air coming from the left side of my bed. You're going to be okay. Nurses flood the room and surround me, poking and prodding all over my body until finally a woman in a white coat approaches my bedside. Addison. I glance up at the woman without saying a word. Addison, she persists. Do you know where you are? I nod. I'm in a hospital bed. Right. And do you know why you're here? Taking a moment to retrace my last moves, I close my eyes. The last thing I remember is being on stage, and then I glance down to see Trisha Stevens sitting in the front row. "You passed out on stage, Miss Fox." The doctor's tone remains neutral. "You were giving your presentation, and witnesses say you simply passed out. An ambulance was called, and you were driven to the hospital. We ran some tests." She pauses to review paperwork on her clipboard. "Miss Fox, do you get stressed out easily?" I laugh inwardly. If she only knew what I've been through. Suddenly, I'm reaching for my stomach. "My baby," I say through winded breath. The doctor holds her hands out. "Fine," she confirms. "He's doing just fine. He wasn't harmed in your womb when you collapsed. We've been monitoring his vitals, and they are all right where they need to be." I exhale my relief. The doctor gives the nurses the cue to leave the room, and the doctor pulls up a chair beside me. "There is, however, something we should discuss." The look on her face is serious when she asks, "Would you like to speak to me alone?" She motions toward Mom and Robert. "No," I shake my head. "This is my mom and fiancé. Whatever you have to tell me, you can say it in front of them." She tucks her lips inward and nods in an approving yet disapproving way. "Okay then. When we ran some tests on your baby, we found something odd." I perk up in bed. "Odd?" "We found a second heartbeat." I gasp and cover my mouth. Robert perks up excitedly and whispers, "Twins?" The doctor uses her pen to scratch her temple. "Well, not technically." My brows furrow automatically. "How are there two heartbeats but they're not twins?" She shifts in her chair. "Have you ever heard of superfetation?" she asks, and I shake my head. Superfetation is when a person gets pregnant when they are already pregnant. It's extremely rare, but it happens often enough for science to have given it a label. Pregnant while pregnant? "Please, no," she continues. "To put it simply, you are basically carrying two pregnancies at different stages. You've conceived a second baby after getting pregnant with the first. Therefore, the two babies may end up with different gestational ages. You will give birth to both babies at the same time, even though one of them will be technically younger." I look to Mom, who was shocked but clapping and smiling. Then I look to Robert, who at first had a smile on his face, but that smile is long gone. He drops his head, closes his eyes, and rubs the bridge of his nose. That's when I know he is thinking the same thing I am. One of these babies isn't Robert's. It's Heath's.
Epilogue. Trisha Stevens. Look at them in there. What a perfect little family Addison has created for herself. There's Mommy and Daddy, and even Grandma has come around. Isn't that precious? Ugh, gag me already. I peer into the window of room 12 at the hospital where Addison was taken by ambulance. The woman in that hospital bed is dangerous. Someone has to keep an eye on her before she kills another innocent person. After my poor, unsuspecting Glenn died at her hands, I volunteered. That woman single-handedly ruined my life from the day she walked into my son's. Glenn was infatuated with Addison. That's all he would talk about when I called to check in with him. It was Addie this and Addie that. No single mother wants to be inevitably replaced by another woman in their child's life, but I knew it would happen someday. I vowed to do everything I could to befriend whomever Glenn chose, just so I could remain involved in my son's life and the lives of my future grandchildren. From day one, I tried to get along with Addison, but I knew after meeting her for the first time that something wasn't right with her. She and I would spark up a casual conversation and everything would seem normal until it wasn't. Addison's odd behaviors started small. We would make plans to go shopping, and she wouldn't show up. She claimed she forgot. No big deal. But this escalated quickly into Addison telling Glenn multiple made-up stories about me that would upset him. "Your mother is the worst." I overheard Addison shouting at Glenn in the driveway at my house when they left after dinner. "Trisha waits until you aren't looking to shoot her bitchy glances in my direction. She whispers horrible things into my ears. Last week it was, 'Leave Glenn or else.' Who knows what that means, or else what? But what could possibly top that this week?" I would happily take the blame if I actually did what she was claiming, but the thing is, I didn't do anything. Every word she was telling my son was a lie. I tried warning Glenn to stay away from her. However, trying to keep them away from each other only pushed my son further into Addison's arms. "She has had memory issues since high school, Mom," Glenn argued. "Stop holding that against her." Glenn defended Addison over and over. He never could see what I saw in her. So I started watching her from a distance. After Glenn and Addison got married, Addison walked around insisting that people call her Fox Stevens rather than Stevens. She cared so much about that damn hyphen. She accused me of being angry with her about the hyphen in her name, but I never thought twice about it. Why would I care what name she chose? All I did was ask her why she legally took on the name Stevens when she was just going to turn around and tell everyone it was something different. Glenn sent me a copy of his wedding license. I have proof. To this day, even after her second marriage to Heath, her legal name is Addison Rose Stevens. Each time she told a story, the lies would grow bigger. But if she was ever called out on her lies, Addison would claim she had no idea what people were talking about. Maybe she truly did have a memory issue. Or perhaps she didn't. Addison has had several black eyes, bumps, and bruises over the years, and each time she dared to claim that my son left those marks on her. The woman is clumsy. Even Addison's own mother uttered under her breath when Addison collapsed on stage, saying that she wasn't surprised to see her daughter fall to the ground after having a history of being unstable, both physically and mentally. I've seen Addison fall many times with my own two eyes. She trips on nothing. She doesn't always watch where she is going, and she injures herself. Then she'll turn right around and act like she has no idea that she was the one who did it to herself. She blames everyone else, but Addison lives in a different world. She is delusional. She was the one who approached me in the store and verbally assaulted me for nothing. She claimed someone edited the recorded footage and assumed I leaked it to social media when the footage was never edited, and I never laid a finger on that video. Everything that went viral on that video happened exactly as it was portrayed in the video. She was angry at Glenn for not having life insurance when she was the one who convinced him not to get it because she said it was a scam. She was appalled that Glenn didn't want kids when it was Addison who insisted they didn't need kids to be happy. Addison promised me a grandbaby, but ended up taking away my only baby. She claimed that Glenn would say these horribly controlling, mentally triggering things to her. I set up a few cameras in their house to observe, and it was always Addison leading the fight, poking Glenn, accusing him of saying things when he wouldn't even argue back. That's how I know she murdered my son. I saw it play out before me on the footage. But in the time it took me to get that evidence into the police station, a glitch had wiped all the saved videos from the cloud storage. I had nothing but my word against hers, and how could I compete with a self-defense claim? Addison killed my son, and no one believes his death was anything other than self-defense. It's bullshit. Addison claimed her mother cut her out of her life. From what I heard directly from Addison's mother when I sat next to her in the auditorium, it was quite the opposite. I was told that Addison believed her mother had wronged her in some insignificant way, so she refused to speak to her. Addison's mother began drinking because of Addison cutting her out of her life. I tried to warn the man Addison was using to fill my son's void. I told Heath not to trust her, but it was too late. Addison already had Heath under her spell by the time I got him alone. My Glenn was innocent. From my conversation with Heath's mother, Jean, it sounds like Heath was another innocent victim in Addison's web. Jean shared about overhearing a few conversations between her son and Addison when he had forgotten to end the call after they spoke on the phone a few times. Jean heard Addison's harsh words towards Heath in real time. Heath had told his mother about how he felt like he had to hide in the kitchen and sneak around just to call and check in with her. Apparently, Addison hated when Heath was on the phone. More proof that I'm not making this up. Jean mentioned thinking the wedding came about relatively quickly. That was Addison pushing Heath to propose, then claiming that Heath was the one who wanted to rush into getting married. Jean also told me about a visit she had to Heath and Addison's house. Addison had spouted several accusatory things about Heath when he left the room. Jean took what she said to heart. Jean loved Heath as if she had birthed him herself. But Jean also took claims of violence seriously. She wanted to help, just in case Addison was telling the truth. So she whispered a reply before Heath came back into the room. As it would turn out, Addison thought Jean threatened her when she heard, "I'll be watching you." Jean actually said, "I'll be watching out for you, my dear." Addison's response was to stay away from Jean after that day. Addison is delusional, and something is very wrong with her memory. That woman does not deserve a happily ever after, and I'll spend the rest of my life making sure Addison gets what is coming to her. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I step away from the viewing window of room 12 and take the call in the waiting room. "Well, what's the status?" "Everything is on track. We're almost there," Stephanie replies. "Robert is still on board and Addie doesn't suspect a thing. In just a couple of months, we will get our baby and you will finally see your son's murderer get the ending she deserves behind bars. I can't thank you enough for contacting me months ago with this fully detailed plan. It must have been difficult for you to share your story with me. Telling the play-by-play of your son's murder to a stranger surely wasn't easy." I smirk. "Stephanie, we aren't strangers anymore. I am happy to help, and any chance I have to run interference on Addison's life, I'm going to take." We let out a simultaneous pleased sigh. "So," Stephanie adds, "we're almost there." I slowly walk toward room 12 and look in one last time and think, am I ready to let Addison fade into my past? Maybe. Or maybe I will never stop showing up in Addison's life until she has the same fate as my son. Parting my lips, I let out a contented breath. Yeah, you're right. We're almost there. Almost.
This has been Almost, written by Samara Cove